that we would be doing. We thought that we would be doing Anthony Joshua against Dillian Whyte. Unfortunately, as everyone knows, Dillian Whyte failed a voluntary drug test, and so it means that that fight was cancelled. It meant they needed to find a replacement at short notice, and in steps Robert Helenius. Now, it's funny because we saw Robert Helenius not in his last fight, because he only fought last weekend. He fought in a castle, I believe, in Finland. We didn't watch that. Although I wish I had watched that. But we did watch him when he was in action not long ago against Deontay Wilder. He took on Deontay Wilder, and we saw him in action in that fight, obviously getting KO'd in the first round. Doesn't really do Robert Helenius justice, though. Doesn't really do him and his skill set justice, because he is a solid fighter. He's a good fighter, but stepping in there against Deontay Wilder, who's got the ability to turn your lights out at any moment, obviously, you know, that's a different ball game altogether. And he got caught early. Pressure was applied, and if Deontay Wilder's got you backed against the ropes and he can land his vicious right hand, then it probably is going to be good night, and it was good night. And so that's what happened. Robert Helenius was knocked out. As we said, he came back last week, picked up a victory last week, but it was in a match that he was expected to win. And now here he is stepping in on late notice to take on Anthony Joshua. Now, the reason why we're doing this fight is because Anthony Joshua is one of the biggest names in boxing. He's obviously one of the biggest names in British boxing. But more than that, if he can get past Robert Helenius tonight, which he should be able to, right? He should be able to get past him. But there is obviously a concern, because this is a last-minute replacement. But if he can get past him, we know what the next step is. We know what's next for Anthony Joshua, and it is tasty, because it would be a fight with Deontay Wilder. And this is a fight that people have wanted to see for a long time. Maybe not quite Joshua Usyk or Joshua Fury. We saw Joshua Usyk twice. Not Fury Usyk or Fury Joshua, maybe not those levels, but people have wanted to see Joshua Wilder for a long time. And actually, it wasn't that long ago that those two guys had all the belts. Deontay Wilder, of course, was WBC champ, and Anthony Joshua had all the other titles. Of course, Wilder would lose his title to Fury. Joshua would lose his titles to Usyk. So now it's Fury and Usyk that have got the belts. But it doesn't diminish the fact that this would be an amazing fight. And I think Wilder would be firm favorite. But Anthony Joshua, you know, he's got to rebuild. You know, he's at the point of his career where he's at a real crossroads now. He can easily go south with a loss here. I mean, if he loses this, he is in big trouble, because I can't see that fight with Deontay Wilder taking place if he loses this fight against Robert Helenius. So, you know, this is a must-win fight for Anthony Joshua. And even when he wins this, he'll go up against Deontay Wilder. He needs to win that as well. If he can win tonight and he can win against Wilder, he will then be back in title contention, right? But he's got a couple of hurdles that he's got to jump now. And this is what happens when you obviously lose the titles, and then you don't win the rematch. You do sort of go, maybe not to the back of the queue, but you're certainly not at the front of the queue. And he finds himself now just a little bit further down the pecking order. We know that Daniel Dubois is going to be taking on Usyk in a fight in, I think, a few weeks, that one. And I really want to watch that as well. Really want to check that out. We know that Tyson Fury is faffing around with Francis Ngannou. So he's faffing around doing like something there, which we'll watch. But I think most boxing purists would rather see Fury just concentrating on boxers rather than MMA fighters turned boxers. So yeah, you know, it'll still be a mega fight. Make no mistake about it. It's still going to generate a lot of interest, a lot of money. But Tyson Fury should be firm favorite for that. And then hopefully we end up seeing, hopefully we can get Joshua back in the mix. And then we've got Wilder, Joshua, Usyk, Fury, kind of all chomping at the bit, really, to try and get opportunity. And maybe then we just can't avoid some of these big dream matches. You know, it'd be great to see Wilder, Usyk, Fury, Usyk, Joshua, Fury. Like, those kind of matches are all out there if we can just get through a few obstacles. And as we said, you know, one of those obstacles is tonight. Anthony Joshua, as much as people might be looking at this fight going, it's easy, walk in the park, he's got to win this. He's got to win this. He's got to pick up the victory here, Anthony Joshua. So Joshua against Helenius, as we said, this is a replacement for this is a replacement for Dillian White. I forgot his name then. I was trying to think, who is it a replacement for? Dillian White. He's already gone. I've already erased him from my mind. So it's a replacement for Dillian White. Obviously, he's going to have a battle on his hands as well to try and clear his name. But yeah, that's where we are with the main event. That's why we're watching it. That's why it's important. And as we said, you know, last minute replacements as well. Not easy to deal with a last minute replacement. So Anthony Joshua's really up against it here. But he should win. He should win. He is minus 1,600 favorite. Robert Helenius at plus 900. As well as that, we've got a stacked undercard. So just looking at the other fights on the main card, we've got Hergovic taking on Dempsey McKean. So Hergovic against Dempsey McKean. Hergovic is minus 770. Dempsey McKean at plus 500. So Hergovic is the IBF mandatory. That means that he is next in line to face the winner of Usyk and Dubois. But if he loses, then it'll be McKean that becomes next in line. So that is also a fight to try and establish a title contender. Hergovic is right there. Managed to get past Zhang. Was it Zhang that he got past last time out? So now he is, as we said, knocking on the door of a title opportunity. As well as that, we've got Derek Chisora. Always fun seeing Derek Chisora, quite the character. He's taking on Gerald Washington. Should be a pretty easy win that for Chisora, but Chisora's a big name. We saw Chisora taking on Fury not long ago in a main event, and now here he is on the undercard of tonight. This card was meant to be a pay-per-view. They have stacked this because it's meant to be a pay-per-view, and it's not a pay-per-view anymore because of Dillian White. So because they've had to change the main event, it's no longer a pay-per-view. So that means if you've got DAZN, you can tune in and you can enjoy this card. So Chisora against Washington. We got Campbell Hatton as well, which is Ricky Hatton's son, who is 22 years old, 12-0. 12-0. Campbell Hatton taking on Tom Ansell. So yeah, Campbell Hatton is minus 2,500 favorite, but it'll be good to see him in action. So we got Campbell Hatton taking on Tom Ansell. We got Derek Chisora against Gerald Washington. We got Filip Hergovic taking on Dempsey McKean. And then for the Southern Area belt, we've got Johnny Fisher taking on Harry Armstrong. Johnny Fisher against Harry Armstrong. Johnny Fisher, one of the most popular fighters in all of the UK. He's only 9-0 and he's only 24, but he has the ability, and I don't know how, but he has got the ability to sell thousands and thousands of tickets. I know that he's got quite a presence on social media. I know he does a lot on TikTok. but he just seems to have been quite popular right from the start. And he didn't have much in the way of an amateur career, so it's not like he's built up a following from the amateurs. To be honest, I think that he's just somehow caught attention because he's got 8 knockouts from his 9 wins. He is, as we said, on social media, and I think he's just managed to build his following. But it's quite staggering how Eddie Hearn said that there was a few hundred refund requests when Dillian Whyte dropped out, and Johnny Fisher took all the tickets, resold them, and said, I'll have whatever is going. He'll resell whatever is going. So, yeah, Johnny Fisher is going to be really exciting. That place, I'd imagine, is going to be bouncing when Johnny Fisher comes out. A 24-year-old heavyweight. And as we said, very much looking forward to seeing him. He's hugely popular. He's got big power. He's got great athletic ability, a big right hand. He's done a lot of sparring with the likes of Joe Joyce. Only made his debut in 2021, and we have watched one of his fights before because he was on the undercard of Katie Taylor and one of her previous fights. I think it was Carvajal. When she fought Carvajal, I think he was on the undercard of that. So we have seen him in action before. And yeah, he's big, he's fun, and he's got a massive right hand, and he should get a finish here as well. So yeah, looking forward to this. I know it's a bit different for a Saturday night. We're normally watching UFC, but Joshua Helenius, kind of fun to have such a big name in boxing in action on Saturday night. And as we said, you just get a little different flavor again. So we had a little bit of pro wrestling with SummerSlam last week, and now we're enjoying a little bit of the boxing. Blind Bomber said Fury is too busy ducking boxers to fight MMA guys. The big dosser. He is a big dosser. I do agree with you on that. He's kind of really damaged his reputation, hasn't he? Because he was so popular and everyone saw him as being just up for anything, and he came through Wilder like 3 times, and it looked like they were trying to negotiate the Joshua fight. And then the Joshua fight, I think that for me, the moment that it changed with Fury was when they were trying to negotiate the Joshua fight. And he then set a deadline. He said, I want this sorted by Thursday. And Eddie Hearn came out and went, why are we trying to do it by Thursday? There's no way that we're going to be able to negotiate this by Thursday. And then, like, it all started to crumble and fall apart, and we didn't get the fight. So, you know, Joshua and Fury fell apart, and so then we didn't get that. Then we were meant to get Fury and Usyk was up for it. And didn't they agree like a 70-30 per split? And they still, like, it was going to be Fury getting 70% and Usyk taking 30, right? And they still could not get that over the line. They still couldn't find a way of agreeing that deal, even though Tyson Fury was getting the lion's share of that. And again, you know, Eddie Hearn, I know that he's not a big fan of Frank Warren, but Eddie Hearn was on the radio saying there is not an easier person to deal with. There is not an easier person to deal with than Usyk and his team. So the fact that they couldn't get that deal over the line was really disappointing. The fact that the Joshua deal just fell through was disappointing. And I think you've got to just look at it for what it is. And I think a lot of people are, you know, he's got fights where he could have moved mountains to have made that Joshua fight, right? He didn't even need to move mountains to make the Usyk fights. But who does he end up fighting instead? We've had, what, Dillian Whyte and Derek Chisora. Like, he's, you know, they're clearly, and now he's facing Ngannou. Like, they are clearly trying to find fights that are very winnable for him. They're trying to keep him at the top. And I don't know. It's just the big fights are there for him, but he just seems to have been avoiding them. And it didn't seem that way before. It felt like he was up for the fight and up for the challenge. So, yeah, really, really disappointing what's going on with Tyson Fury, to be honest. Really disappointing. But I don't know. Hopefully we get to the point where he won't be able to avoid anyone. Like, once he comes through this Ngannou fight, then hopefully we're at the point where he's got to face some mandatory challengers. And hopefully we're at the point where then he just can't really avoid some of these big juicy fights that are out there, because at some point he's going to have to fight Joshua or Usyk, you would imagine. Even if he ends up fighting Dubois, I mean, if he fights Dubois or fights Joe Joyce, I think either of those fights would excite people a lot more than Dillian Whyte or Chisora or whatever. I think, Dubois and Joe Joyce are sort of seen as two of the more exciting, certainly in Dubois' case, younger fighters. Joe Joyce, I know, is getting on a little, and obviously is coming off a loss now. But I think he would still be an interesting challenge for Fury. But I don't know. He's facing an MMA fighter first, isn't he? Kian said, my mate just won his fights. Very good. Kian, shout out to you. LA Dort Knight said, good evening. I hope you are well. I'm good, thank you. Bruce said, what time is the fight? Well, do you know what? I don't know, actually. I genuinely don't. I know the card starts in 45 minutes. So 45 minutes, we go over to the main cards. And then we go through the fights we've been talking about. So Joshua against Helenius, Hergovic against McKean, Fisher against Armstrong, Hatton against Ansel, Chisora against Washington. So those fights, all of them, I think look really tasty. Chisora is such a character. He was decked out in like Five Guys branding tracksuit for the press conference, and he was kind of giving it a little bit to Eddie Hearn, saying that Eddie Hearn didn't want to pay him, and it was a little bit awkward. I thought Eddie Hearn dealt with it really well. It was a little bit awkward, but you never know quite what you're going to get out of Chisora. So it's always interesting, fun to watch his fights. Then you've got Campbell Hatton, as we said, the son of Ricky Hatton, 12-0, undefeated, kind of at that regional British title sort of level now, and he's a big favorite tonight against Tom Ansel, who's going to be his toughest test so far, so I'm looking forward to that. Then, as we spoke a bit about Johnny Fisher and his massive popularity, so Johnny Fisher against Harry Armstrong, that's for the Southern Area belt. So Johnny Fisher against Harry Armstrong, that is for a title of some description. And then Hergovic against McKean, as we said. Hergovic is next in line for Usyk. He is the IBF mandatory challenger. That is on the line here. If McKean wins, then it'll be McKean that gets that shot. So Hergovic didn't really need to take this. He is risking his opportunity, but equally, we know that Usyk's facing Dubois next. So it means that Hergovic is going to have to wait a while. So he's taking this to, I suppose, fill the space, fill the gap, make a bit of money. But it is a bit of a risk. It is a bit of a gamble. So Hergovic against McKean. I don't know if that's the co-main. I don't know if that's the co-main or if Chisora is the co-main. I think it might be Chisora, but I'm not sure. Either way, it's one of those two. And then, as we said, our main event, Anthony Joshua has to get the victory tonight. He's got to win tonight. A loss, and he is in big, big trouble. Big trouble. I mean, I don't know what would be next for him if he loses. I'm sure that Eddie Hearn would, do his magic and try and find the right way forward, but a loss against Helenius leaves Joshua out in the wild. It really leaves him out in the wilderness. So he's got to get the win tonight against an opponent who is only come in on 5 days' notice. Someone that's got a record of 32 wins and only 4 losses. Someone that has got 21 knockouts to his name, who is a 2-time European champion. I mean, don't get me wrong, when it comes to the top of the heavyweight division, Helenius is not in the upper echelon. Like this, if it was Joshua Helenius and this fight had been announced months ago, you'd be very, very comfortable that this will be a Joshua win. But the concern is that this fight was put together on 5 days' notice, just 5 days' notice. And last time we saw Joshua take on someone that was a late replacement, he lost in Madison Square Garden against Andy Ruiz. So he did the rematch and managed to beat him, but he obviously took him on short notice. and ended up putting in one of his worst performances, looked completely unprepared, all at sea, completely lost, and ended up losing that fight. And as we said, you know, he's at the stage of his career now where he can't really lose this fight. So taking on someone that's coming in on such short notice is going to be really dangerous for him. It's going to be dangerous. I still expect him to win. I mean, apparently he's been training amazing. He's in such good shape. He's in such good mental and physical place that they're saying that he's looking good at the moment. But this is going to be a test. It's a definite test. Andy, shout out to you, bud. I hope you are well. Appreciate the support and all the comments. Tommy Toy Travels, hello, says, I hate UFC. Joshua said, I'm gutted that Tyson Fury against Usyk's not happening. Yeah, I tell you, the problem with that one is I don't believe that they're ever going to have to fight. I don't think there's ever a situation where they're going to be made to fight. Like, I think if the champs are ever going to go against each other, it's because they want to unify the division. And this is what the fans are waiting for. We're waiting for someone to unify the heavyweight division, because we've never had a boxing heavyweight champion that's held all 4 of the titles at the same time. We have had Lennox Lewis, who held, I think there was 3 belts back then, but we haven't had a heavyweight hold all 4 belts. And so we're waiting to see that match, you know. We're waiting to see, and for the longest time it looked like it was going to be Fury, Joshua, to try and figure out who was going to leave with all the belts. And then obviously we never got that. Right now it's Fury, Usyk, but again, we can't seem to get that over the line. What's frustrating is I think Usyk really wants the fight. I completely believe that Usyk wants the fight. I don't think he's running from Fury at all. In fact, when Fury had his last fight, which I think was the Chisora fight, he was there. Usyk was there. And he was stood, I think Joyce was there as well. And they were stood on the edge of the ring. And there was this whole kind of show where Fury was like, you're a middleweight, you're going to get it. And they had this back and forth. So we got that close, but we just could not get it over the line. So really, really, really frustrating. But, you know, it is what it is. And that's a whole separate conversation because, as we said, it's Joshua tonight. And if Joshua can win, up next would be the American, the bomber. It would be Deontay Wilder. So Wilder Joshua is another fight that I personally have been waiting for a long time. I think Wilder would get it. I think Wilder has got too much power for Joshua. We know that Joshua's chin is a bit sketchy. It's not sketchy to the point where one hit and he's done, but I do think it's sketchy to the point where you land on Joshua and he is rocked. And then I think it takes him a while to kind of get back into a fight. So if Wilder was to land clean on Joshua, I don't know that it would knock him down and out straight away. I think it would rock him horrifically. And then I think it would take him a long time to recover. And then I think we would get to the point where eventually Wilder would land somewhere else and Joshua would go down. So I think Wilder would win that, but I still want to see. Just because you think you know how it's going to go, obviously doesn't mean that's how it's going to go. So I still want to see that fight. So yeah, let's get past tonight. Tonight is very much a banana skin, and then we can start to look forward to that next big fight against Deontay Wilder. I hope it's going to be a good fight, said Stephen. California Love said, we thought the same about Andy Ruiz, and look what happened there. It's true. Yeah, it is true. I mean, I agree with a lot of the points that are being made. I can see people saying, yeah, but Helenius is not at the same level. Is not at the same level as what Andy Ruiz is. And, you know, I agree with that. It's still a problem, though, isn't it? I think, to be honest, I actually think this makes it a more interesting fight. I think that Anthony Joshua against Dillian White, I think Joshua wins that quite comfortably. If he's prepared for it and all of that stuff, I think he wins it quite comfortably. But this one, he would win this really comfortably. But the fact that it's only 5 days' notice, I think is really interesting, really intriguing. I think it's a very interesting wrinkle. And as we said, you know, it just adds to the intrigue of what is already a really good card. So very much looking forward to tonight. Did you catch the Women's World Cup? Not playing great, but a win is a win. Semi-final, England, Australia, big rivalry. I didn't catch it. No, I was asleep. I obviously did SmackDown, did the reaction video, did the recap video, and then because this was starting at, like, we were starting at 6, I went to bed. I knew that there was no way I was going to be able to watch the women, because I think they didn't play till like 11:30, which means they would have finished at about 2:00. So it's, you know, that's like, that would be bang in the middle of me being asleep. So no, it was not possible to catch it, unfortunately. I was rooting for them, though, of course. I wanted them to win. I hoped that when I woke up they had won, and thankfully they had. So yeah, Australia next, big rivalry in Australia as well. That's going to be really difficult. Really, I could even see England losing it, to be honest. I think we played Australia in like a friendly or something before the World Cup, and I'm sure we lost like 2-1. So they are a team which is, and we're playing in Australia. That's going to be really difficult. So England, Australia is the one semi-final. The other semi-final is Sweden and Spain. I could see the final being Australia, and I might go Spain. I think they've been playing really well, but Sweden, you can never overlook. They're highly ranked, highly fancied. But Spain, Australia might be the pick. Who knows, though? Might be Sweden, England. I mean, I think both games are really close. I don't think on either game I can't see any team winning like 2-0, 3-0. I think they're going to be like just one goal in it, maybe extra time, maybe penalties in both of those semi-finals. So, yeah, Women's World Cup really heating up, really getting to an exciting point. I don't actually know when England play Australia. I need to look into that, but yeah, good. We think we will win. Joshua would end up like Chisora or White. He would still pick up fights, just not at an elite level, says LA Dortnight. Yeah, I think you're right, buds. I think you're right. So Joshua would still be able to get fights. He would still be able to have a career, but like it would be such a journey back to a title. It would be a long road. It would be a long road. So, yeah, I completely agree. This is where tonight has just got that extra peril. It's just got that extra drama. Can he get the job done here? So you can see the stats on screen. We've got the stats showing us to how both of these fighters in the main event compare. And you can see that both have got quite a lot of knockouts to their names. So both actually very similar. So 22 for Joshua, 21 for Robert Helenius. Helenius has had 8 more fights, though. He's got only 1 more loss and 7 more wins. Both are the same size. There's only there's 3 inches in it in regards to reach. You can see that weight-wise, there's obviously not much between them. They're both big. I mean, they're both coming in at 6'6". Not the biggest of heavyweights. Like, there are bigger out there, but still good sizes for the heavyweight division. Certainly not like Usyk, who is one of the smaller fighters in the division, coming up from cruiserweight. But yeah, Joshua Helenius, they've both got obviously a lot of similarity in the numbers, but I think the people they faced are very different. Helenius has faced a lot more lower level talent than what Anthony Joshua has. So, yeah, but it's still a test, man. It's still a test. Bonkers said, if Joshua loses, he should retire. Naka said, are we doing UFC tonight? No UFC tonight, unfortunately. I would like to do it, but honestly, like trying to find the time to research the boxing and then find the time to research UFC is just, it's not possible. It's kind of at the point, I mean, we used to try and do, like a few years ago, we would have tried to have done both. But what I would have done is just not done the same level of research. And I don't know, I just think like you really miss something. I mean, we've got the kind of what I know off the top of my head type stuff, but I like to have that extra level of information. I like to have that extra level of detail, that extra level of preparation. I think they do help the streams. I think that they make the streams better. And I haven't got the time to do that. Not for two events. So, no, unfortunately, we're at the point where we're largely having to just pick which we go for. And this is a big fight for Joshua. This is a big fight for him. If Joshua loses, he should retire. I'd say the time is awkward. NXT Night 4. Blah, 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 blah. Helenius is very bad, said Stephen. Andy Ruiz is decent. Yeah, it's a fair point. I mean, Helenius is not the best. I mean, look, he's not a journeyman. He's not a journeyman by any means, but he is someone that you would look to have a fight against if you was looking to get ready for the elite fighters, right? If you're getting, I mean, and that's what we're seeing here. If you're getting ready to face Fury, if you're getting ready to face Wilder, Helenius is the sort of person that you would have your warm-up fight against because he's a big body who can box, but he's beatable as well. He's got some flaws in his defense, and you can definitely get past his guards, and you can he's hittable. His movement's not the best. He's a bit slow. He's a bit plodding. I don't know. I kind of think that he is someone that deserves a bit of respect, though, because he is quite highly ranked. But it's just there's levels to this game, isn't there? You know, we're potentially talking about someone that's in the top 10, just. But, you know, if you're facing the champ or the number 1 ranked fighter or the number 2 ranked fighter, well, you know, that's not Robert Helenius. So, yeah, this is, as we said, you know, a fight that should be won. But with the short notice, kind of makes it interesting. LA Dort Knight said, are you watching Newcastle Villa? It is a good game. Who's winning so far, LA Dort Knight? I haven't seen any of the football, to be honest. I've seen some of the... Oh, I haven't even seen the results. I got up just as the games were finishing, but I didn't get a chance to see the actual results, so I don't know how these games played out, but I saw that Arsenal won earlier, and obviously Man City won yesterday. But yeah, I haven't seen the Newcastle Villa result. Good game, that, actually. Good game. Both of those teams are bang on form. Wilder knocked him out in 2 minutes. He did. The thing with that, though, I wouldn't count that against Helenius. I think that if Wilder can catch you, I think there's a good chance you're going to go down because of the just incredible power that he possesses. Helenius obviously should have avoided the shots for longer. You know, the fact it only took a couple of minutes for him to land that shot is disappointing. But really, whenever Wilder was going to land it, be it round 1, round 2, round 3, whenever it was going to connect, I think Helenius was done and was going down. And he just wasn't able to keep that shot at bay. So, yeah, I don't know. It's hard to look at that and say that he's a rubbish fighter because of getting knocked out by Wilder in a couple of minutes. I think that, Wilder's done that to quite a few people. But this is what I'm saying. I think Helenius deserves a bit more respect than that. I mean, it is interesting because I know a lot of people have said, well, Joshua needs to win this within the first 2-3 rounds because anything longer than that is a real bad look for him. I actually slightly disagree. I think that because this is a short notice replacement, I think he just needs to win. I think if it's going to go the distance, I could understand that being disappointing. But for me, if Joshua gets this by 8-round knockout, 9-round knockout, there'll be plenty of people saying that that's a very disappointing result. But I would really have to disagree. I think on a short notice like this, you know, Joshua doesn't need the money, right? I mean, actually, he's taken a massive hit on the money. If anything, he was meant to be getting paid a lot more for tonight, and now he's not getting paid as much. So, you know, it looks like it's not money that's the motivation. I really think Joshua's doing this because of the undercards. I think if this fight had been cancelled, this card would have been cancelled. And I don't think Joshua wants that on his conscience. So he wants to make sure this card still goes ahead. This everyone gets paid. And so, you know, he's doing it for good reasons. But this is why I think it's not really fair to put that pressure on him now to say, like, oh, you've got to still win this fight within 3 rounds. I'd love it if he did. But for me, I just think get a finish at any point. I mean, I agree that he should get a finish. I agree that really, you know, if you're going to be in there with Robert Helenius and you're going to like even get into round 9, round 10, you should be able to land, like break him down, work him out and find a finish. But I can't say that should take 3 rounds. I can't say that should be done within like 4 rounds, 5 rounds. Like, I think as long as he can get the finish, that would be fine for me. But even Derek Chisora said he'll be really disappointed if Joshua doesn't finish it in 3 rounds, which I just think is pressure that he doesn't need, to be honest. He doesn't need that pressure. And if he doesn't finish him in 3 and it takes 6, like what difference does it make? He's facing someone that he was not preparing for. Getting ready to face Dillian Whyte is very different to getting ready to face Robert Helenius. They're very different sizes, and you know, you're having to like prepare differently. So I'm sure he's been sparring with a lot of smaller guys, and now all of a sudden here he is with Robert Helenius. Now, of course, he's been in there with bigger guys before. He can draw on that experience. But this is what I'm saying. I'd just be a little bit careful of saying, oh, you should do it by this many rounds. Like, not against a late replacement. I think just get the win first and foremost, and ideally a finish. I mean, yeah, I would agree. If this goes the distance, that will be disappointing, but as long as he can find the finish at some point. What are your thoughts on Simon Jordan and Eddie Hearn and Frank Warren? Do you think Simon Jordan asked Eddie and Joshua the tougher questions? Yeah, good question, that, bud, because I don't know if anyone's seen this controversy, but I think that Simon Jordan doesn't like Eddie Hearn, right? I think that's quite clear to see. He doesn't like Eddie Hearn. And I think that does come across in the interview style. So I think there's a little bit more, dare I say, aggression. I think also I do agree with Simon Jordan that that does come down to the interview style. Like, if he's interviewing Frank Warren might be a little bit softer with his responses, might be a bit more tactful, might take a few of those little jabs that Simon Jordan likes to dish out, and he might just take those a little and not respond. But you're not going to get that from Eddie Hearn. If you're going to jab at Eddie Hearn, he's gonna fire back. Basically, you know, he'll remember it and try and come back with some of his own. And so I think that they are different, treated different. But I think some of that comes down to the personalities. I do agree with Simon Jordan in the sense of the personality differences means that the interviews are going to be different. There's a different temperature to the interviews. I agree with that. But it doesn't change the fact that Simon Jordan was definitely trying to catch Eddie Hearn out. He doesn't like Eddie Hearn. He doesn't believe what Eddie Hearn has got to say. He listens to Eddie Hearn's interviews, thinks he talks a load of rubbish. He's got him onto his radio show here in the UK. Record viewership, listenership. I mean, I was watching the YouTube video of the interview, and I mean, Eddie Hearn killed him, didn't he? Eddie Hearn, for me, killed Simon Jordan. I mean, Simon Jordan made one big mistake, and that is where he was told, or he thought he was told, that the Boxing Board of Control told him that they were informed on a Friday that this fight was not going to happen. The Joshua Dillian Whyte fight was not going to happen on Friday. Eddie Hearn had been going around saying he found out on the Saturday. So Simon Jordan thought he had something there. He thought he had found out that actually Eddie, because if the Boxing Board of Control knew, then Eddie Hearn would know. So he was under the impression, right, well, apparently everyone knew on Friday. Eddie's going around saying it's Saturday. I've got him. So then he makes this big thing where he puts it to Eddie Hearn, like, I was told that it was Friday. Eddie Hearn went, nope, that's rubbish. It was Saturday. Get him on the phone, and actually said, get him on the phone. So they got back in touch with the guy that's in charge of the Boxing Board of Control, who said, no, it was Saturday, and just made Simon Jordan look like an idiot, man. It just really made him look like an idiot. I was looking at the comments, and like everyone's sort of saying the same thing, that Eddie, really did one over on Simon Jordan there. I think what's happened is Simon Jordan has got it in for Eddie Hearn. I think he's tried to find anything he can. I don't think he's really fact checked. I think he's just been told something. He's not collaborated it or collaborated it. That's not the word. He's not checked it, and as a result, he's got it's turns out that I don't know if he got it wrong or if he was told something wrong or it was a miscommunication, but it went wrong, didn't it? It went wrong, and so he got shown up on his own show. And they even then at the weigh-in went back and forth. I'll tell you something else I noticed as well, and that was that Jim White is kind of sat there and just allowed these two to go at it. But as soon as the subject came around to Eddie showing up Simon Jordan, as soon as that subject came back around to that, I noticed that Jim White was very quick to jump in again, to kind of go, look, we're not talking about that. It's very much like Jim doesn't want that to be mentioned too many times, because I suppose in a way it does undermine the show, doesn't it? It does undermine the show. All of a sudden, if you've got one of your guests saying you don't know what you're on about, and he's got the proof that the presenters don't know what they're on about, like, that is embarrassing. And yeah, I thought it was a really bad look for Simon Jordan, who I actually really like listening to. I like their show. I think they, they don't avoid the tough conversations. They've got opinions. You might not agree with their opinions, but I like the fact that you can tune in and you can listen to something. You feel like it was worth watching. That's why I never shy away from, like, whatever we talk about on the streams, because that's how I feel. I feel the exact same way. Like, you want to feel like what you're watching is worth your time. And you want to feel like, you don't want to watch people that just tiptoe around topics, right? You want to hear people's opinion, because then it makes you question your opinion or reinforces your opinion, because you might be listening to someone else's opinion and you might be thinking, that's a load of rubbish. It's a load of rubbish. That's not right because of this. Like, I know I'm right, because if that's their opinion, they've not took that into account. They've not took that into account. They've not took that into account. And so, it can either change opinion or reinforce opinion, but at least you feel like you're getting something worthwhile. So I think their show, I like their show. This isn't me knocking their show. I like their show, but that was a bad look. That was a bad look. That was a big mistake to make against probably the person I think he's been most outspoken against as well. I think that's the person he's been most outspoken against. I don't know if you saw at the weigh-in as well. I don't know if you saw it at the weigh-in, but Eddie Hearn said that he got in a taxi and the guy was like, oh, I really enjoyed hearing you smash Simon Jordan on the radio. I always thought that what he said was fact, but turns out it's rubbish or whatever. And Jim White actually jumped in and went, listen, we don't need to hear stories about made up taxi drivers. Like, he just was completely not buying what Eddie Hearn was saying. And Eddie Hearn was like, go on then, Jim, go on. He was like, you know, stick it to me then, Jim. I kind of felt that Jim sat there, but as soon as anything started to get a bit heated towards like the show being attacked, I don't think he cared so much about Simon Jordan being attacked, but more the show and the integrity of the show. He was then trying to shut it down and move the conversation on, which you could look at and say, that's cool. Like, that's what he should be doing. But I sort of looked at it, and I got to admit, man, I lost a little respect for Jim White. I lost a little respect, because if Simon Jordan has got an agenda against Eddie Hearn, if he's got an agenda and he is trying to stick it to him, then you can sort of understand that. But to my knowledge, I don't think Jim White has. So for Jim White to come out and say, like, that's a made-up taxi driver story, I mean, he's got no evidence of that. That's just his opinion. It's clear that he's been rattled by what Eddie Hearn has had to say. It's clear that the fact Simon Jordan got that fact wrong has embarrassed Jim White as well. And he's, in my opinion, he sort of showed it in that moment. He sort of showed it. And I was disappointed that he reacted that way. I actually think Eddie Hearn deserves an apology. I haven't heard one thing that has been said to Eddie Hearn where I thought, they've got him. Yeah, they've got him. I haven't heard a single thing. They've had him on twice in 2 interviews. It's been heated. It's been animated. And I've not heard one thing where I thought Eddie Hearn was wrong. So, yeah, I've got to say, I think he's done one on him. I want to wish Harry Kane good luck. I think there's a part of Simon Jordan who wished he did what Eddie did. He seems to have big passion for the sport, and it would be his ideal job. Maybe. I think he genuinely loves boxing. I've no doubt about that. And I think he genuinely looked at, because it was Ben Eubank. That's what this big argument's about. It's not about Dillian White. It's all come out of Ben Eubank and the way that was handled. And I think the fact that Ben was... I think there's a lot of stuff that's not quite known about it. So Ben was found to have steroids in his system. Apparently, or not steroids, but he failed some sort of drugs test. And the fight was not cancelled straight away. And there was a lot of confusion as to why. I mean, if someone's got failed a drugs test, the fight gets cancelled, but it wasn't cancelled straight away. And there was a lot of confusion as to why and what was happening. And, you know, Eddie Hearn has kind of stood by Ben, and it's all very messy, very confusing. And I think what needed to happen was there needed to be a proper sit-down interview conversation where we established what the truth was, and we established what the situation was and why it wasn't cancelled, and have a conversation. And if Eddie Hearn gave answers that didn't match up with, like, the timeline, whatever, then I think you're right to put a bit more pressure on. But it just felt like the temperature was very hostile and very hot right from the get-go, right from the start. And I think, actually, Simon Jordan had backed himself into a corner, because I think he'd been very vocal and very anti-Eddie Hearn about how Eddie had dealt with that situation. And so it meant that when Eddie Hearn came onto the show, he couldn't really go any other way, could he? Because the listeners would have said, oh, you said loads of stuff about Eddie Hearn when he wasn't on the show. And then as soon as he comes onto the show, you don't stick it to him. Like, what's that about? Because this had been billed as like a clash between Simon Jordan and Eddie Hearn. And it was like, you know, this heavyweight showdown was going to take place. So, right before the interview had even started, the temperature was hot. And so I think Simon Jordan had backed himself in a situation where he had to go at Eddie and try and catch Eddie out, because that's what the listeners were hoping for and expecting, because Simon Jordan had been very critical of Eddie Hearn. And so, you know, that's kind of how it started. And as I said, I genuinely, I've listened to both interviews. I didn't hear one moment where I thought Eddie Hearn was stuck or struggling or lost or embarrassed, or I didn't hear one moment. So I really like Jim White and Simon Jordan. I'll continue to listen to their show, but this was definitely a black eye for me. I made a return. How'd you feel about what happened to Jay? Said USA Al Push. Yeah, I really like it. I really like it. I think that it was, just to touch on what happened last night, I think it made a lot of sense. I think that actually before we even did our SmackDown stream, we did a 2-hour pre-show. We always go live before Raw, before SmackDown, before NXT, at least an hour. And because we were coming off SummerSlam, we did 2 hours before. And I even said, look, what I would do is I would say that Jimmy did it because the tribal chief position corrupts. The tribal chief position it changed Roman, and he doesn't want to see that happen to Jay. This was never about Jay being tribal chief. This was about Jimmy wanting to bring Roman down. It was not about replacing Roman. It was about bringing Roman down. And they still love him. They're still family. They're still bloods. I'm sure that they would have got back on the same page eventually. Right? Might have took a few years, but I'm sure they would have got back on the same page eventually. But it was never about destroying Roman. It was about standing up for yourself, and it was about trying to get Roman back to the person that he was before being tribal chief. So why would Jay want to watch? Why would Jimmy want to watch his brother Jay go on to be tribal chief and replace Roman? And potentially get corrupted by that same power? Why would he want to see that? And that, for me, is a perfectly acceptable reason. Perfectly acceptable. And that's the direction they went. And I was really pleased with it. Really pleased with it. Add in the little surprise at the end where Jay turned around and said, I'm out. I'm done. I'm gone. Like, that was not expected. And I know that he's not really done and gone, right? But if you can't enjoy just following the story, then I don't know, man. Wrestling's going to be a struggle for you. If you can't just have fun, like if you really did watch that, and when he said, I'm done, I'm out, I'm gone, you weren't intrigued as to, oh, well, wasn't expecting that. Where are we going with this? Like, how long is he going to be gone for? Is he going to come back with a new faction? What does it mean for Jimmy? If your reaction was, oh, that's stupid, he ain't really gone, I just think I think you're too disillusioned. I really do. I think that you're going to really struggle with just wrestling going forwards. If that was your first, like, oh, this is stupid, he's not really leaving. Well, like, no, but, like, you know, 99.9% of what you see on wrestling TV is not really happening either. Like the moves, you know, the athletic ability, but you know, there's a reason why they're not all bruised. They're not really hitting each other. So, you know, I just sort of think, like, I sensed that there was a bit of fatigue in the chat. I don't know if there's other YouTube channels that are like saying they're done, they're bored and whatever. I definitely sensed there was some fatigue in the chat, but that's not bared out in the numbers. As we said, you know, if people were genuinely bored with the Bloodline story, then why did SummerSlam just do the highest gate it's ever done, and why was it the most viewed event outside of a WrestleMania? So, you know, if these numbers are true, because we all know WWE likes to exaggerate, but if they are true, then you know, there's nothing there saying that the wider community, the wrestling community, is bored of that story. So, I mean, could they start to get bored now? Yeah, maybe. I mean, maybe the SmackDown numbers will come out and they're a disaster. But up until SummerSlam, up until last Saturday, everything was great. Everything was great. Now, if people are bored with it individually, then that's cool. I mean, I ain't got no problem with that. I ain't got no problem with that. Everyone's entitled to their own opinion. But I just think, if people are going to be down on the Jimmy J thing from last night, I think they're going to really struggle going forwards, because I haven't seen any signs yet that this Bloodline story thing is wrapping up anytime soon. And I think, again, we're seeing people saying they're bored of Roman being champion. Again, I think you're going to struggle. I can see him being champ till WrestleMania 40, which ain't until next March or April. And right now it's August. That means that you're looking at another 8 months or so. So, I mean, if you're bored now, it's going to be a real struggle. So I think I would really urge that people try to reset, refresh, maybe even take a couple of weeks away if they think they need to. Because I haven't seen any signs yet that we're going in any kind of different direction. And I genuinely think what we saw was good. So I can't even agree with people that were really down on it. Can't agree. So I don't know. I do just worry a bit about that. I do just worry a bit about people that's showing a bit of fatigue right now, that there's nothing in sight to say we're going to go in a different direction anytime soon. Should SummerSlam be 2 days like WrestleMania, says Michael. I'd do that, yeah. I'd do that. What would you say is the biggest rivalry in boxing, said Dean. Well, the one that I think people most want to see would be Devin Haney against Tank Davis right now. So I would say that's the one. That's the one. I don't think there's a fight in boxing. I could be wrong, but I don't think there's a fight in boxing that would be bigger than that. I mean, we just got Crawford Spence, which was an absolute dream match and lived up to what we were hoping for. But right now, I think Tank Davis is maybe the hottest thing in boxing. I mean, whenever we do a Tank Davis fight, the numbers are insane. I mean, the engagement that guy has, he is an absolute megastar. He of the highest caliber. And I think Devin Haney is one of the most skilled boxers in the world. So, so exciting that we have got those two boxers around at the same time in the same division. Because, as we said, I think that is a really, really juicy feud, a real juicy fight that we're heading towards. So, would love to see that, and I'm sure that we will. And Fury against Usyk, the big one at the top of the card that people want to see. People really want to see that because of the fact that it is for all the belts in the heavyweight division, and we've not unified the heavyweight division. So people want to see that fight as well. But there's a few. I mean, Canelo Bivol. I think people would be down for the rematch there. That would be a fight that people would want to see as well. There's a few all down the cards. I've got my eye on Gerald Anderson from my hometown. He is 15-0. I wonder what his future holds, says Michael. You never quite know, do you, with these rising prospects that are undefeated, but they're still under, say, 20 wins. Because your kind of first 10 fights or so is going to be like journeymen. So it's going to be difficult to know until you start to see them go up against like proper talent. It's the same actually with Campbell Hatton tonight. He's 12-0. 12-0, but he's not really fought anyone. Even Tom Ansell has kind of said, a lot of the people that Hatton has faced have been there literally to lose. Like they've just been journeymen whose only job was to turn up. And you do get a lot of that in boxing, unfortunately. This is the same point that Jake Paul was making. Jake Paul said, I'm taking harder fights than most boxers do in their journey. Like I'm facing like people that have got like loads of experience and whatever. I'm not just fighting cans. You could make the argument though he wasn't fighting boxers either. But yeah, this is There's a lot of good prospects on the rise at the moment. We're going to watch a few tonight. As we said, Campbell Hatton, definitely someone worth keeping an eye on. Johnny Fisher. I don't know what the future holds for him, but what I do know is he's got mental support. Considering he's 9-0, right? Just really starting out, he's got mental support. Right, we've got the coverage starting on DAZN. So we are going over. This, of course, was meant to be a pay-per-view offering tonight. It was going to be a pay-per-view. Unfortunately, that fell through when Dillian Whyte was not able to compete in the main event. So we ended up getting Robert Helenius. So we ended up getting Helenius as a 5-day replacement. And as we said, I know that Helenius is not the most exciting of names. But he is still a credible challenge on a short notice. So we are in the O2. We've got a setup very similar, actually, to the kind of setup that we would see for Misfits. We've got a big screen that's set up. We've got an entrance stage that's set up. And we're just seeing a video package about AJ. He's meant to be physically and mentally in the best shape. He's meant to be in a really great place at the moment. I don't know how much support is out there for him. I mean, he used to be the biggest name in British boxing. He used to be the absolute undeniable king. When he beat Klitschko, he was the man. He was the #1 biggest draw for British boxing. But obviously, you know, there's been a real decline. Even when he took on Usyk, you know, was it Tottenham Stadium? And, but like those two losses obviously have massively hurt him. And now he's just got a few warm-up fights. So beat Franklin. Now here he is against Helenius. We've got David Hay. We got Tony Bellew. Addy as well. Tony Bellew talking about the O2 Arena and what a great arena it is for boxing. Mr. Meme said, who wins, KSI or Tommy Fury? Really great fight. I want to do it. I really like the fight. I think Tommy Fury wins. I think that KSI, when I watched him against FaZe, when I watched him against FaZe Temper, he presented some real openings and real opportunity. His fight that he had last time out, he did seem to show some improvement in that fight. But who was that against? Fournier. He showed some improvement there. He didn't seem to present as many openings. But to be honest, Fournier got gassed pretty quick. Fournier just did not have the cardio and the conditioning. And of course, you know, we see the elbow, which ended that fight. So that actually ended in a no contest. At the time, we believed it to be a knockout win for KSI, but the result was changed to a no contest in the end. So, you know, technically, I think he would have gone on to have won that fight, though. I think he would have beaten him. I mean, Fournier looked a beaten man. But I just think Tommy Fury is young. He's big. He's a proper boxer. He's been through the training, getting ready for Jake. Got the result against Jake, although it was close, but he got the result against Jake. And I just think KSI has not been in there with anyone even remotely close to Tommy's level. Not even remotely close. Million miles away. He's never faced anyone even remotely close. So I know there'll be a lot of people that aren't interested in that. It's a fight that I'm interested in. And I think that Tommy wins it. And I don't think that diminishes the KSI Jake Paul fight or the size of that fight, because to be honest, their audiences, they enjoy watching them box, but they're gonna really love them regardless, aren't they? You know, I don't think there's too many people that are watching Jake Paul just because of his boxing. I would imagine that there's a lot of people that watch Jake and a lot of people that watch KSI because they love their videos. They love them as personalities. They love them as influencers. They followed their boxing journey. And a loss against Tommy ain't going to change that. And it's bragging rights, isn't it? It's a bit like if you support Man United and you go up against Man City, like, you know, you pick your team and you back them, and it's a rivalry and it's heated. I'd imagine it's the exact same with KSI and, you know, Jake Paul. You pick your sides, it's heated, and you go to war. You go to Wembley, you go to war. I would imagine there'd be trouble in the crowd as well. I'd be shocked if there wasn't trouble in the crowd. I think there would be trouble in the crowd at Wembley, because I think you're talking about a lot of amped up kids that pick their guy, support their guy, think their guy's going to do it. And I could see there being, you know, clashes. So I don't know. That whole event would be spicy. KSI against Jake Paul. But I think both will have lost to Tommy. Okay, so we are just running down the card at the moment. We're not missing out on any action. I think it's going to be Campbell Hatton first. So, yeah, it's quite empty in the arena at the moment. Still filling up. Kirby said, I hate that ESPN has got rights to boxing because they concentrate more on pay-per-views and social media. So I've not followed it for several years. Morgo said, Fury Joshua is no mismatch. If Chisora can land right hands on Fury, then so can AJ. Rewatch that fight. LA Dark Knight said, I guess Fury Joshua is a mismatch at the minute, but still people would love to see and hear the build-up. Well, I think Fury is would be the rightful favorite. But I also agree that Joshua doesn't get the respect that he deserves. I mean, Joshua has... What fights has Joshua lost? He lost to Andy Ruiz, who was a short notice replacement. And he was, you know, Joshua has said things were not right at that time in his camp. They weren't right. And, you know, he went and changed a few things, did the rematch and got the win, right? So, yeah, he lost, but you can at least point to a few factors as to why. And then he's lost to arguably the pound-for-pound #1 boxer in the world, Alexander Usyk, who is actually on like the top of the pound-for-pound rankings and is actually #1 on a good chunk of those rankings. And he lost to him twice. So it's so difficult to say that he's useless, washed, and all this kind of stuff. You know, I expect him to win tonight. I think he'll give Deontay Wilder a really good fight, but I think Wilder, with his power, would just get there eventually and get over the line. And I think against Fury, Joshua, again, I don't think Joshua would get blown away. I don't think he'd be blown away. I think he'd give a good account of himself, but I would have Fury winning. But this is where Joshua, it's down to him now to get people's attention, you know? If he can come out tonight, smash Helenius and put him away early and really send a statement, you know, that'll get people's attention. If he can put this guy away early. I don't know that he can, though. Again, it's another short notice replacement, and as we said, that is a concern. First fight then, coming up, it is going to be Campbell Hatton taking on Tom Ansell. Campbell Hatton is minus 2,500 favorite. Tom Ansell plus 1,100. Hatton has got 5 KOs. His development stage, as he said, is really starting to come to an end. He's feeling fitter, stronger, sharper. We've seen a few of his fights before. I must say, he's not been very impressive. Campbell Hatton has really looked like he's struggled in the past, but he's still managed to get the wins. I think at least one of those I remember being like so close. I think a lot of people felt he shouldn't have got the victory. But Campbell Hatton, let's see if he has improved. Tom Ansell, 2 knockouts out of his 10 wins. He'll be a good test. He is a proper fighter. Made his debut 6 years ago, pro debut, but he has been knocked out recently. This is someone that is a proper boxer. He's not here to lose. He is going to be a test for Campbell Hatton, but this is a test that Campbell Hatton really should be passing. If Campbell Hatton's going to get anywhere in boxing, this is a test that he should be getting past. Campbell Hatton is 12-0. This is super lightweight. He is the son of the hitman Ricky Hatton, who was much loved in this country. Super, super popular fighter, Ricky Hatton, and there's real high hopes for his son here. Real high hopes. But obviously, it's going to be very difficult. We know that boxing is a very difficult sport with lots of great fighters. But we're at the point where Campbell Hatton, you know, he's still building and growing, and 12-0. He's looking for that 13th win. He said that he's at that kind of regional British champion stage. And he is making his way down to the ring as we've got Oasis playing. Obviously, Campbell Hatton from Manchester. Mitchell, shout out to you, bud, said, what fighter, MMA or boxer, benefits the least and most from facing a last-minute replacement? I don't think there is anyone that benefits least or most. I mean, it's not ideal for anybody because it comes down to your preparation. You know, it comes down to the fact that when you're doing a training camp, you are preparing for a certain opponent. I mean, if you are training and preparing for, say, a southpaw that's 6'6", and then the replacement is going to be an orthodox fighter who's 6 foot, I mean, you know, you that's horrific. That's a completely different fight. And I don't know that there's anyone that's going to really be able to adapt to that very well. I mean, I suppose the fighters that can adapt to it are the ones that just focus more on themselves than their opponents. You do get fighters out there that just, you know, focus on what they need to do. They don't worry so much about what the opponent is going to do. But to be honest, I think that's getting less and less in this day and age. I feel like back in the day, that was a lot more of a thing. You know, I don't think Mike Tyson, for example, really was that bothered about who they put in front of him. It's southpaw, orthodox. I think he just used to go out and smash him because he knew that he can just work the body, like however they come at him, whatever. I'm sure there was some technical, tactical discussion, but by and large, he was just a wrecking ball, wasn't he? He was a killing machine. So I think for someone like him, a last-minute replacement, I don't think would have bothered him that much. But I think as the sports have continued to just improve from a technical position, you know, I think it's just getting harder and harder now. You know, you think about MMA and you think about like Ronda, she used to just go out and just armbar girls. She'd get girls down and armbar them. And she could get away with that for a long time. She wouldn't get away with that in the current UFC. You know, the fighters are much smarter and they're much more well-rounded now. Back in the old UFC, you used to be able to win just with having one discipline. Like if you was a world-class wrestler, that would be that might be enough. Whereas now, I don't think it would be enough. Now you're going to be coming up against, you may get to, like, you know, be a champion. You might find a path to get to being a champion, but I bet you won't stay champ for long because you'll have to go up against people that are well-rounded and have got, like, striking, that have got wrestling, that have got grappling, that have got jiu-jitsu. So yeah, it's I think it's more to answer that question: who would benefit the most from a late replacement? Older fighters back in the day, and any kind of current fighters, I think, would struggle with it. And the degree with which they would struggle depends on the amount of difference between the fighter they were preparing for and the fighter that's coming in. Newcastle 4, Villa 1. Ooh. Right, we've got Campbell Hatton then in the ring in light blue. We've got Ansel, Tom Ansel. He is in white and orange. This thing can go 8 rounds. Lovely jab there by Campbell Hatton. So Ansel in the center of the ring as Hatton is bouncing around and throwing in a few shots. Again, just edging forward as Ansel backs up a little bit. Jab coming in there by Hatton. Swing and a miss by Hatton. Couple of jabs again as he goes to the body. Jab coming in and again unloading there, Hatton. And again, just being quite patient, standing in the center, doubling up on the jab. He's really getting through, you know, because you can see a bit of damage on the face of Ansel. Ansel has definitely taken some punishment so far to the face. So Ansel in the center with Hatton. Hatton moving forward, shot to the side of the body. And Ansel again covering up, jab straight down the middle there by Hatton. Hatton with the Man City badge on his shorts. Trying to go upstairs. I like how he's mixing going upstairs and going to the body. Again, just throwing out that left lead hand. Jabbing away and going into the body as they're in the clinch. Covering up. Good defense there. Tries to come back with an uppercut. Tries to go to the body as well. He's putting the pressure on Ansel. Campbell Hatton, for me, easily the fighter that's winning this round at the moment. You can see just the damage that he's done on the face of Ansel. Again, just backing up a little bit as Ansel comes back with a few shots of his own. Jab down the middle there by Ansel. I think Ansel's got a slight size advantage, but don't think it's much. And again, these two just being quite patient. Jab to the body there by Hatton. Jab coming back by Ansel. Again, neither guy has really unloaded anything big at this stage. Just an exchange of shots, lots of jabs. And that's the first round. That first round for me goes to Campbell Hatton. So first round down. Your jab is working. Lovely. That's what they just said to Campbell Hatton. Your jab is working. Lovely. Jab's working. Lovely. Don't get too greedy. You'll get more and more as we go along. Keep working that jab all night. No lazy jabs. Same again. That's what they've said to him. Same again. Your jab is working. Lovely. So back underway. Round number 2. So they like what they saw in that first round, and they've said, you know, no lazy jabs. Keep circling rounds. Yeah, patience. Patience. They're saying that, you know, there'll be openings. There'll be opportunity. Swinging away there by Hatton. Hatton bouncing around. Newcastle 4-1 says Memphis to Pie Fanboy. Is that how it's finished? That's a big result, man, for Newcastle. That's a really big result. Some big body shots coming in there by Hatton. Oh, tried to go upstairs with a left hook shot, but didn't quite have enough power behind it. We've got Ansel just edging forwards as Hatton circles rounds. And again, flurry of shots coming in there by Hatton. Jab coming in there by Hatton. Jab coming into the body by Ansel. Hatton again circling around on the outsides. Body shots coming in there by Hatton. We've got Ansel putting the pressure on, driving Hatton back. Hatton again, not as crisp so far. He has got the edge in speeds, Hatton, but I wouldn't say he's stamped his authority on this round. That was nice. Straight down the middle. Little hook to the side of the body. Both jabbing at the same time as well. Really looks like both of these guys are in like fast forward. They are moving at such a nice little speed. Again, swing and a miss. Body shot coming in there by Hatton. You can see Ansel's face is bright red now. Bright red as Hatton bounces around, takes a step back, jabs forwards. Another jab, tries to go into the body, but Ansel grabs Hatton, goes to the body, goes upstairs. Little uppercut coming in there by Ansel. Again, going to the body, looking for the uppercut there, Hatton, but couldn't land it. Left-hand jab coming in by Hatton, covering up both guys in the center. Again, we've got Ansel just moving around. Hatton again, having a little look, seeing if he can find an opening. No opening. Ansel throws a couple of shots, but Hatton gets the guard up. Body shots coming in there by Ansel. Does feel closer this round to me. Some body shots coming in there by Ansel. Swinging away, and there we go. End of the rounds. Close. I feel that round was close. What's your prediction for AJ, said Daz. Daz, shout out to you, buds. I am leaning towards an AJ victory. I think AJ wins. I think it's a bit unfair to request or expect a early finish here. I think whenever you get a short notice replacement, it's going to be difficult. It shouldn't be difficult to the point where AJ can't win, but it should be difficult to the point where it might just take a few rounds to adapt and adjust. I mean, he was preparing for a much smaller guy in Dillian Whyte, who fights a slightly different style. So, yeah, this is definitely one that I think is tricky for AJ in the sense of it being a short notice replacement, but he should be able to deal with it. Right, here we go then. We are underway with round number 3. And we've got Ansel going to the body. Hatton again covering up. I've got Hatton up by 2, but that second round, if it was 1-1, I really wouldn't complain. We're just seeing that Hatton has landed 49 shots to Ansel's 20. But he's also thrown 131 to Ansel's 67. It means that Ansel has landed 30% of his shots. Hatton has landed 37%. But the work rate is with Hatton. Again, we've got Ansel just trying to find a way forward. Is in the center of the ring. Hatton seems and feels like he's got things under control. Again, a couple of counter shots coming in. Lovely little dig to the body there by Hatton. Lovely little dig to the body. As Ansel comes forward, he drives Hatton back against the ropes. Referee comes in, separates both fighters. Ansel again having a little look at the moment as Hatton edges forward. Jab there by Hatton. As Ansel ducks underneath that shot. Jab coming in by Hatton. Digging into the body. As we said, there's been a few decisions that have gone Hatton's way that people have not agreed with, or not totally agreed with. It'd be good for him to really send a message here. Campbell Hatton again trying to come forward, straight down the middle, digging into the body. Nice jab there by Campbell Hatton. Few shots coming back though by Ansel. Jab by Ansel. Bit of a mark on the nose of Campbell Hatton here. He's definitely took a few shots. Don't forget, Campbell Hatton is a minus 2,500 favorite to win this. Jab. Oh, that was good by Hatton. That was good. That snapped back the head of Ansel. Hatton again circling round. Ansel moving forward, putting the pressure on. Swing and a miss there by Hatton. Hatton trying to dig to the body. Referee just being asked there if Hatton went a little bit low. 15 seconds left to go in round number 3. This one has felt a little more like a Hatton round for me. I think the second round was close. Certainly closer. But Hatton seems to have settled down again. And there we go. End of the round. Sounds like an old Mick, the trainer from Rocky, says Michael. You can do it, Hatton. I haven't seen the new Creed film, actually. Creed 3. I still want to see that. I don't think it's in cinemas now, but I will definitely try and catch it. I heard good stuff about it. Daz said, how are you doing today? I'm good, thank you. I'm good. 118 AJ to win, says Daz. I can't see it on DAZN. Both are not working, said Endrick. Should be on DAZN, buds. I've got it on DAZN. I mean, I don't know what country you're in and if it's any different in different countries, but should be on DAZN. Should be on DAZN, and it's not a pay-per-view tonight either. As long as you've got the DAZN subscription, you should be able to watch this tonight. I mean, think about that. I mean, I can't remember the last time Anthony Joshua fought, and it wasn't a pay-per-view here in the UK. Gutting for Matchroom, because you'd think this would be a big payday for them, or would have been. Little shots coming in. Lovely work there by Hatton. He's starting to throw some big winging shots. That big hook shot going straight over the head of Ansel. Hatton back in the center. Ansel just having a little look. Swing and a miss there by Hatton. Ansel jab straight down the middle. Hatton again just having a little look. Bouncing around on the outside. Looking for an uppercut. Ansel again jabbing away, but can't find a way past that guard. He's trying to duck out the way at the moment, and it's getting very scrappy. Very scrappy. Again, big left. Swing into the body. Looked like he was looking for a liver shot there. Couple of jabs coming in upstairs by Hatton. Starting to use some foot movement as well. Footwork, bouncing around. Couple of jabs coming in again, swinging into the body. A lovely counter shot coming back by Ansel, though. If you are just joining us, I've got Campbell Hatton well up in this after, well, we're in round 4. We've had 3 rounds so far. And the numbers suggesting that Campbell Hatton has been throwing and landing much better than his opponent here. Much better performance, but not a completely dominant performance, because Ansel has been making these rounds quite close. Again, head movement there by Ansel. He takes a few steps back. Swing and a miss there by Ansel. Ansel covering up as Campbell Hatton tries to move forwards. Jab coming in there by Ansel. Campbell Hatton, going to the body. That looked a big blow there by Hatton. Hatton backing up a little bit, covering up. Jab coming in there by Ansel. We got 40 seconds left to go in round number 4. This can only go 8 rounds. This can only go 8 rounds. Head movement there by Campbell Hatton. Jab coming in there by Ansel. Again, jab coming in by Ansel. And Ansel just throwing some shots, but again, they're all on the guards. Jab straight down the middle there by Ansel as Campbell Hatton comes back with a few shots of his own. Little flurry. Back in the center, though. Just couldn't capitalize on that. Swing and a miss there by Ansel. So we are seeing inside the O2, and it's still quite quiet in there at the moment. I think they'll be quite pleased with the work that he's doing. I think it'll go to round 4 or 6 for an AJ win, said Daz. Official fighting Irish BKB said, how many rounds is this? This can go 8 rounds. 8 rounds, and we're up to round number 5. So we are getting towards the business end of this. Some really close rounds. Really close rounds. I haven't seen anything, though, that is making me want to give these rounds to Ansel. Right, here we go. Round number 5. And we are underway. Ansel standing his ground in the center. Daniel said, will Joshua knock him down? Will Joshua knock him down? I think he should. I think that it might take him a few rounds. I haven't seen anyone predicting a round 1 knockout. I think it'll take him a few rounds just to warm up and work out Helenius. And yeah, power punches. He's thrown 132 power punches. He's landed 55. Ansel has thrown only 65 power punches and landed 20. So Ansel has thrown a lot less power punches and landed a lot less power punches. So the power punch numbers, and we saw the total punch numbers not long ago. Both of those looking really good for Campbell Hatton. So, yeah, in regards to Joshua, I think it's going to be a victory for him. I think it should be a stoppage, but I'm not someone that's going to put pressure on it needs to be within the first 3 or something like this. I think, obviously, if it can be, that'll be a great message to send, but I'm not going to put pressure on that. I'm not going to say that it needs to be in the first 3, or if it's not, it's a disaster and all this. So, as I say, it's a late replacement. It's a late replacement, and that is a tricky situation. So for me, I'm going with it being a case that this needs to... Shots coming in, lovely work. This needs to be, I think, a knockout, but I'll take it at any point. Body shot coming in there by Hatton, and Ansel again throwing away, putting the pressure on Hatton. Hatton backing up a little bit here as Ansel continues to move forwards. But he's not really throwing. He's a little bit gun-shy. He takes a few steps forward. Hatton takes a few steps back, but we don't get any shots coming in by Ansel. Jabs coming back. Nice head movement there by Hatton. Equally, we're not seeing a great deal out of Hatton, though. The action has slowed a little here. Jab coming in there by Hatton, but it looked like it fell short. Uppercut as soon as Ansel steps into range. These two throw in right hands at the same time, both connecting at the same time. Jab coming in, tries to throw a right hand, but Ansel gets out the way. Again, doubling up on the jab there by Hatton. Body shots coming in by Ansel. And we've got Hatton moving out the way. And there we go. End of the round. Scrappy little round, that. Scrappy little round again. The way that I tend to score fights is like someone will take the first round, and then in the second round, I'm sort of looking at the other guy to take the round. Show me something. Why do you deserve it? If it's going to be close, then I tend to just go with the person that won the round before. And the reason why is because I just think I'm looking for the other person to take the round, to take the momentum. And I just haven't seen anything from Ansel that's took the momentum. There's been a few close rounds here, and the judges may have decided that Ansel has done enough in some of those rounds. But I feel really confident that we're at the point now where I think there needs to be a finish for Ansel if he's going to get anything out of this fight. Right, we go to next round. Sixth round is where we are. Is Stace doing UFC? No UFC, unfortunately. Ansel or Hatton? Hatton is winning so far. AJ does beat Fury if he gets back to being a killer again, says Edwards. Edwards said, Days, hello. This is the night AJ would have humbled White, but now he's going to have to humble Robert Helenius, and we'll get back to the title scene, and we'll be champion, and we'll be back on top. Trust me. Right, we've got jabs coming in there by Ansel. Dallas Cowboys fan said, thanks, I saw they removed Jay off the website. I got scared, but Fightful reported his contract actually expires this month. Dig to the body there by Hatton. Uppercut coming in. Again, hook shot coming in there by Ansel. And again, backing up a little bit. Swing and a miss there by Hatton. Ansel still coming forward, still jabbing, still working. I mean, he is really giving Hatton a workout here. Hatton is being taken into the deep waters, and there's a couple of shots coming in by Ansel. Nice, good hook shots coming in there by Hatton, but he's got to make sure his defense doesn't fail him right now, because he's just thrown a couple of good hook shots, but then he's eaten a couple of shots as well, Hatton. Hatton ducking underneath that as the jabs come in. Hook shot comes in there by Ansel. Hatton backing up a little bit, trying to keep his guard up. Ansel continuing to move forward. Little uppercut. Body shot coming in there by Hatton as well. Hook shots coming in by Ansel. Ansel putting that pressure on Hatton. Hatton continuing to unload though. But Ansel is the one that's on the front foot at the moment. And again, jab, that lands. Body shots, they land. Hatton backing away. Swing and a miss there by Hatton. Ansel, for me, might actually take this round here. Yeah, he's connecting on Hatton. Swing and a miss there by Ansel. Again, Hatton just covering up. Ansel coming in, pushing Hatton back. Shot coming into the side of the body. They've covered, clinched up. Referee's going to separate them. 10 seconds left to go. And Hatton trying to unload a couple of shots as Ansel moves forward. He's got Hatton up against the ropes. End of the round. End of the round. That might have been an Ansel round. I think I would give that round to Ansel. Definitely felt like he was the aggressor there. Backstage, Johnny Fisher. Johnny Fisher, man, he is going to get such a big reaction when he comes out. So popular. He has sold so many tickets for tonight's event. Johnny Fisher is one of those names that a lot of people won't have heard of yet, but he's coming. Johnny Fisher is coming in the heavyweight division. There is Derek Chisora as well backstage. Taking on Gerald Washington. Right, we're about to get underway with round number 7. It's a really stacked card tonight. Really stacked cards. We've got Ansel in the middle of the ring. Couple of jabs coming in by Ansel. Hatton backing up a little bit. He's on the outsides. Ansel, again, moving forwards. Want to see some out of Hatton here. I don't think he took that last round. So, need to see him regaining that momentum. Doesn't feel like there's going to be a stoppage in this. It feels like it's going to go the full 8. Hatton backing up a little bit as Ansel continues to put that pressure on. comes in, throws big shot. I think we've got 3 fights, and then we've got the AJ fight. So I think we've got Derek Chisora fight, we've got the Johnny Fisher fight, and we've got the Philip Hergovic fight. All of them are really, really interesting. It's one of the best cards. It's such a good card. Jabs coming in there by Ansel. Hatton again having a little look, but not really throwing much. He's being a lot more cautious. Trying to throw in some shots to the body. Oh, that was good. That was good work by Hatton. Lovely hook shot. That connected. But Ansel really getting underneath the shots right now. Couple of jabs coming in. Jab coming in there by Ansel. Hatton having a little look, keeping his hands up at the moment, backing up. 1-2 straight down the middle. He's back against the ropes again. Back against the ropes. He's trying to throw in some counters, but Ansel going to the body. Yeah, it's not where Hatton wants to be. He gets off the ropes, gets back to the center. Got just over a minute to go. Round number 7. Bang, bang, straight down the middle. Johnny Fisher, 89% knockout rate. 8 knockouts of his 9 wins. The Johnny Fisher fight probably isn't going to be sticking around very long. I would expect Johnny Fisher to find a finish. 40-odd seconds left to go here, and Ansel more than holding his own. Swing and a miss there by Ansel. Looking for an uppercut, but just misses. Hatton circles round, lands a couple of shots, gets a hook upstairs. Oof. 1-2 straight down the middle there by Ansel. 20 seconds left to go. Swing and a miss by Hatton again. Goes to the body, but Ansel goes to the body as well. Both of these guys are exchanging body shots. Hatton, again, little gun shy, just standing there, keeping his hands up. Ansel is the one bringing the fight. Might be another Ansel round. It's really close stuff. As we said, we're nowhere near someone getting a finish. I feel like this has been quite a workout for Hatton here. Don't go taking any chances. Apparently, there's no Bloodline story next week. I've looked on Instagram, says Kian. Joshua is going to win the fight easily, said Mr. Intelligence. Joshua said if Joshua loses, is he going to pull a Jey Uso and leave for good? I hope not. I hope not. I feel sorry for Joshua tonight because this is not the fighter that he was expecting to face. This is a fighter, though. I know everyone is going to say, oh, this is an easy fight for Joshua tonight, blah, 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 and all of that. This is the guy that Deontay Wilder faced last time out. So Deontay Wilder had a fight against Robert Helenius that we watched on this channel. And we watched that fight, and he ended up beating him in the first round with a vicious knockout. But yeah, this is a credible opponent. This isn't like someone that they've just called up. Let's bring him in off the street kind of a, can we find a body? This is someone that has been in there with some of the biggest names. And his record is 32-4. He is a ranked fighter. Joshua absolutely should win this fight. And I expect him to win this fight. But as I've been saying all night, I think it's a bit harsh if people are expecting him to get like an early knockout. And then if he doesn't, people are going to say he's rubbish and all of that. I'll feel really sorry for him, actually, because I think last-minute replacement's going to be... It's really difficult. He was not preparing for Robert Helenius. But he should win. I completely agree that if he loses this, it won't excuse a loss. But I do feel sorry for him because obviously, you know, this has happened to him before. And he ended up losing against Andy Ruiz. Right, we've got 1 minute 30. For me, as I said, we're at the point where I think Ansel is going to need to find a finish to win this fight. I've got it being like 5 rounds to 2. There is some close rounds in there, though. I will agree with that. There is some close rounds in there. But I think the rightful winner should be Campbell Hatton with just over 1 minute 15 to go. Tyrone said, if AJ loses to a Deontay Wilder victim, then it's pretty much over. That said, are you doing the World Cup semi-final on Wednesday? I don't think so. I'm not sure. I don't have any plans to do it at this stage. But don't know. We'll have to see. I did say I would look at the semi-finals and the final. Shot coming in. Uppercut coming in there by Campbell Hatton. Again, swinging away. Little dig coming into the body. Looking for an uppercut. Ansel swinging away. We got 28 seconds left to go. These two are really unloading it right now. Jab coming in there by Ansel. Again, looking to go to the side of the heads. And Hatton responding with a few shots of his own. We're just trying to see the timeout here. So we got 10 seconds left to go in this opening contest on the main cards. And it looks like we are winding down. And there it is. We get to the end of the fight. These two really did go at each other and have quite the scrap. I don't think Ansel did enough. I think he left it too late. I think it's going to be Campbell Hatton. But it's a hell of a workout. I mean, Campbell Hatton, hopefully it's going to benefit him to just get some rounds of experience in the bank. He has got the jab worked well, body shots work well. Seems like the commentators are feeling quite confident that Campbell Hatton should get the win here. As we said, we got Johnny Fisher coming up. Super, super popular fighter, Johnny Fisher. 8 knockouts from 9 wins. A lot of the crowd are here to see Johnny Fisher just as much as they're here to see Anthony Joshua. Are you jumping onto a UFC stream? No. Is AJ fighting next? No. Here we go. Scorecards. After 8 rounds. $78-74. Still undefeated. Yep, I think that's fair. 78-74. So he goes 13-0. It's a win for Campbell Hatton. Yep. I mean, hopefully that experience is going to really benefit him. I mean, getting rounds in the bank is obviously going to help with experience. Here's Robert Helenius arriving. Robert Helenius has arrived. That's going to be our main event fight coming up tonight. No sign of AJ unless they're going to show AJ in a second. Okay, just a sit-down interview with Anthony Joshua right now. Campbell is a lightweight. I don't know if he'll survive in this division, says Tyrone. Has Hatton fought yet? He just fought, picked up a victory. I think he did good in the opening rounds. I think some of those rounds were close. As I've said before, I think you just sort of looking to see, can the other person get the momentum back? And for me, Ansel never got that momentum back. Hatton took it in the first round. and then just kind of always did enough to take the rounds after. I think there was a shift towards the end, and maybe there's a bit of a question mark about Hatton's cardio, because I gave the last 3 rounds to Ansel. You could make the argument that Hatton knew that he had done enough by that point, and so just went into don't do anything silly mode just to see the fight out. So you could definitely make an argument of that. But yeah, you know, look, a win is a win. He'll be pleased to be 13-0. They was just saying on commentary, he'll probably want to fight another couple of times this year. And who knows, you know, at some point he's going to have to really step up his opposition. But, you know, as we said, 13-0 now. Another couple of times this year, if he can get to 15-0, you know, it could set him up for quite a big 2024. I'm gutted that I'm missing this event, said Connor. Boxing Merker said Johnny Fisher is foolish, saying that he would have stepped in against AJ. Yeah, I think that I don't know. I don't know if he's just playing up to his fan base, playing up to his brand. I mean, I don't think there was any danger of that ever actually happening. He's 9-0. He's very confident. He's got a big right hand. He's sparred with the likes of Joe Joyce. Only made his debut in 2021, and he hasn't had much of an amateur career. His popularity is pretty staggering. You really don't see people that have had his number of fights selling the kind of tickets he's selling. Maybe if you're like a Jake Paul or something like that, but yeah, Johnny Fisher has seemingly come out of nowhere. But super, super popular. Should be able to get the win tonight. Win his first championship, actually. This is for the Southern Area Belt. So it's a big one. It's a big one. It's the one they all dream of winning. So that's on the line. Minus 2,000 favorite. Harry Armstrong plus 1,000. Fisher only 24 years old. I mean, for a heavyweight, that is young. I mean, Anthony Joshua's 33. Johnny Fisher's got like 10 years easy plus ahead of him. I mean, you look at Robert Helenius, he's 39. Obviously, it depends how much, you know, punishment you're taking in your career, but to be 9-0 at the age of 24 is very, very good. Obviously, he's not really faced anyone of note. You know, he's working his way up the rankings like everyone does. But yeah, he's so much potential. So much excitement around him. And I don't think that hype train is going to get derailed tonight. We are just seeing the O2. And we should be going to our next fight very soon. Sounds like Ansel Hatton should have been a draw. Kind of underwhelming for getting a shot on this kind of showcase, says Carter. I would say that it was, yeah, I would say underwhelming. I mean, I think, to be honest, a lot of people probably watched it and just wanted Hatton to get the win. I mean, I think there's such goodwill towards Campbell Hatton. I think you tend to watch first and foremost for him to get the win, and then hope he can get a finish or do something, like, you know, more after. So because he's the son of Ricky Hatton, like, you just want him to win and to go on to have great success. I suppose in a way we're kind of looking at him and hoping he's going to be the next big British prospect. I can't say I've seen anything yet to suggest that he is, or that that's the way it's going to go, but the hope is there. The hope is very much there. So look, he got the win, and hopefully he can learn from it and continue his development. They're just showing what's coming up on the zone. Obviously, we've got KSI against Tommy Fury on October 14th. X Series 09. Massive event, that is. Huge. Cameron against Taylor 2. The rematch there, which I don't know if that's a good idea for Katie Taylor, but she thinks she can win it, and so she wants the rematch. That's coming up at the end of the year. Here's Eddie Hearn. Eddie Hearn said we're all hoping for an Anthony Joshua victory. Just asking Eddie Hearn about what it's been like for AJ. He said that he needed to establish after Dillian Whyte had failed his drugs test if AJ still wanted to fight. And that answer was absolutely yes. He wanted to make sure that he gave everyone a show this Saturday. So White Helenius, he said, you need someone that you know is definitely up for the fight, someone that's fit, someone that's ready. And as we said, Helenius actually only fought last week, got I think a third round victory, knockout victory. They're going in to see AJ. I think, is AJ actually there? Apparently, Jake said he'll be at the Tommy Fury KSI fight in October to confront KSI about their fights. Well, he should be there because Logan's fighting on that card. So, yeah, I'd imagine that he will be in attendance. And if Jake can make some noise, I know that he would love to do that as well. So I can't say I'd be too surprised to see Jake making some noise at that show. Okay, so they're in Anthony Joshua's dressing room, but I don't know if Anthony Joshua's actually there. Okay. I don't see him out boxing, but if you need to realize KSI owns Misfits, so if it goes to points, he'll surely win. Not being delusional, but I do actually think KSI beats Tommy Fury by knockout and on points. What about you? I think that Tommy Fury wins. I don't think KSI has fought anyone near the caliber of Tommy Fury. I mean, Joe Fournier. Joe Fournier is like 40-something and seemed to have the cardio of a 5-year-old girl. I mean, he was just washed. He was done. He was out of his depth. He just, against a younger, dare I say, hungrier fighter who's clearly putting the work in. I mean, what I will say about KSI is he's clearly putting the work in. No one would deny that. The question I have, though, is how quickly can KSI close the gap on the other people? I mean, like Tommy Fury, Jake Paul, they've been doing boxing, training boxing a long time. KSI has been doing rap music, hip hop stuff. You know, he's been doing other things. He did his YouTuber boxing. I know he kind of stuck a bit with boxing, but it's very, very different to be in a camp training for a fight than it is to just be, you know, going to the gym and doing a bit of boxing. Like it's completely different. So it doesn't bother me if KSI says that he still was doing boxing in the background. It's not the same. So I think there is a gap there. I think there is a gap because I think Jake has been intensely training. I think Tommy has been intensely training because Tommy's been having fights. And Jake's been having fights, but KSI has not been having fights until Misfits started. And since then, he's fought, oh God, who's he fought? I mean, he's fought no ones, cans, YouTubers, influencers. And then really the only fight that you can judge him on is Joe Fournier. That ended in a no contest. But in all fairness, KSI looked a lot better than Joe Fournier for the action that we did see. But Tommy Fury is just such a different level that, you know, Tommy's in camp right now training hard, and not just training, but training with some of the best fighters. He'll be training with like Tyson. He'll be having like great sparring partners coming in. I mean, Tommy's camp is going to be perfect. He'll be in the same sort of camp Tyson Fury is in when he's getting ready for his fights. KSI, I'm sure, will have good people training him, and I'm sure he'll have good people working with him. But I just think there is a very clear gap that I don't know that KSI has been able to close. I don't know that KSI has had enough time to close that gap. I wish that we had seen KSI take on a really credible boxer and get a good win against a really credible boxer, not Joe Fournier, who's 40 and look gassed, against like a really good, credible, young, hungry boxer, so that we then could have a little bit more of an idea as to where he is, because it is all just guesswork. KSI could be a natural, couldn't he? He could be like someone that's just an incredible natural that's going to go in there and get the victory, but I'm struggling to see it. So for me, I'm going with Tommy, but I will be watching and I will be very interested to see how it plays out. Just as I'm interested to see how this one plays out, as Armstrong, Harry Armstrong, makes his way down to the ring. Fight number 2. This might not take long. Johnny Fisher, super popular, 89% knockout rates. 9 wins, 8 knockouts. He's got athletic ability. He's got a big right hand. Sparred with some greats. And Johnny Fisher is making his way down to the ring. What do you think if KSI does beat him? Well, I think the KSI's been very clear. I think it's actually a fight that it doesn't really matter for KSI, because I think if he wins or he loses, that fight with Jake, it'll still happen. I mean, Jake can't turn around and say, oh, we're not going to do that fight now, you've lost to Tommy, because Jake lost to Tommy. So you can't turn around and say that. So I actually don't think it matters. I think like KSI obviously is going to give his all and he's going to want to win it. But it won't derail the Jake fight. And to be honest, I think that's all KSI wants. I don't think KSI wants to be a champ. Here's Fisher then. Great reaction for Johnny Fisher, the 24-year-old. Dun, 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 dun. Right, Johnny Fisher making his way down. High hopes for this guy. As we said, he has got the ability to sell thousands of tickets. There's a good chunk of people that are here to see Johnny Fisher. And I must admit, when I saw that he was on this card, I was excited as well. There's a real buzz around this guy. Johnny Fisher, 9-0, minus 2,000 favorite. 24 years old. And Johnny Fisher making his way down to the ring. We've got Country Roads. KSI does throw proper punches. Fury does not throw feeler punch. He shuts everyone down. He shut down Vlad because of making him reset. Wilder is the only one that can knock him out. Wilder just loses too many rounds, says Carter. Kian said Logan is fighting Dylan Dennis on that card, but I think it's time for KSI to stop boxing. He's not even throwing proper punches. He still swings since he fought Logan the first time, says Kian. Official fight in Irish said KSI will lose in the later rounds, and Tyson is an all-round better fighter than AJ. It's clear to be seen. DAZN broken. People are saying DAZN broken. I've got DAZN working. I've got it working through their website. I'm watching it on a laptop. So I've got it working. Right, wow. The crowd in attendance singing along to Johnny Fisher's entrance music. There's a good little crowd that are here for Johnny Fisher, as we said. Hopefully he's going to give them something to cheer and celebrate. Okay, both fighters getting their intros. Andy said, I'm going to go for Johnny Fisher to win. Same here, Andy. Same here, buds. Hopefully it's going to be a finish and it's going to be exciting. My favorite Hall of Famer is Dusty Rhodes, said Andy. Nice. Joni said, how long till the Joshua fight? Well, Joshua is the main event. So we've got this fight, which I think will be a finish. Then we've got the, I don't know what's next. It might be the Hergovic fight. And then we've got Chisora. I reckon if you allocate, say, half an hour for each fight, maybe a little bit longer. I reckon a couple of hours. Couple of hours. I mean, it's 8 o'clock now. I reckon, I haven't actually seen when they reckon the ring walk will be for Joshua, but my guess would be 10 o'clock, which will be 5 Eastern. So I reckon we should be done by about 11-ish. 9 wins, 8 knockouts. Johnny Fisher. 6'5", undefeated. Great reaction. Great reaction. Let's go. Fisher. Big thank you so much for putting on the boxing. Andy, shout out to you, dudes. Do you agree that AJ's resume is miles better than Tyson's? He's had harder fights, says Edwards. I think it is better. I think it's better. I mean, I do think that Tyson Fury has 3 fights against Deontay Wilder, which is, you know, to draw 1 and win 2. I mean, that is impressive. Right, we are underway. He's got Armstrong up against the ropes already. Johnny Fisher unloading. Armstrong down. Fisher unloads within the first 15 seconds. Armstrong goes down. Armstrong is back up on his feet, though. And Fisher is right back again. Big hook shots coming in. Bang, bang, bang. Couple of big shots coming in by Fisher. Fisher has got Armstrong in the... He's looking for a first round finish. Goes to the body. Goes upstairs. Armstrong all at sea at the moment. Fisher sticking that left hand right in his face. Fisher bringing the fireworks. But Armstrong is holding on. Armstrong goes into the center of the ring. Jab. Oh, big jab by Fisher. Hook shot coming in there by Fisher, looking for the overhand right. Armstrong survives that. He's had to weather a real storm here, Armstrong. Oh, hook shot is beautiful by Fisher. Fisher in those black trunks. And looking for a check hook there, but jab straight down the middle by Fisher. Fisher, again, trying to find a shot, but Armstrong has survived that early storm. We've got 1 minute 20 left to go still in this round. Armstrong edging forward. Fisher. Yeah, really great start. Really great start by Fisher, but I think he'll be frustrated that he wasn't able to put Armstrong away. Couple of jabs coming in there by Armstrong. Armstrong is back on his feet. This fight continues. Shot to the body there by Fisher. Oh, he tries for a big overhand right, but Armstrong manages to avoid it. If he lands with one of these big power shots, Armstrong is done. He is cooked. It is good night, Irene. But at the moment, he is avoiding these big shots. Jab coming in there by Fisher. Fisher is on the outside again, trying to go to the body. Big body shot as Armstrong continues to move forwards. Fisher back against the ropes as Armstrong again tries to move forward. You've got 18 seconds left to go in the round. Fisher will be disappointed that it's going to reach a second round. He should have put him away. He had him right where he wanted him. It is, there is a lull in the storm right now. And there we go. End of the round. I do wonder if Fisher just put everything into that start. Hopefully he can just get recovered a little. It sort of felt like he gave everything that he had in that round in like the first opening 30 seconds. And then the rest of that round, he sort of just saw it out. He was throwing, looking for some big shots, but the threat that he carried right in those opening moments was so exciting. So exciting. You can see why he is as popular as what he is. Look at that. Absolutely unloading. Quite reminiscent, actually, of Wilder and Helenius in the same part of the ring, over against the ropes. Oh, lovely shot there. Just bouncing off Armstrong's head. Right, here we go. Round number 2. What can Fisher do here? We can go 10 rounds if needed, but Fisher has got 8 knockouts of his 9 wins. Body shots coming in by Fisher. Armstrong responding with a few shots of his own. Oh, lovely hook shot there by Fisher. Great hook shot. There's a right hand straight down the middle. Fisher, 21 shots have landed out of 38 that have been thrown. That's a 55% accuracy. Armstrong has landed 5 shots compared to Fisher's 21. Now we've got Armstrong again, just edging forwards. Stepping over to the side, lunging, jab to the body. Armstrong asking a few questions right now. Jab coming in there by Fisher. Body shots coming in by Fisher as well. Little bit scrappy in the center. Feel like we let the fireworks off right at the start of this fight. And right now, Fisher struggling to find a few more fireworks. I hope he's not let them all off in one go. Yeah, nice left hook there by Fisher. A couple of jabs coming in there by Armstrong. Fisher in the middle. Jab coming in by Fisher. And again. So Fisher being quite tidy at the moment. Just setting things up as Armstrong continues to move forwards. 1-2 straight down the middle by Armstrong. Armstrong definitely asking a few questions. Referee coming in and separating both fighters. Armstrong regrouping in the center. Fisher backing up. Jab straight down the middle there by Fisher. Armstrong again trying to keep a tight defense. Fisher keeping his lead hand quite low, trying to invite Armstrong onto him. Yeah, it is a really good response, this, by Armstrong. Armstrong, again, just keeping Fisher on the outside, not giving him loads of room to work, but Fisher moves into the center and he gets more room. Nice head movement there by Fisher. Again, just having a little look as he jabs forwards. Armstrong continuing, throwing out a straight left. Fisher, head movement, ducking underneath the shot there, gets his guard up. Swinging away as Armstrong moves forward. Shot coming into the body. Jab coming in there by Fisher. And again, jab coming in there by Armstrong. Fisher backing up a little bit. Hook shot coming in there by Fisher. Grabs a hold of Armstrong. Drives him back against the ropes. Referee coming in. Oh, it was right at the end of the round. Big overhand. Huge overhand. But couldn't quite connect. But that was a big shot right at the end. But just fell short. Just fell short. Carlin, 1985, Gareth. Dude, as always, I mean, there'll be people that will see that donation that will be stunned And I am also stunned by your generosity. But if anyone knows anything about Carl in 1985, Gareth, you'll know that he does send in these kinds of super generous donations, like, you know, on a fairly regular basis. Like, Carl in 1985, Gareth, is such a supporter of the channel. It really is appreciated. Because these Saturday streams, as we've said so many times, they play just the biggest part in helping the channel survive. That's why we always plead for likes and everything. So Carl in 1985, Gareth, man, I really appreciate the support, dudes. It says, have a great stream. Well, I hope you enjoy the action or enjoy watching whatever it is you're watching tonight, my friends. I very, very much appreciate it, as I said. And but we do need to get back to the action, as we are underway with round number 3. We've got Armstrong in the center. Fisher throwing out a jab. We've got a 1-2 straight down the middle there by Armstrong. We've got Fisher again moving forward, jabbing away. So if you are just joining us, we saw a fantastic opening 30 seconds by Fisher. It's definitely settled down since then. Armstrong has really got himself into this fight, but Fisher is more than holding his own. Big right hand coming in. And again, some big looping shots. There's a smile on the face of Armstrong. Fisher backing away a little bit as Armstrong continues to move forwards. And again, jab straight down the middle. Lovely work there by Armstrong. And again, he's had to weather a little tiny storm. Nowhere near as bad as the first round. But jab coming in there by Armstrong as Fisher backs away a little bit. Armstrong continuing to move forward. Couple of jabs coming in there by Armstrong. Armstrong again edging forward. Fisher on the outsides. Fisher back in the corner, just sort of inviting Armstrong onto him. Big body shot coming in. Those body shots, he's definitely going to be feeling the effects of those. When Fisher is landing to the body, he's really landing. Like, some of these body shots are pretty vicious. And again, to the body. But Armstrong tries to fight fire with fire. And he's trying to get some body shots in of his own as well. I think Fisher definitely knows that he's in a scrap right now. Definitely knows that he's in a fight. And Armstrong continuing to move forward. That's a big right hand upstairs there by Armstrong. Body shot coming in by Fisher. He's getting quite the workout here, Fisher. Is he going to regret not putting Armstrong away in that opening 30 seconds? Again, body shot coming in there by Fisher. Armstrong standing his ground in the center. Edging forward. Fisher backing up a little bit. Nice counter shots coming in. Jabs coming in there by Fisher as well. Fisher, 20-odd seconds left in round number 3. Trying to throw in a straight left. Armstrong is the one that's taking the fight to Fisher, but Fisher is throwing in some counters. Bang, bang! Right to the body. Right to the body by Fisher. And again, Fisher, looked like he was sizing up for something there, but he couldn't throw it. He couldn't throw it because we get to the end of the round. We're going to a 4th round. We're going to a 4th round. Jesus said, who is winning? Well, it's, I would say, quite close, to be honest. I would say that Fisher took the first. You might make an argument for Armstrong in the second and the third, but we know that there was a knockdown in the first. I reckon you might give Armstrong one of those rounds. So for me, yeah, Fisher 10-8's the first. Let's say that Armstrong takes the second, and let's say Fisher takes the third. So we've got Fisher up by 1 round, but he 10-8'd the first round. So there's a little gap there for me. But Fisher definitely not looking as explosive, as dangerous as what he did in that first 30 seconds. Don't know if he's saving it, pacing himself. Armstrong edging forward. Fisher jabbing to the body, jabbing upstairs. We were just seeing Hergovic backstage getting ready for his fight that's coming up soon. So we know that Hergovic is on his way very, very soon. I think his fight might even be next. I think Chisora is the co-main. Right now, right, jabs. Fisher has landed 21. Armstrong has landed 20. That's how close it is. And actually, Armstrong has thrown 69. Fisher has thrown 54. Again, you've got Fisher going to the body, going upstairs, backing up a little bit. Armstrong putting that pressure on Fisher. Jab coming in there by Fisher. Armstrong coming in, colliding into Fisher there. Fisher taking a few shots. Definitely a workout this for Johnny Fisher. Definitely a harder task than I think he was anticipating. Certainly a harder task than it looked like it was going to be after 30 seconds. Right now, he's back in the corner. Armstrong not getting lulled into any sort of trap. So he's keeping his distance. Even though Fisher is in the corner, he's keeping a little bit of distance. Jab to the body there by Fisher. Going upstairs as well. This is better by Fisher. And we've got Armstrong coming forward. Fisher keeping it quite tight and tidy at the moment. Armstrong again trying to put that pressure on, but he knows if he gets in too close that Fisher's going to unload that big right hand. Right now, Armstrong up against the ropes. Fisher just feels like he's growing into the fight again. Feels like there's been a bit of a lull, but it feels like Fisher is not being bullied as much. I think Fisher's got a trap here. We're seeing Fisher willingly go into the corner a little bit more. And I think his plan is he wants to unload that counter right. Armstrong knows it as well, and he's not getting sucked into it. But it's making for quite an intriguing contest at the moment. And there's been some lovely body shots that have just come in there by Fisher. Smile on the face of Armstrong. Both guys being backed into the corner. I think the ref's having a word with both guys. I don't know if there's a few low blows or something. Referee having a word with both guys, and the action recommences. Shot coming into the body there by Fisher. 20-odd seconds left to go. Duck underneath. Again, body shot coming in there by Armstrong. Fisher responds, digging into the body as well. Big overhand, just misses there by Armstrong. He's got Fisher up against the ropes. Armstrong in trouble. Armstrong got clipped. He seemed to stumble a little bit there. Wow, explosive end to that round. Explosive end to that round. Out of nowhere, Fisher seemed to have Armstrong just in a little bit of trouble. Did feel like Fisher was coming back into this fight. Is Fisher finished? No. I'd say that was a much better round. I think there was a little concern that he looked so good in the first, then faded in the second and the third. But that was a good round, I would say, the fourth for Fisher. I think he just had a good round there. So we are done with round number 4. Fisher is going to get gassed, said to hear. John said Fisher blew his wad in round 1. He was overly aggressive. Where can Americans watch the fight? I'm not in America, and I don't have the zone, so I need to cheat on you for the first time. Where can Americans watch the fight? I genuinely don't know. It's on the zone, so is it not on the zone in America? We've got Fisher on the outsides. I've only seen adverts for this on the zone. I've not seen them advertise it anywhere else, so I think it's just worldwide DAZN. Right, we've got Armstrong coming forward as Fisher backs away a little bit. Footwork there by Armstrong, so a much better round in that last round by Fisher. I think Fisher's setting a few traps now. We saw that in the last round. He's not engaging as much. He's kind of keeping a bit of distance and willingly going back against the ropes, going into the corners, inviting Armstrong onto him so that he can then throw some counters. Big body shots. And he did have Armstrong. He caught Armstrong at the end of that round and had him up against the ropes in a bit of trouble. Round number 5 right now. Shot coming in, jab coming in there by Fisher. 1-2 upstairs. seems to me like Armstrong is gassing, you know. We're not seeing as much good work out of Armstrong now as what we were in rounds 2 and 3. And even at the start of 4, I think that Armstrong might be feeling the effects of this fight now. Trying to come forward as Fisher is backing up against the ropes, and as Armstrong continues to take the fight to Fisher, he's just getting jabbed, and obviously there's that big right. Obviously that big right is there as well. He can pull the trigger on that when needed. Armstrong crashes into the pocket. He finds himself up against the ropes. Referee is coming in, separating both fighters. We've got 1 minute 5 left in round number 5 as Armstrong moves forward. Good head movement there by Fisher. Fisher stepping back as Armstrong continues to put that pressure on. Oh, Fisher tries for a big overhand right. Tries with the left to the body. Misses with both. Goes back to his jab. Sticks the jab. And he's back against the ropes, as we said. Just inviting Armstrong onto him. Jabs coming in by Fisher. Slips the shot there, but couldn't throw the right because Armstrong was too close, so they clinch up. Body shots coming in there by Armstrong. Referee's going to look to separate both fighters. Nice hook shot coming in there by Fisher. Fisher, again, has got that right hand. He's trying to get a bit of bounce in his step. Tried to land a big right there, but couldn't get it flush. It feels like Armstrong could be there for the taking. He's definitely slowed down here, Armstrong. Fisher trying to explode right at the end of that round, but left it a little bit too late there, Fisher. Left it a little bit too late. So David Hay watching on. I've got Fisher ahead as well. I think that Armstrong took 1 or 2 rounds, but we've had the knockdown, and I think that Armstrong has taken a fair few of... Armstrong's took a couple of the rounds. I think Fisher's took about 4. Biplob, shout out to you, my friends. Ron said it's Derek that fights next. Is it? Derek next. Chisora. Let's go. I'm excited, man. I think this is a great card. I think it's a really great card. Chris said pay-per-view on DAZN everywhere. John said it's coming down to athleticism. Here we go. So we are underway. Round number 6. I've really enjoyed the fight, though. Really enjoyed the fight as Armstrong continues to move forward. Fisher backs up a little bit. Jab coming in there by Fisher. Armstrong continuing to put the pressure on as Fisher is backed up against the ropes. Hook shot coming in there by Fisher. He goes back into the center of the ring. Armstrong continuing to move forwards. Fisher backing up. Jab coming in there by Fisher as he backs against the ropes again. Body shot coming in there by Fisher. And again, he goes back in the corner as Armstrong's putting that pressure on. Jab coming in. Armstrong is again going to the body, again going upstairs. Fisher back in the corner. Jab coming in there by Armstrong. Into a clinch. Body shots coming in there by Armstrong as Fisher is over by the ropes. Referee coming in, separating both fighters as Armstrong continues to move forward. Jab coming in there by Fisher. Armstrong edging forwards. Good footwork there by Armstrong. Resetting and not getting drawn into any of these traps. But Fisher backing up a little bit as Armstrong's putting that pressure on. Fisher looking for the counter. He's got that arm ready to throw. But Armstrong's very aware of it. 1 minute 30. We're in round number 6. I'd say both of these fighters definitely looking like their cardio, their conditioning is not as sharp as maybe it should be. I completely agree with people when they say that Fisher unloaded and used up everything chasing that finish in the first. But I do think that he's just been able to regroup a little bit, and he's had the better of some of these more recent rounds. Armstrong again, 1-2 straight down the middle. Fisher backing up against the ropes as Armstrong continues to move forward. Couple of jabs coming in there by Fisher. Armstrong throws out a jab. Fisher going to the body. Fisher backing up a little bit as Armstrong 1-2. Lovely little shot to the body there by Armstrong as well. Fisher, he's gone to the body quite a bit, Fisher. And even though I think he's landed some heavy shots, they don't seem to have had a great deal of effect. Maybe you could say they're responsible for Armstrong slowing down a little. But I think Fisher would like to have seen them have more effects. Armstrong's bundled over and he goes down, but it was a knock, really. But both fighters back into the center. Hook shot coming in there by Fisher. Going to the body as well. Fisher standing in the center. And there we go. End of the rounds. End of the round for round number 6. And honestly, after that first round, really didn't think we'd be getting to a round 7. It's coming down to athleticism, says John. LA Dortnight said Bayern Munich 0, Leipzig 1. Is the AJ fight next, said Mar 2 Raw. Sadly not, buds. Sadly not. We've got a couple more fights to go. But it'll soon come around. I think we're looking at a ring walk of about 10 o'clock UK time. So about an hour and a half. I mean, obviously it depends how these fights underneath go. If these undercard fights are going to end quite quickly, then we may get to that ring walk a little earlier. But right now, we're still underway with this fight, which we did think would have ended by now. Fisher, can he find a finish? He's backing up into the corner, and there's the right hand. It connects. Left hand straight down the middle by Fisher. Fisher has got Armstrong coming forwards just so he can throw those counters. Armstrong just gets clipped with a left hand, stumbles back a little bit. Fisher again just back in the corner, allowing Armstrong to come forward. You can see how tentative Armstrong comes forwards. He's very aware of the plan here, and it's been the same plan for about 4 rounds now. But Fisher has changed the plan. Now here's the one that's coming forward. Oh, big shot! Big shot! Referee is in. He wants to check. There's blood coming down the side of the face of Armstrong. Armstrong said he's good to continue. He definitely looked like he was out momentarily. Another shot. He's in big trouble. Armstrong in trouble. Johnny Fisher does it with a finish in round 7. Johnny Fisher. It was a big test. It was a big test, and hopefully lessons have been learned. But Fisher continues his undefeated streak. 10 wins, 9 knockouts, and he has got the Southern Area belt now. Yeah, that was a big shot. Busted Harry Armstrong open. Referee looked like he wanted to jump in and stop the action. Looked like he wanted to jump in and call it. But he didn't. He actually looked at Armstrong, saw that Armstrong was still with us. Look at this. Big overhand right connected. Big overhand right. It connected on Armstrong. Armstrong was rocked up against the ropes. There's a beautiful right hook. That right hook that busts Armstrong open. And he's all at sea. Bang! Down he goes. I mean, really just slumped on the ropes. And the referee jumps in. Looks like the referee gestures that he wants to end it, but he doesn't end it. He looks at Armstrong, sees that Armstrong can continue, allows it to continue, but Fisher saw blood, sensed blood, and the towel comes in. The towel is thrown in from Armstrong's corner. It was an exciting finish. And I tell you what, the fans that bought the tickets to come and see Johnny Fisher have definitely been entertained. They would have been excited at the start, concerned in the middle, and excited and thrilled at the end as Johnny Fisher's undefeated streak continues. And obviously, you know, he's going to need to step up in quality. We don't know how far he's going to be able to go. So no one is saying world champion or anything like that. But obviously the hope is that he can at least compete at that level. But yeah, people are just enjoying the ride, to be honest. People are just enjoying the journey. It was a tough day at the office for Johnny Fisher, having to go to the 7th round. The new Southern Area Champion, Johnny Fisher. Winner by TKO. Round 7. Who's Hergovic? Is he the next one? Hergovic is undefeated fighter who is very good. He is the IBF mandatory for Usyk. So he is Usyk's next challenge if he gets past Daniel Dubois. Of course, if Usyk wants to fight Fury or someone else instead, then there's ways of making that work. But yeah, he... his next IBF mandatory is Hergovic. Undefeated, 15-0, 12 knockouts. And we're going to be seeing him in action. So he is top level. Johnny Fisher, as we said, is a rising star. Lots of excitement around Johnny Fisher. I like that belt. Looks proper old school, that belt. Should be on DAZN. Yeah, it should be on DAZN. Jeff said that was an awesome fight. That was fun, wasn't it? Tony Bellew said Johnny Fisher got caught clean a lot of times tonight. And the higher up you go, the harder they hit. He's going to have to just stick at this level a little while longer. He threw too many big right hands without, like, setting them up. So they're saying he needs to work on his jab a little bit more. Set up his shots a little bit more. Not get hit as much as what he did. They're just saying that that was a tough workout for him. And... you know, if he goes up in opposition, he's going to struggle a little. So, work for Johnny Fisher to do, unfortunately. But doesn't matter. Got the win. The crowd will still be with him. After the next fight is the main event. We got 2 more fights to go. Then the main event. We've still got Derek Chisora against Gerald Washington. And we've still got Filip Hergovic taking on Dempsey McKean. And then we get to our main event of Anthony Joshua against Robert Helenius. So 3 fights in total. We've had 2 fights so far. So 3 fights in total. We are just going to ringside with Eddie Hearn and Johnny Fisher. Johnny Fisher said he's got to give credit to his opponent, Harry Armstrong. Days, I'm going to go, but I will be back for the AJ fight, says Edwards. No worries. I'll see you in a bit, buds. Yeah, big shout to Carlin. I know I did do it during the fight, but obviously we was calling the action. But really appreciate the support, dude. As we said, these streams on a Saturday are so important. If you are watching and you've not left a like, leave a like. It is greatly appreciated as we continue working our way towards AJ, that main event fight coming up. As we said, probably hour and a half. It really depends how long these next two fights are going to go for. Johnny Fisher thanking all the fans that turned out. You're in for a great night. Eddie Hearn said, we wanted to see tonight if this guy could go from a ticket seller, one of the biggest in the country, ticket seller-wise, to a real heavyweight prospect. Eddie Hearn said he'll fill this place up for the British title. That is true, actually. I mean, this is only the Southern area title. He's still got to fight for the English title, then the British title. Eddie Hearn said this man can really fight. This is a true British heavyweight prospect. There we go, man. Are we going to be seeing the likes of Johnny Fisher main eventing a Wembley Stadium or a Tottenham Hotspur Stadium in like 5 years' time? Right. Glenn, shout out to you. Jay Uso is already listed as WWE alumni. Where does this go, says Glenn. Here's Anthony Joshua. Yeah, I think Glenn, I think that's the exact right question. That was the point that I was making last night. During our watch long, there was a lot of people. Not a lot, but I think there is a real mixture of feeling about, like, people are tired of Bloodline, tired of the story. They want something different. They want a different champion. And I can understand that because obviously we've been doing this story a long time. But I think what they did last night on SmackDown was really good. It was credible. It made sense. The explanation was good. The fact that Jay has left is an interesting turn in the story, which I didn't see come in. And I don't think anyone saw come in. So a real surprise that he has walked away. So where's it going to go? I mean, look, I don't expect him to be gone, of course. I think he comes back. But I don't think he'll be coming back for a little while. You know, we might have to get used to Jimmy having solo matches. Maybe, I don't know. I don't know where this leaves Jimmy. Jimmy now has lost everything. He's lost everyone. He's even lost his wife. She ain't around anymore. He ain't got Roman. He ain't got Jay. He ain't got Naomi. Really sucks to be him, doesn't it? Right, we're done with that fight. I've got McKean at 6-1. It's easy money, says James. John said, Newport boys in the house. Off to Chisora's dressing room. I'm waiting on the five guys, says Jan. Okay, here is Hergovic. So I think Hergovic is up next. I think he's up next. Hergovic, as we said, is the next mandatory challenger for we go. For Usyk. So we're just seeing them, the weigh-ins at Westfield. I believe it was at Westfield they did the weigh-ins. It is a big opportunity for Dempsey McKean. So for those that don't know, Hergovic is the IBF mandatory. He is next in line for Alexander Usyk. McKean is 22-0, right? He is undefeated with 14 knockouts. He is someone that is right in the conversation in the heavyweight division. But the question is, can he do it against someone the caliber of Hergovic? Make no mistake, if this was Australia, like, this could be a main event of a card like this, because this is a massive Australian prospect. Dempsey McKean, he is getting an opportunity now against Hergovic, where the winner will be the mandatory for Alexander Usyk. So this is not just a throwaway fight just to kill a bit of time. Like, there are real stakes at play in this fight. And Hergovic is legit 15-0, 12 knockouts. He is one of the top 10 heavyweights in the world. Very high on those rankings, actually. And Dempsey McKean, as we said, 22-0, 14 knockouts. Doesn't have loads of power. He is a southpaw, though, and that can be tricky. He's got a limited defense. His head movement can be a bit limited. He can fight on the inside and at on the outside at range. Maybe not as fluid as Hergovic. Good footwork, good hand speeds. He used to be a former Muay Thai and MMA fighter. He's been training since January. And this is a big opportunity for him. Hergovic, 85% of people expect him to get the win. 15% think it'll be McKean. Hergovic, by knockout, 56%. So they're saying whoever can make the least amount of mistakes, that'll be the person that should come out on top. Yeah, it is going to be tricky. Hergovic, of course, is an orthodox fighter, and anyone fighting a southpaw is going to be tricky. But obviously, Hergovic will have been preparing for this, training for this. Is Hergovic McKean tonight? It is. Yes, it's next. No, Cat Popeye said, I've done a Trixie Pixie bet. McKean, Chisora, and Helenius. It could win £87. How much did you put on? I don't think that's a very good deal if you put on, say, £80 and you only get 87 back. But if you put £1 on and you get 87 back, then we're talking. I think it'll be Jay versus Jimmy at WrestleMania 40 with Rikishi as special guest referee, said No Cap. Does Jay Uso go to AEW? No chance. Zero chance. But Brad said the stream has more views than the YouTube DAZN stream. Jan said off to Chisora's dressing room. What fight is on right now? There is no fight on right now. We're just waiting for our third fight of the evening. So if you have just joined us, Campbell Hatton victorious earlier, but it went the distance and he was really made to work. Johnny Fisher, fun fight against Harry Armstrong. Looked great in the first round. Faded a little as we think he gassed a little bit, but came back and got the finish in the 7th. Now we're moving on to our third fight. This is Hergovic, as we said, taking on McKean. And then after this, we've got our co-main event. The ever charismatic Derek Chisora taking on Gerald Washington. Then, of course, it will be time for our main event. Anthony Joshua takes on Robert Helenius. All of this action is not on pay-per-view, but it is on DAZN. And as long as you are subscribed to DAZN, which I think is about $9.99, then you can watch the action. Was meant to be a pay-per-view, but they took it off pay-per-view when Dillian Whyte sadly was no longer able to compete. Dempsey McKean making his way down to the ring. Miss Clown 1 said, well done to my local boy, Johnny Fisher. Our fight, Chisora Washington, that's coming up after this. So we've got Hergovic against McKean. We've got Chisora Washington after this. And then it is Joshua Helenius. As we said, it's going to depend on how long these fights go for. I mean, the main card has already been going for 1 hour 50. So it's going to depend how long these fights go for. But I reckon we're looking at about... Maybe Joshua's ring walk will be like 10:30, 10:45, around that kind of ballpark. Anthony Joshua is going to beat him easy. It won't go to a second round, said Tucker's Fades. How are you an undefeated heavyweight with no KOs? Here's Hergovic. Hergovic making his way down, getting a good reaction, actually. He's got 14 KOs, but the competition is mediocre. Several repeat mediocre opponents. But Joshua will beat him. Right, here we go. We've got Hergovic making his way down. As we said, good reaction for Hergovic there. I think there must be some people that have purchased tickets just to see him. So he's stepping over the top rope, getting inside the ring. I believe he's Croatian. He's quite the prospect. And there was a few people, you know, that were calling for him to take on Joshua. Because, I mean, he's, as we said, a real prospect. Won bronze at the 2016 Olympics. He beat Zhang. Very close, though. Very close. And that was in an eliminator. And so now he became the IBF mandatory. And he is someone that is very credible and would be a good test for Anthony Joshua. But Eddie Hearn said they couldn't get that deal done because... well, obviously, they already had this fight lined up and they didn't really want to sacrifice this fight. But more than that, Hergovic had been preparing for McKean, and McKean was a southpaw. So for him to now switch and go up against Joshua wouldn't really be very fair. So I don't think there was much of an appetite all round. But it would have been a really good fight if we'd have got Hergovic against Joshua. Both guys getting their intros right now. We asked the question, who's going to win out of Joshua and Helenius? 76% of you think Joshua. 24% of you think Helenius. And that is sneaking its way to nearly 800 votes. Nearly 800 votes. And we are looking at roughly about 75-25 in favor of Anthony Joshua. So, Dempsey McKean just getting his intro. As we said, he is a former Muay Thai and MMA fighter. Been training for this fight, any fight, since January. So, should be in great condition. Hergovic fighting out of Zagreb, Croatia. 15-0, 12 knockouts. Days, I want Mattel to make a Ludwig Kaiser figure, says Andy. Joshua in round 3, said Juan. If Chisora wins, I reckon we get Chisora Fury, the quadrilogy, said Tyrone. I hope not. I hope not. Dad said Chisora AJ, I think, should happen. Nate says, no way. McKean is from Ipswich. Lol. I'm going for McKean to win, says Andy. Right, here we go. About to get underway then with our next fight. Hergovic against McKean. These guys unbeaten in 37 fights combined. Let's go. Round number 1. And we are underway. Both fighters in the center. Hergovic keeping things tidy and tight. He did have a big problem with Zhang. Backing up a little bit, looking for a little hook shot there by Hergovic. Hergovic in red and white. McKean in blue and black. Shot coming into the body there by Hergovic. Left hands. This is a real test for McKean. I don't think it's as big a test for Hergovic. We just don't know really how good McKean is. We're going to find out as these two being quite slow and calculated at the moment as Hergovic throws a shot to the body. Again, standing his ground in the center and nice shot coming in there by Hergovic. McKean just being patient. Circling round, resetting on the outsides. Hergovic again just trying to find a way forwards. Standing and edging forward, jabbing to the body there as McKean on the outsides. Body shot coming in by Hergovic. Body shot coming back by McKean. And again, right hand to the body by Hergovic. Shot coming back there by McKean. Hergovic having a little look, but McKean regroup him. Couple of jabs coming in there by Hergovic. McKean again on the outside. Very tentative at the moment. Lots of feinting, and we're not seeing much in the way of throwing. McKean again on the outside. They clinch up. 50-odd seconds left to go here. Really hard to say who's winning this round. Really hard to say. I don't think either fighter has really stamped their authority on it, but Hergovic, again, just having a look. He's throwing a couple of big shots, but they seem to be missing. It seems like McKean is just a little bit out of range. Shot coming into the side of the head there by Hergovic. McKean holding on. Referee having a words. Again, both guys in the middle. Shot to the body there by Hergovic. Hergovic, shot coming in there by McKean. Little body shot there by Hergovic. McKean with a left hand. Backing up a little bit. Shots coming in to the side of the head there by Hergovic. End of the round. Not the most gripping of rounds. Not really much in the way of fireworks, but, you know, you've got to expect that there's going to be a round or so that they're going to try and work each other out. So, pretty tidy stuff. Close stuff. Let me know in the chat which way you would score that round. Who would you score that round for? Might have just given it to Hergovic, but ain't him. Come over the top with your right hand. That's what they're saying. to Hergovic. Hergovic is fighting one time a year in the last 3 years. He's 31 now. He needs to fight more. Idle hands and minds lead to trouble for boxers. Oh, that's a great comment. I completely agree. McKean, shot coming in there. We're seeing Hergovic just putting a little more pressure on now. Little more pressure. Again, going to the body a couple of times in the opening 30 seconds. Again to the body, going upstairs as McKean gets into a clinch. Referee comes in, separates them apart. Both guys in the center. McKean looking to jab to the body. McKean with a couple of jabs upstairs. Again, McKean having a little look, but can't find a way through. Jab to the body there by McKean. Hergovic edging forwards, using that left hand to just feel out a bit of distance, a bit of range. And body shot coming in there by Hergovic. And again, little shot to the body by Hergovic. McKean in the center. Jab coming in there by McKean. Body shot there by Hergovic. Trying to go to the body again. I think some of these shots have driven McKean back a little. We're back against the ropes right now. Hergovic definitely winning the territory battle, but McKean explodes forward. They're in the clinch. They go back to the center of the ring. We got just over a minute to go in this round. Hergovic just looks very comfortable, composed, not flustered. Oh, shot coming in there by McKean. That was good. Shot straight down the middle there by Hergovic. Oh, that's a big right hand by Hergovic. That was a big right hand. And again, he's got McKean up against the ropes, but McKean fights back, fights away. Couple of shots coming in there by Hergovic. It feels like Hergovic is landing the more significant shots. Now, jab coming in there by McKean. And again. And uppercut coming in. Hook shot coming into the side of the head. They're in the clinch at the moment. They're clinching up. Hergovic. Referee surely's got to separate them. He has a word, and they do separate. McKean looking, trying to get a few shots off, but Hergovic just staying out the way. Jabs straight down the middle. Good work there by Hergovic. Hergovic again swinging, but response by McKean just misses. Body shot coming in there by Hergovic. Feel like that was a more Hergovic round, a more comfortable round. Better by Hergovic. Just starting to show his class, his quality. Hergovic is fighting one time a year. We read that. I think that was really good. Hergovic is the IBF mandatory. He gets the winner of Usyk and Daniel Dubois. He didn't want to risk that by fighting Joshua, says Alfred the Great. But are you looking forward to Raw? I am. Break It said, I subbed due to the hat. I like a hat on my commentary. I completely agree. That's what it's all about. I think that's why 99% of people have subbed to the channel, to be honest. Certainly not for me. Here we go. Round number 3. Into a clinch. And shot coming into the side of the head there by Hergovic. Referee, again, having a word. The fighters separate. Body shot coming in there by Hergovic. McKean upstairs. 1-2. Straight down the middle. He needs to make sure that he's not getting overwhelmed here, McKean. He's got to stand his ground. He is getting driven back a little bit, as we said in that second round. Hergovic, for me, winning the territory battle. And McKean is standing his ground a little bit more. We're not seeing him getting driven back against the ropes. He's trying to stand his ground. They're in the clinch, in the middle of the ring. Referee again, having a word. The two fighters separate, so we're seeing some numbers right now. Hergovic has landed 31 of 62 power punches. McKean has landed 12 out of 37. Hergovic has got a 50% accuracy. McKean, 32%. So Hergovic landed 31. McKean has landed 12. So the numbers certainly backing up what the eyes are telling us, and that is that Hergovic is ahead. Hergovic standing his ground. That's a lovely right hand. Left hook shot coming in as well. Again, we've got McKean circling round on the outsides. He's, as we said, not getting bullied as much. You can see a mark on McKean's nose. He's definitely taken some punishment as Hergovic continues to move forwards and into a clinch. Clinching up at the moment as referee comes in, separates both fighters. We've got just over a minute left to go. We can go 12 rounds in this fight. We're in round number 3. As we said, we're not seeing a hive of activity. Hergovic just conserving some of that energy, just being quite tidy with his work. Going to the body, going upstairs. They're in the clinch. McKean has driven Hergovic back against the ropes. They separate. And Hergovic, again, having a little look. Jab coming in there by McKean. Body shot coming in by McKean as well. And again, going to the body. Hook shot coming in there by Hergovic. He goes to the body. Then he goes upstairs. He's got McKean up against the ropes. But they're clinching up. McKean looks to me like, I don't think he's getting desperate or anything like that, but I think it's more just a strategy. But we are seeing a lot of clinching out of McKean. Hergovic going to the body, driving McKean back against the ropes. McKean looking a little bit lost. And I think we just got to the end of that round. Both fighters go back to the corner. I'd say that was another Hergovic round for me. So round number 4 coming up. Again, if you are watching and you've not left a like, leave a like. It is greatly appreciated. We're not even at 200 likes yet. I don't think tonight is a night where we would get 1,000. We actually smashed 2,000 likes last week on last Saturday, which was stunning, right? I knew we wouldn't do that tonight, but yeah, if you are watching and you've not left a like, leave a like. It is greatly appreciated as we continue to work our way towards AJ versus Robert Helenius. AJ versus Robert Helenius. That fight, that main event coming up, surely not that far away. We got one more fight after this one. Derek Chisora is going to be in action against Gerald Washington. That one could go a bit of a distance, actually. But either way, we are sticking with the action as it unfolds. Hergovic against McKean right now. Chisora, Washington after. And then our main event, Anthony Joshua. Is he going to get caught out by that late replacement? Or is he going to pick up a victory that should move him on to a great fight coming up later this year with Deontay Wilder? I don't know if Wilder's actually going to be in attendance. He should be. I haven't heard if he's going to be, but if he is going to be fighting next against AJ, you would imagine that he would want to be here. Hergovic continuing to put the pressure on McKean. McKean, though, looking a little better in this round. McKean standing his ground in the center. Hergovic continuing to edge forward. McKean backing up a little bit. Jab coming in there by McKean. Hook shot coming in as Hergovic backs up a little bit. McKean unloading a little there. Hergovic has got the defense that's equal to it, though. Hergovic has got McKean over in the corner. Body shots coming in by Hergovic. He goes upstairs as well. Referee is in, asking them to separate. We are in round number 4. We can go 12. These two fighters do separate as Hergovic continues to throw out a jab. They're circling around in the center. McKean again throwing in some shots as Hergovic stays on the outside, backing up a little bit, trying to stay out of range, not get clipped with anything. Tries to throw a right hand. McKean is able to avoid. 50-odd seconds left to go in round number 4 as a jab just falls short there by McKean. Hergovic standing his ground in the center. And again, a lovely right hand straight down the middle. That backs McKean up against the ropes. McKean grabbing Hergovic. We go back to the center. Referee having a word again, wanting both fighters to separate. They do separate. It's very slow, calculated. Hergovic, little bit like a surgeon. He's only interested in throwing when he knows he can land. He's not wasting too much motion in this fight. Again, going upstairs. McKean trying to respond with a big left hand, but it falls short. Jab coming in there by Hergovic. Hergovic momentarily getting backed up, but end of the round. That's the end of round 4. Let me know in the chat how you are seeing it after 4 rounds. Do you think McKean has won any of the rounds? Do you think it's 4-0 Hergovic? Do you think it's 3-1? Maybe you think it's 2-2. Maybe you think that it's actually McKean that's winning. How are you seeing the fight so far? For me, it's probably 4-0. I could go 3-1, but it's probably 4-0. I think it's quite comfortable. It feels comfortable for Hergovic, in my opinion. As AJ faced Chisora before. He's faced White before. This was going to be the rematch that we was meant to be getting tonight. Do you know, I can't remember if he's faced Chisora. Here we go, round number 5. We are underway with round number 5, and to be honest, this has never really come close to being finished. As he faced Chisora, he has not faced Chisora. He's faced Dillian White, Eric Molina, obviously Klitschko, Takam, Joseph Parker, Povetkin, Pulev, Andy Ruiz, Usyk, Franklin last time out. Not that long ago, actually. Took on Franklin back in April. Took him on April 1st. Jab coming in, shot coming in there by McKean. I think Chisora's largely done, though, to be honest. I mean, he really didn't look very good against Fury. I think Chisora is a bit of a name. He's been around for a long time. He's 39. I don't know that he would be... I mean, look, he would be a credible opponent in regards to the fact that I think he'd be as good as facing Helenius. But I can't say that AJ is going to beat Helenius and then move on to Chisora. Chisora's career seems to be very much on the decline. Let's put it that way. Right, McKean is driving Hergovic back into the corner. Wilder is looking for an October fight, said James. So AJ might not be his next opponent. October would be a very quick turnaround. Don't know why, like, if they couldn't make November. I mean, I feel like November would be realistic. I mean, yeah, I mean, October would be very difficult. But I suppose it depends if it's the end of October, because you're going to want a 6-week camp, aren't you? So if it was the end of October and you had most of October and you had September, that might work for AJ. But if he wants like early October, I mean, that would mean that AJ needs to go back into camp straight away. Okay, referee coming in. Just having a word with McKean here. Not the most gripping of fights, but an important one. As we said, the winner of this will be the IBF mandatory. There we go. End of that round. End of that round. I've still got Hergovic winning this. I'd like to see the commentators' scorecards just to see if we're in line. Prime AJ versus Prime Bruno. Who wins? Don't know. I think that'd be a really great fight. I think that'd be a really great fight because I don't think Prime Bruno was ever the top of the heavyweight division. I know he was champion, but you always had other heavyweights that were around. I mean, there was always Mike Tyson that was around. You know, Lennox Lewis was obviously on the rise as well. I think him and Bruno, they sort of overlap a little bit. I feel like Lennox Lewis really comes into his own like towards the end of the 90s, early 2000s. Whereas Bruno's more late 80s, early 90s. But there is a crossover. There is a crossover between them, of course. But I don't know. I think that's a really good comparison because Bruno, to me, never... As a kid, I always believed he was number one because I didn't know any better. But certainly now that I can look back, I would say that I don't think he was ever really the top of the tree. He was the most loved. Here in this country, Frank Bruno was so loved. A lot of people's favourite fighters in this country, Frank Bruno. He was a personality though, wasn't he? You know, he'd go on the talk shows a lot. And he had that laugh. Yeah, I don't think he was ever really at the top. Yeah, I don't think he was ever really at the top of the heavyweights rankings or division. I think there was always people around that had his number. And you could maybe make the same argument for Anthony Joshua. I mean, we still don't know what would have happened if Joshua had faced Wilder when Joshua was champion. We don't know what would have happened if Joshua had faced Fury. We don't know what would have happened if Usyk had moved up to heavyweight a bit sooner. So, you know, you've got all these kind of questions. So I actually think that'd be a really good fight. Joshua against Bruno. I feel like Joshua would get it. Just because I think there's a big difference in nutrition and understanding and preparation. I think a fighter from 2023 compared to someone that was boxing in the late 80s, 90s, it's not really a fair comparison. I think the recovery, the sports science, all the stuff that goes on behind the scenes to get those little advantages, that, you know, wouldn't have been there in the 1980s. So for me, I would say Joshua for those reasons. But a great fight. One that's easily could sell out Wembley that many times over. Two tired fighters by the looks of it here. McKean looks a bit tired to me. And there we go. End of the rounds. Don't think I even put the clock on that round, did I? It is a bit of a slog, this one, I gotta tell you. Not the greatest fight I've ever seen. Who do you think will win out of Wilder and Andy Ruiz? Yeah, I think Wilder. I mean, I think that you've got to be a really elite boxer. You've got to be an Usyk or you've got to be a Fury. You've got to have some serious elite boxing ability. You've got to be like in that conversation to be pound for pound. You've got to be an elite boxer that's got great footwork, great head movement, like has got like a whole array of shots, great in-ring IQ. You know, even Fury, who boxing ability-wise is so skilled, even he got caught in that first fight and, you know, was very close to losing. I think that Andy Ruiz is pretty good, actually. I mean, as heavyweights go, I think he's got some skill about him. He can do some stuff, Andy Ruiz. But I think that Wilder, yeah, I don't think he's got the skill to get around Wilder's big, monstrous right hand. I mean, that right hand is devastating. Devastating. I don't think that he's got that ability. Jabs coming in here by McKean. He's got Hergovic in the corner. This is interesting by McKean. We've actually got something going on here in the 7th. But Hergovic reverses the position. McKean had Hergovic in the corner there. I tell you what, even though I think McKean has been second best for a lot of this fight, he's still in there. He's still working. He's still battling. He's still fighting. He's showing that he can hang at this level. There was big questions around if he could compete against someone like Hergovic. The ref just having a word. Commentators are talking about Anthony Joshua and the cancelled fight. Crowd are a bit quiet for this one. McKean is throwing a couple of shots. We've got 1 minute 30 left in this 7th round. Again, shots coming in there by McKean, driving Hergovic back against the ropes. And again, in the clinch, little shot coming into the body there by Hergovic. And McKean has just got Hergovic up against the ropes. Referee surely going to have to separate these two. A shot comes into the side of the head there by Hergovic. Shot coming into the side of the head. Referee separating both fighters. And Hergovic goes back, resets. He's in the middle. Shot coming into the midsection. Shot coming into the side of the head. And again, Hergovic swinging away, duck underneath. These two going at it in the middle of the ring. McKean holding on, driving Hergovic back against the ropes. Trying to do a little bit of work on the insides. And again, referee surely going to look to separate these two, but Hergovic getting a few shots into the side of the head. Referee comes in, separates both fighters. It's scrappy. Really scrappy. Body shot coming in there by McKean. McKean trying to go upstairs. Couple of counter shots coming back there by Hergovic. Hergovic unloading a couple of juicy looking shots. Referee again looking to separate these two. And that's the end of round number 7. That's the end of round number 7. If you are just joining us, big shout out to anyone and everyone that's joining us. We are on the way to AJ versus Helenius. That fight is coming up. But we do have one more fight to go after this. Before we get to that, Derek Chisora takes on Gerald Washington. That is our co-main event. And then our main event, Anthony Joshua takes on Robert Helenius. That's what everyone's looking forward to. Should be a win for Joshua. Should be a finish for Joshua. But he is taking on a late replacement. 28 fights, 22 wins by knockout, 3 by decision for AJ, said Daz. Here we go. We are underway with round number 8. Hergovic coming in. Shot coming into the body there by McKean. Shot coming into the body again. Hergovic backing up as McKean unloads. McKean is putting the pressure on Hergovic here. I definitely think McKean has picked up a couple of rounds. I thought Hergovic took the first 4, 5 though. Jab coming in there by McKean. Hergovic. Yep. Going upstairs. Uppercut there by McKean. McKean with an uppercut. There was a hook shot that came back by Hergovic. Hergovic has tired. He has tired. He has slowed down. I mean, look, Hergovic didn't look great against Zhang, but he got the win and he became the mandatory. I gotta tell you, I mean, honestly, Usyk against either of these, easy night work. Easy night work for Usyk. I think I don't think Usyk's looking for easy nights. I don't think he's bothered about easy nights. I think what he's looking for is he's looking for that Fury fight. I think he really wants that Fury fight. He's got Daniel Dubois coming up next. Should get past Daniel Dubois, but I don't know, man. I'm really hoping Daniel Dubois could shock the world. We'll definitely be watching that. Can Daniel Dubois get those world titles off of Alexander Usyk? Can he bully him? Can he use his size? We saw AJ doing that in the last fight. It was a closer result as a result. Can Daniel Dubois learn from that? Use his size, bully Usyk, pressurize Usyk, lean on him, make him carry his weight. AJ in that first fight in particular tried to outbox Usyk, and Usyk just is one of the best boxers, technical boxers, and it was just not the right game plan. Second time out, tried to use his size a little bit more. Yeah, I gotta tell you, Hergovic just has not done a great deal in this round at all. Hasn't done much in this round at all. I would say this is a McKean round. McKean unloading there, clipping Hergovic. Hergovic coming out. Hergovic just looks gassed. He looks gassed. He looks gone. He looks done. If McKean can get like a real second wind here and see out these later rounds, this could be a really interesting conclusion. Really interesting. Hergovic does not look good. Dubois is a power puncher, says Ashley. It's going to be good, isn't it? I'm really looking forward to it. I'm really looking forward to it. I think I'm right in saying Dubois' only loss so far is against Joyce. And I mean, look at Joyce. Joyce is just a freak. It's just a freak of nature. And I think it's acceptable for Dubois to struggle against someone like Joyce, but I think he will struggle obviously against Usyk as well. It's going to take everything he's got, but I'd love to see him do it. Think of the fights that would set up then. I mean, you'd be getting like Dubois against Fury, Joshua against Dubois, Wilder against Dubois. I mean, really then you've got a new name in the mix. You know, Wilder, Joshua, Dubois, Usyk, Fury. All of a sudden, the heavyweight division just takes another step forward to being even more intriguing. So I would love for Daniel Dubois to do it. Shot coming in there by McKean is continuing to put the pressure on Hergovic here. Hergovic is over by the ropes. Hergovic in the middle as McKean jabbing away, going to the body. 9:30 already here in the UK, which means it's what, 4:30 Eastern time in America. That is, and with our co-main to go, we probably are looking at maybe an 11 o'clock ring walk for Anthony Joshua, which is late. That's late. A couple of shots coming in by Hergovic as McKean clinches. Referee coming in, separating these two. We're really not seeing much out of Hergovic here. McKean is the one that seems to have the better conditioning, the better cardio. McKean standing in the center. Is he gonna steal that IBF mandatory position away from Hergovic? Referee has separated the fighters. Hergovic goes back to his corner. Ref just having a word here with McKean. Hergovic edging forwards. Tries to go for a shot to the body. Again, a few shots. Swing and a miss in response by McKean. We're into the final minute of round number 9. Final minute of round number 9. Lovely right hand coming back there by Hergovic, but McKean continues to land a few shots. That was a lovely shot there by Hergovic. Hergovic catching McKean a few times. They're over by the ropes. Yeah, and Hergovic has really grown into this round. Hergovic is being driven back against the ropes. Referee coming in, separating them. I think McKean is definitely feeling the effects of some of these shots. He's over by the ropes. McKean in a little bit of trouble. He's hanging on. He's hanging on. He's holding on. Referee again separating both fighters. Hergovic coming forwards. Shot coming into the body. Trying to go upstairs. Over by the ropes. McKean still holding on. Hanging on. Not a good look. The end of this round for McKean. He gets caught. Caught at the end with a big right hand. But he survives. Goes back to his corner. Oh, I tell you what, I think this is a really close fight. I think that Hergovic really dominated the early stages. I think McKean has really come back. And after 9 rounds, we could seriously be looking at this being like a 5-4. I think McKean has done a really good job. I feel like it's McKean that needs to have the better of these final rounds, though. If he is going to take it on points, I think it's still there for him to take on points. I don't think he's got to have a finish, but I think he's going to need to take the majority of these final 3 rounds. He might need to take all 3, but let's have a look. Let's see how we go as McKean tries to regroup, come forwards. Driving Hergovic back. Hergovic getting tagged up there into a clinch. And they separate. McKean again edging forward as Hergovic is backed up against the ropes. Nice left hand there by McKean. Jab coming back there by Hergovic. Hergovic, swing and a miss. As McKean bounces around. Don't forget, coming up next, we've got Chisora. Chisora against Washington. Our co-main event coming up next. Hergovic into a clinch. McKean back in Hergovic up against the ropes. McKean doing all right here in this round. A couple of jabs coming back there by Hergovic. Jab coming in. Into a clinch again and driving Hergovic back. Hergovic just, I mean, he's doing the bare minimum. It's McKean that's doing more of the work. But as we know, you've got to land your shots. It's no good just throwing and your shots falling short. Uppercut coming back there by Hergovic. And McKean standing his ground into the clinch. Lots of clinching. Referee coming in, separating both fighters again. Separating both fighters as McKean has a look, trying to come forward again. Body shot coming in there by McKean. Hergovic trying to go upstairs. Swing and a miss there by Hergovic into a clinch. As McKean drives Hergovic back against the ropes. And shots coming in there by Hergovic. Again, into a clinch. Hergovic to the side of the head. Final minute of round number 10. This one feels like it's going to go the distance. Feels like we're going all the way. McKean ducking underneath there. Clinching up. Both fighters look tired. Laserjet said there's a buzz in the air for tomorrow night. Whether you are there or watching at home, don't miss the must-see show of the weekend. Joshua fight will go over 4.5, said Ron. Watch, and Oscar wins by knockouts. We've got McKean driving Hergovic back against the ropes and pulling both fighters apart. McKean in the middle, swinging away. Big body shots coming in. McKean trying to go upstairs. McKean really unleashing. I I think he knew that we were getting towards the end of the round. Yeah. There we go. End of round 10. Can't say there was much there for Hergovic. They're asking him how he's feeling. Conor McGregor has arrived. Conor McGregor has arrived. Apparently, he is sponsoring this event. Look at the entourage. Look at the entourage. Look at the amount of people that were there as Conor McGregor arrives at the O2 Arena. Anthony Joshua against Robert Helenius. Right, here we go. Round number 11. Conor is in the building. I didn't know he had sponsored this. Jab coming in. What's he sponsored? Like, proper 12? Can't see anything on the ring. Backing up, swing and a miss there by McKean. Hergovic back in the corner. There's a Irish stout that's sponsoring. Has that got something to do with McGregor? Is he doing like an Irish stout now? McKean in the center, jabbing away. Body shot there by McKean. Again, big body shot there by McKean. I think Hergovic definitely felt that. That's good work by McKean. They're saying that McKean needs to keep going. He needs to stay busy. Hergovic has been doing the bare minimum since about round 6. Not a good look for Hergovic at all, to be honest. He looks really slow. He looks like he can tire quite quickly. I think being in there against someone that's as fast and as agile and as explosive and has got the hand speed of a Usyk, I mean, he is just going to get destroyed. McKean is coming forward, driving Hergovic back in the corner. Commentators are saying a huge credit to McKean. They're saying he is a quality operator. The question marks are, though, has he left it a bit too late? We know that Hergovic was just eating up those early rounds. They're going to break up. I think Hergovic took that 9th round as well. Hergovic just not offering anything at the moment, though. Trying to throw some shots coming into the side of the head, but it's McKean that's taking the fight to Hergovic. He's got him backed in the corner. He needs to make sure, McKean here, that he's not going to get caught with so much stupid. Head movement there by McKean. Again, we've got Hergovic being backed up by the ropes. Referee coming in, separating them. We've got 10 seconds left to go. We've got one more round after this. One more round after this. Body shot coming in there by Hergovic. Hergovic back against the ropes. Left hook comes in by McKean right at the end of the round. So here we go then. Round number 12. The final round. How have you got it? How are you scoring it? I think that for me, it's close. I think it's close. Joshua Helenius. Sir Conor, Duke of Dashery. Conor has got an Irish stout as well. He has a Fortune. Black Adam was good. He has forged Irish stout. So that's his drink. I never knew this. I never knew this. I never knew that I only thought he had proper 12. Well, there we go. That's why he's sponsoring this then, to get the word out that he's got an Irish stout as well. Why has he not called it like proper 13 or something like that? McKean driving Hergovic back against the ropes. I would have thought that it would have been within the proper family. Jab coming in there by McKean, and again driving Hergovic back against the ropes. Round number 12, we can see Eddie Hearn on the edge of his seat watching the action unfolds. So McKean has got Hergovic up against the ropes. Referee coming in, separating both fighters. Hook shot coming in there by Hergovic. Oof, that's a lovely shot by Hergovic. McKean in trouble. McKean in trouble. McKean in trouble. I don't think the ref wants to call it. Oh, he has called it. Oh, Hergovic wins. Hergovic wins. McKean got clipped, got caught. He was stumbling. He finds the power right at the end of the fight. Oof. That has got to be really, really gutting for McKean. Putting in a really good performance. Really pushing Hergovic. I'd love to know what the scorecards were going to be. I'd love to know what the scorecard's going to be. I think that's a real tough night at the office for Hergovic. I think that's a real tough night. Proper 12 is not a good drink, said LA Dark Knight. Yeah, I have to agree. I think, like most things, there's a lot of hype around these things. And I bought a bottle. I bought a bottle. I've still got it. I mean, I haven't finished it. I didn't enjoy it. It didn't go down. Didn't go down easily. Let's hope if AJ loses tonight, said Chad, that he doesn't have a meltdown like he did against Usyk. Yeah, I think... I don't know. I know that he'll get a lot of shade for that, but I think if you are someone who is giving your all at the, like, you know, the top of your game against someone else that's at the top of their game, and it's like really fine margins, and I think if you're a boxer, you obviously have to really believe it. You can't step into a ring if you don't believe in yourself. You have to believe that you have got the ability to beat your opponent. Like, you have to believe that. And so I think that him losing and then losing the rematch, and so he's, you know, he's all of a sudden knows that he's second best and knows that he didn't have enough to get the win and is a bit embarrassed as a result, you know? Because he'd lost before to Andy Ruiz, but then he won the rematch. So, you know, for him to lose, go away, work on a new game plan, and then lose again, like that's tough. That's tough for anyone. I wouldn't have thrown shade had anyone reacted that way, to be honest. I mean, it was embarrassing, but I can understand it. But yeah, apparently physically, mentally is in a much better place now. So a win for Hergovic. That did go 12 rounds. Hergovic making very hard work of it. He may have gone on to have won it on the scorecards. I'd love to have known. So Chisora and Washington, this fight coming up next at co-main event. So 2 fights left tonight. That's all. Derek Chisora, someone that we've seen go up against Tyson Fury in a main event. Derek Chisora, who's 39 years old, he's had 46 fights. He's been involved in some really big nights of boxing. He is the co-main for this card. He's going to be taking on Gerald Washington. We're just seeing Anthony Joshua backstage. So Anthony Joshua, obviously looking incredible as always. He's looking focused. He's looking in great shape. There is Derek Chisora. Derek Chisora arriving earlier tonight. So Derek Chisora wanting to show that he is still a force to be reckoned with. Derek Chisora, what a character he is, eh? What a character. I don't know if you saw the press conferences, but Derek Chisora was really giving Eddie Hearn a bit of a tough time. Eddie Hearn, I think, dealt with it really, really well. But Chisora was saying, look, let's be honest. This guy right here didn't want to pay me. He didn't want me on the cards. You know, really making it a bit awkward. He doesn't care about putting anyone on the spot or making anything awkward. But I thought that Eddie Hearn dealt with that really, really well. I think you have to know what you're getting into when you are promoting a Derek Chisora fight. It presents a whole new set of challenges. But no, he seems quite positive, quite motivated. He seems up for it. He said that Gerald Washington is going to run from him. And even at the weigh-in, he was saying, don't you dare run. Don't you dare run. And even if you do, I'm going to find you. So, you know, Chisora's under the impression that Gerald Washington just is going to want to get out of the way of Chisora. But Chisora's so relaxed. Took a lot of punishment against Fury, though. A lot of punishment against Fury. Eddie Hearn said a loss here could be the last loss that Chisora would ever have. It might mean the end of his career. Chisora definitely feels like he's just a few fights away from wrapping it up. And who knows, win or lose, this could be the end of the road for Derek Chisora. It already sort of feels like he's done. I think that last big fight against Fury was his last major payday. So it does sort of feel like things are wrapping up for him, winding down for him. But here he is in this co-main spot. Rumor has it that Dillian Whyte is holding Helenius's bucket and water bottle as the corner man, said Robert. Well, I wouldn't expect to see Dillian Whyte there. Would he even be allowed to be there? Hulk gets angry when you don't like the streams and subscribe, said LA Dark Knight. LA Dark Knight, shout out to you. Yeah, big thank you to everyone that's joining us tonight. I know there's plenty of excitement. AJ, one of the most popular British boxers. So, yeah, even though this isn't maybe his biggest opponent, AJ still has that ability to get people's interest. So there'll be plenty of eyes on this fight once we get going. We obviously have to get through this next fight first. Derek Chisora against Gerald Washington. So once we're done with this, then we're on to that main event. Probably about an hour away. I think an hour is probably fair. We've just had a few fights go quite long. I mean, Campbell Hatton went the distance. Hergovic, McKean pretty much went the distance. It finished in the 12th. Even Johnny Fisher, who we thought was going to end his fight early, went to the 7th. So we've had a few fights that have gone a bit of a distance tonight. And who knows, Chisora Washington might go the distance as well. We know that Chisora can take punishment, can certainly take a few shots, because we saw him in there with Fury. And it was not very comfortable viewing for a short time. Just seeing some aerial shots of the O2 Arena. And now we're just seeing an advert for the Saudi Pro League. Which I think, can you watch all that on DAZN? Now on DAZN. There we go. If you are a fan of the Saudi Pro League, if you bleed Al Nassr colors, if you go to bed dreaming of Al Rayed, then DAZN has got you covered. Al Why is it all Al? Who's Al? Al Ittifaq. Oh man, I don't know. I don't know who I like. Al Johnson. I love Al Johnson. That's my favorite Saudi team. Let's go. Right, we're with Eddie Hearn. I need to watch Black Adam. I'm enjoying it now, says LA Dortnight. Craig, shout out to you, buds. Q the Light Knight said, I remember when Triple H used them same words before and not gave any gig. I flipping love the Saudi Pro League, said Ernest on Purpose. Let's go. Same here. I bleed it, man. I bleed it. I won't watch anything else. So they're just promoting a forthcoming fight, Rodriguez Edwards, on Saturday, December 16th. On the backside, his knuckles had rubber marks. First time watching, good commentary, very good at detail what's going on. Kieran, shout out to you, my friends. I appreciate the kind words. It's yeah, man, we do a lot of boxing and a lot of UFC. We do a lot of pro wrestling, of course. That's our kind of weekly driver. But on a Saturday, you know, when boxing comes alive and UFC comes alive, that's when we're really looking for those big events. So some big, juicy UFC shows on the horizon this year. Some serious UFC cards coming up. We'll be all over those. Disappointed that I can't do UFC tonight. I mean, I would love to do UFC straight after this, but to be perfectly honest, like trying to research this card just took up all my time. It's so hard to find information on certain boxers, like trying to find out Harry Armstrong and find out a bit more about Dempsey McKean and find out a bit about Tom Ansell. I mean, you know, people like Campbell Hatton we've seen before, Johnny Fisher we've seen before, Hergovic we've watched before, Chisora we've seen many times before. So, you know, that kind of stuff you can easily get info on. I've already got notes on those guys, but trying to find notes on some of these others was a little bit tricky. Boxing, I think, could make that a lot easier. To be honest, do you know what? I think there's a real need. And I can't do it. I ain't got the time. But I think there's a real need for someone to be a really good, consistent boxing predictor. Someone every week breaks down the boxing cards, talks about the fighters, their strengths, their weaknesses. There's so many people out there that all they do is they just read the stats off Tapology or, like, you know, box stats or whatever. They clearly don't know the fighters, but they'll just say things like, well, it looks like he's got good punching power because he's got 12 knockouts from 15 wins. It's like they've never seen a second of footage. They're just going off the numbers. Like, I think there's a real need for someone that really knows their stuff. I mean, you've got people like Teddy Atlas that does YouTube and does some really good content, but he doesn't really break down like the cards each week. He doesn't talk about fights every week. He tends to just do what we do, unfortunately, which is just focus on the big fights. But, which is fine, you know, each to their own. But I do think there's a space. There's a space out there for someone that wants to break down boxing cards every week, talk about the latest boxing news and whatever. I couldn't find much at all on this card. There was people that were doing a few predictions about Joshua and Helenius. I did see some videos of people doing that, but I couldn't see much on Hergovic McKean, couldn't see much on Chisora Washington, couldn't even see much on Fisher Armstrong, to be honest. So I don't know. Yeah, I feel like there's a lot of coverage for UFC. If you want to find predictions for UFC, you can drown in those. But not so much when it comes to boxing. I don't know. Definitely feels like there's a few sports, and I think pro wrestling's very good at it. I think there's a few sports that have really taken to social media and have got a large following and have got very active communities. And then there's a few sports where it's just a bit lacking. All that does is create opportunity, though. Robert said, what's going on now? Nothing, but just got an advert for Under Armour. And then once we're done with that, it's going to be Chisora versus Washington. So Chisora, Washington, coming up next. That's going to be our co-main. And then we move on to our main event. But they are making us wait. They are making us wait. They're definitely not being speedy about this. So, yeah, now we've got a video package for the Women's World Cup, which is still underway at the moment. I've seen plenty of stuff from our USA friends not feeling their team and the early exit that they sadly suffered. That's life, innit? That's the way it goes. I think the US women had an incredible run. Obviously, I think didn't they win the last 2 World Cups? So for me personally, I'm sort of pleased that there's going to be a different name on the trophy this time around. But I can understand why friends in the USA would be disappointed. Welcome to what it's like being an England fan. That's all I'll say about that. We very much know your pain. Imagine if football was your national sport and you had won the World Cup, but it was once back in 1966 and you've never come close to winning it since. Imagine that. Imagine that. That's real pain. That's what it's like being an England football fan. So you'll have to excuse me if I don't have much sympathy for you right now. Because you don't know real pain. Winning 2 World Cups in a row, one of them in 2015, the other in 2019. I mean, it's hard to have sympathy, the fact that you didn't win a 3rd in a row, you know? Right, here we go. Let's go. Next fight coming up. Co-main event, Chisora and Washington. So Washington getting his intro. Did England win the World Cup? Yeah, they the Men's World Cup. We've never won the women's. Yeah, how about that, pain? We've never even won the women's. But when it comes to the men's game, we won it in 1966. But even that was full of controversy, and it took place in England. I mean, do you know what I mean? And it's our national sport. It would be like if there was an American Football World Cup and America only won it once. You won it once in the 60s. I mean, that would just be unfathomable, wouldn't it? Be unfathomable. You guys should do that. You should start an American Football World Cup. You just smash it every year. Do you know what I mean? Every time. You'd have so much to celebrate. Right, here's Washington. Have you seen the size of us US on the map? I've seen the size of the US on the map. Yes, I have. What time does the fight start? Well, this co-main should be starting relatively soon. I mean, we just got Gerald, Washington, representing the USA, which makes sense with a surname like Washington. He is just taking a moment to enjoy being on the stage. And then he'll soon start making his way down to the ring. Then we'll bring out Derek Chisora. who I honestly wouldn't be surprised if he came out with someone dressed as a milkshake, someone dressed as a hamburger. He seems to be really promoting Five Guys at the moment. He's still waiting. We're still waiting here. There is Conor. Conor McGregor is, I don't know if he's being shown to where he's sitting or whatever, but he is around ringside, Conor. I'd love to see Conor and AJ together. I don't think I've ever seen them together. That'd be quite a fun meeting of two worlds colliding. Gerald Washington has decided that he's danced around on the stage long enough and he's going to make his way down to the ring. I understand no sympathy from other countries. There are Americans that are happy they lost because of politics. I saw this. I mean, obviously I don't get into that. I don't know like about that, but I just think like I get why USA was disappointed. Or those that were disappointed. But I think you had a hell of an amazing run. An amazing run. I suppose the concern is that does this mean like it's over as the rest of the world caught up? But if anything, that should just make the next competitions more exciting, more competitive, you know? Got to dig that little deeper. Don't know, it's good. We'll see how it plays out, and I'm sure USA will come bouncing back. Here's Chisora. Birthdays. Have they changed MCs? Nope. No, I don't believe so. I think it's same guy. Who else is playing tomorrow? Who have you got from Liverpool? I don't know the games tomorrow. Man U play Monday, don't they, against Wolves? There we go. The door opens. There's a kid. Is that Chisora? Some kids. Dora's open. The camera comes in. There is Derek Chisora. What's this? He's got Chisora written in like a Barbie font, and he's all in pink. You just never know what you're going to get out of him, man. You never know what you're going to get out of him. So Derek Chisora is making his way down to the ring. Pink gloves, pink robe. It's got Chisora written in a font that looks to me to be very similar to Barbie. Big supporter of the Barbie brand, Derek Chisora. Loved the film. Loved the dolls as a kid. Derek Chisora then making his way to the stage. He hasn't quite come out yet. Chelsea-Liverpool tomorrow, says LA Talk Night. Right, here we go. Chisora is making his way out. Is this only available in the UK? I don't know. There's been a bit of confusion about that. I didn't think so. I thought it was available on DAZN and available around the world, but there's been plenty of people tonight saying that they're struggling to find it. Plenty of people that saying they've been struggling to find the show. Here's Chisora. He's come walking out. Good reaction for him. Hotel California is the music that's being played. Ninth appearance in the O2 Arena. Chisora making his way down to the ring. I think his partner and his daughters are following behind. Chisora then make his way down. O2 is full. O2 is ready. Obviously, everyone waiting for Joshua, but there'll be plenty of people that are here to see Del Boy. Girl Dad on the back of his robe. It says Girl Dad. And he gives a kiss to his daughters. Derek Chisora then about to step inside the ring. And he's in there, puts his arm in the air. We're seeing shots of the O2 Arena. It's got a big night feel, actually. I mean, there's something so special about the O2 when it is filled to capacity. You know that the British boxing fans certainly are not shy about making noise. Derek Chisora is in the ring. It's a winnable fight for him tonight as well. Washington, definitely not a pushover. 20 wins, 5 defeats. But Chisora comes in as a minus 600 favorite. Gerald Washington at plus 400. So it'll be a tough little battle, but it's a winnable fight for Chisora. Co-main event then coming up next. Anthony Joshua, Robert Helenius comes up after this. Trevor, shout out to you, my friends. Appreciate the kind words and the support. Big up from Bidsy West Mids, Gypsy. Shout out to you, man. Hope you're having a good evening. Bonkers said, I'm not watching because I don't care. Not even a good card or an opponent for Joshua. Does anyone know what is happening with DAZN, said Mislav. I genuinely don't know. I don't know. I mean, I've got it, and it's been absolutely fine all night. But I am here in the UK. I don't know. Is this just not being shown in America or something? There's been a lot of people that have been struggling tonight. I've been redirected to a Serrano fight, said Robert. Chad said, do you think Connor will do any good in BKBFC? Has he properly signed and it's all happening and going ahead? Or what, is it rumors or what? Well, I don't know what his next move. I don't know what Connor's next move is or what's been confirmed. So is he going into what, bare knuckle boxing? I don't know. I mean, what's going on with him? What's going on with him? Derek Chisora is getting a great reaction. 16 stone, 13 pounds for Derek Chisora. Fighting out of London, England, 33 wins, 13 defeats, 23 knockouts. Former British, former Commonwealth. Former international heavyweight champion. I mean, he has achieved some stuff in his career, Derek Chisora. He definitely deserves respect. Couldn't kick on. Couldn't get to that world title. But a lot of love for him, all the same. Crowd chanting away for Derek Chisora. He's quite the personality. Bright pink shorts with girl dad in a Barbie font on the front. He's got pink gloves as well. Faced Tyson Fury, battled hard, showed incredible heart, but did come up second best. Let's see, can he get the victory here against Washington? Washington is in gold and red, like a burgundy. And Chisora just all out pink. He looks good in pink, actually. Shots coming into side of the head there by Chisora. Referee coming in and separating both fighters. Chisora looking to jab to the body. Chisora definitely taking the fight to Washington. Washington using that lateral movement. Chisora edging forward. Jab coming in there by Washington. Chisora continuing to move forwards. Jab into the body. He's trying to get Washington trapped against the ropes or in a corner. Washington, again, throwing a couple of shots, but clinching up. Overhooks, trapping Chisora's arms. They break apart Chisora. Jab into the body. As we got Washington backing up a little bit. Over by the ropes. Chisora trying to go to the body there. Jab going upstairs. Right hand coming back by Washington into a clinch. Shot coming into the side of the head. It's Washington that drives Chisora back to the corner. 1-2 upstairs by Washington. Chisora grabs. We're in a clinch. Shot coming into the side of the head. Both these fighters just throwing in little digging blows as the referee steps in. Round 1. This thing can go 10 rounds. Couple of shots coming into the side of the body there by Chisora. Again, trying to go to the body. He's got Washington up against the ropes. Washington bounces off the ropes into a clinch. Chisora, though, putting that pressure on. Look, jogging forwards. Trying to bring the fight to Washington. Chisora, again, slipping underneath. Driving Washington back against the ropes. We've seen quite a bit of action already here. Chisora really taking it to Washington. Washington backing away. That's a lovely right hand by Washington, but Chisora with a jab. Trying to throw in a hook shot again. Chisora trying to swing to the body. Washington backing up a little bit as Chisora continues to move forwards. Lovely. Goes upstairs. Left hook shot there by Chisora. Washington trying to throw some counters. Chisora has got him up against the ropes. A few uppercuts coming in there by Chisora. And the referee separating the fighters. Chisora again swinging away. That's a big right hand. And we've got the crowds chanting for Chisora as we're getting towards the end of the round. And there we go, end of the round. And that seems like it was a Chisora round to me. So we are working our way through this co-main event. Chisora, I believe, takes that first round. Legend Killer, shout out to you, my friends. LA Dork Knight said, imagine Tottenham wins the league and Bayern wins nothing. Robert said, is there anything we can do, or is it only in the UK? I don't know. Has anyone found out what the situation is? Has anyone found out as to what's going on in regards to this fight being in America? Not JPEG, shout out to you. How are you, brother? I'm good, thank you. Hogan. Not JPEG, aka Hulk Hogan. Right, here we go. Round number 2. We are underway. We saw Derek Chisora take the fight to Washington. He's doing exactly the same in this second round. Putting that pressure onto Washington. Driving him back against the ropes. Swinging away. Body shots coming in there by Chisora. Clinching up. Washington driving Chisora back against the rope. Shot coming into the side of the head. Referee coming in. Separating both fighters. And Chisora again edging forwards, slipping underneath the jab. A few shots coming into the body as Washington drives Chisora back into the corner. And Chisora edging forwards. Jab coming in there, but just falling short. We've got Washington trying to maintain that distance. Trying to stay on the outside as Chisora continues to move forward. He's got Washington up against the ropes. Washington grabs him, though. As soon as Chisora's getting in close, Washington is clinching. And he's trying to maintain that distance. Referee just having a little word with Chisora. I think there's a bit of damage on the eye. It's kind of hard to see. It's over the other side. So referee, I think, just wanted to have a little look at that. So, I mean, in all fairness, Chisora has been bringing the fight. I think he might want to continue to bring the fight. Oh, a couple of shots coming back there by Washington. Washington looking really good there. Just as Chisora was getting into range, Washington throwing a couple of shots, bouncing off Chisora's head. It's not all one-way traffic here. Washington is really using his distance, his range very, very well. Staying on the outside. Chisora having to go through a bit of fire to close that distance and do the work on the insides. Referee coming in, separating both fighters. Again, Chisora, oh, shot coming into the body. He goes to the body. He goes upstairs. Little hook shots coming in there by Chisora. He gets driven back. You can see the damage on that right eye now. That damage, blood coming down the side. I don't think it's going into the eye, but again, difficult to tell. That's a big right hand that comes in by Chisora. Washington has got Chisora up in the corner. Again, referee separating both fighters. Chisora continues to move forwards, continues to take a couple of shots to try and close that distance. Hook shot coming in there by Chisora. Chisora again continuing to move forwards. That blood coming down the side of the face of Chisora. Washington looking quite composed. He's not been rattled. Oh, Chisora goes down right at the end. Referee says it's a slip. He says, no, it was nothing more than a slip, so it's not counted as a knockdown. There we go. End of the round. There's a bit of concern about the eye for Chisora. They're obviously onto that and dealing with it. Looks like the cut is just above the eye, but over to the side. I mean, it's not going to be helping, but I don't think that blood is coming into the eye. Double the jab. Don't give him any space. Yeah, I mean, he was getting caught there, Chisora. He was working hard, trying to close that distance, trying to crash into the pocket. And as he was doing that, Washington was definitely making him pay. And we're seeing the effects of that with some damage on the face of Chisora. It's a very interesting fight. Uppercut coming in there by Washington. Chisora trying to drive Washington back against the ropes. They told him to double up on that jab. And referee separating both fighters. Total punches. Round 1. Chisora landing 10. Washington landing 8. Chisora working a lot harder for that 10 though. Total punches. Round 2. Washington 9. Chisora 4. So certainly looks like, going by those numbers, that it could be 1 round each. Body shot coming in there by Chisora. Still working hard, still driving his opponent back. He's got a lot of heart to Chisora. A lot of heart. He's not going to be giving up. And Washington drives Chisora back against the ropes. Chisora edging forward. Big overhand right coming in. Washington gets driven back. Body shot coming in there by Chisora. Washington again looking to go upstairs. Hook shots coming in by Chisora. He gets driven back. Referee comes in, separates both fighters as Chisora continues to move forwards. He's just adapted his game plan a little better now. He's using his shots to get into the pocket rather than just charging into the pocket. And that means that Washington isn't catching him as much. Uppercut coming in there by Washington. The uppercut has been a very effective weapon for Washington when they've been close. And again, we've got Chisora trying to come forward. Big overhand coming in. There won't be anything here from Washington that Chisora has not seen before. Minute left to go in this round as Chisora continues to move forwards. Washington backing up, is ready though. If Chisora's going to crash into that pocket, Chisora sticks his lead hand right in the face of Washington. They go into a clinch. Referee separates them. You can see a bit of blood on the sleeve of the referee. I don't think Washington's bleeding. I can only imagine that's the blood that's come from the side of the face of Chisora, who lands a hook shot. Again, bringing the fight to Washington. Chisora did tell Washington not to run. He told him that he would run. And there has been a bit of retreat work here by Washington. But equally, he's landed some good shots on Chisora. End of the round. End of the round. So we are done with round number 3. We're going to round number 4. Feel free to put in your thoughts as to how you are seeing it so far. Scrappy third rounds. I kind of felt like that might have been a Chisora round, just because I think where Washington was having success was when Chisora was coming onto Washington, coming into the pocket. Washington was catching him. I don't think he caught him as much then in those exchanges. They're still looking and having to deal with this eye, though. Obviously, that's a situation that can worsen. But the DAZN isn't working for me, says the rock that floats. Right, here we go. About to get underway with round number 4. Are they going back over? The referee's going back over and checking the eye. The referee is really worried about this. It's not good when the ref wants an injury to be checked multiple times. I don't know. If the ref's worrying about it in round 4, definitely makes you think there's a chance that this might not make it to the judges. Chisora might have to find a finish here. Continuing to shove that jab right in the face of Washington. Driving Washington back as a result. Going to the body, clinching up. And again, looking for a little uppercut there, Chisora. They break apart. Again, Chisora goes back to his work. Jabbing forward to the body. Washington on the outside. Circling round Chisora, chasing after him. Again, trying to jab to the body. Couple of counters coming back there by Washington. Washington and Chisora in a clinch. Referee separating them apart. And swinging away there. Washington, good head movement by Chisora. Dig to the body there by Chisora. Into a clinch. And Chisora goes back against the ropes. Washington goes into the middle of the ring. Chisora continues to move forwards. Washington goes back against the ropes. Into a clinch. It's quite scrappy. Little shots coming in by both guys. They separate. Chisora again taking the fight to Washington. Washington's got his hands down. Is trying to maintain that distance. And Chisora throwing in some jabs. Trying to stick that lead hand right in the face of Washington. It's a tough night at the office. This Washington is really proving to be really difficult to land clean on. And then he responds with a good right hook shot there, Washington. Really good hook shot. But Chisora just continues to move forwards. Swing and a miss there by Chisora. Oh, gets a hook shot in of his own. They clinch up. Referee looking to come in and separate both fighters, which he does. And again, shot coming in there by Washington. Chisora looking to swing to the body. Jab coming in there by Chisora. And Washington pushing Chisora away. Body shot coming in there by Chisora. And again, referee just watching on as they're in close range. He separates both fighters. We've got just over 20 seconds left to go. Jab coming in by Chisora. He continues to move forward. Washington over by the ropes, clinching up again. clinching up again. Chisora really trying to take the fight to Washington. Washington just throwing shots when Chisora gets in close. Throwing shots when they're in the clinch. Gotta say, though, Washington doesn't seem to have any marks on him at all. Certainly if you compare that to Chisora, who's got a nasty cut, which the ref has looked at a few times now. Just over by his right eye. And we're seeing some good shots by Washington. There was a good body shot there by Chisora. Good body shot. Both guys landing some good blows. Again, they're trying to deal with that eye. Is the eye going to hold out? Will the referee want the doctor to come in and check on it? Chisora is getting back into the action, and we are underway, taking the fight to Washington. Round number 5. Close rounds. Close rounds. I wouldn't be surprised if the stats say that Washington is landing the cleaner shots. Chisora definitely being the aggressor, though. Bringing the fight to Washington. In the clinch, referee looking to separate both fighters. Chisora jabbing away. He's driving Washington back. He's got him up against the ropes. Tries to throw a right hand. Work on the inside. Chisora digging away to the body. Referee separating them. Chisora again edging forward. Washington backing up against the ropes again. There's a hook shot coming in upstairs. Left hook shot to the body. Uppercut coming in by Chisora. Washington in a clinch. Referee separates them. 2 minutes to go in round number 5. And again, in a clinch over by the ropes. It's a real scrappy little affair, this. Neither guy can really land something big or significant that's going to really rock the other as they get in close. There's lots of clinch work. Chisora throwing in some hooks to the body. Again, Washington clinching up. Referee looking to separate both fighters as Chisora continues to move forwards. It's a lovely right hand into a clinch again over by the ropes. Referee coming in. He's got blood stains all down his left arm, as I think that blood from Chisora, it might be worse than how it looks. It's really hard to tell. But they're in the clinch right now, in the middle of the ring. Body shots coming in there by Chisora. Just over a minute left to go in round number 5. Obviously, Anthony Joshua comes out and fights after this. He will be in action after this. Referee looking to separate these two again. 50 seconds left to go. Right hand coming in there by Chisora. Referee again looking to separate these two, and he does. Very scrappy. He's having a word there with both guys. There has been excessive clinching in this. Jab coming in by Chisora, continuing to move forward. Oh, lovely uppercut. Lovely uppercut. Great work there by Washington. Chisora trying to get a flurry of shots through, but Washington ties him up. They go back against the ropes. Referee separating both fighters. Jab coming in there by Washington as Chisora goes back to his hooks. He's trying to throw these big hooks. Throws a jab in as well. He's worked really, really hard here, Chisora. He's worked really hard. Yeah, commentators said it might not be pretty, but the crowds are enjoying the action so far. So, right, round number 6 coming up next. Round number 6 coming up next. Ron said, let's be honest, the Joshua fight goes over 1.5 rounds. Yeah, I think it goes over 1.5. I think it goes over 1.5. I think that, and I know people will disagree, but I think that for Joshua to be taking on a late replacement, someone that's only come in with 5 days notice, like that presents a whole new set of challenges. you know, he was preparing for Dillian Whyte, who is a different fighter from Helenius. Now, AJ should have the ability to still win this fight, but there's no expectation from me that he has to win this in 3 or anything like that. I think he needs the finish. I think he needs the finish. He needs to put together his work and what he's been practicing and, you know, the improvements that he's made. He should find the finish. But I think there would be more expectation if this was the original opponent. The fact this was not the original opponent, I'm really cutting him some slack on this one. We know that late replacements can be a real challenge. And as we said, you know, Andy Ruiz came in and really put the cat amongst the pigeons when he went over to Madison Square Garden and took that late replacement fight. So, yeah, no expectations in regards to it's got to be round 1. It's got to be round 3. I just think as long as AJ gets the finish, that'll be good enough for me. I know it might not be good enough for others, but for me, that's what I'm looking for. Just get the win, get the finish. This is not ideal, but get the win, move on. And we move on, hopefully, to Deontay Wilder, which will be a very, very interesting fight. Okay, it's more of the same here. They're clinching up. Referee coming in, having a word, separating the fighters. We've got Chisora edging forward as Washington is on the outsides. Swing and a miss there by Washington. And Washington putting that pressure on Chisora. Chisora, again, swing and a miss, driving forward. Washington is in retreat mode as Chisora continues to put the pressure on him. Is over by the ropes. Lovely right hand there by Chisora. Into the clinch. Referee coming in, separating both fighters. Got just over a minute to go in round number 6. Round number 6. AJ in action after this. This is our co-main event. Washington in the corner taking some big body shots. Referee coming in, separating both fighters. Chisora again continuing to unload on Washington. We're not seeing as much out of Washington now. Chisora definitely the one that's taken the fight to Washington. Washington, maybe these body shots are just getting to him a little. Just his movement looks a bit more lumbering. He gets caught with a left hand there, Washington. Washington, again, regroups. Chisora taking the fight to him. Chisora continuing to move forwards in a clinch up against the ropes. And again, in the clinch, referee coming to separate them. 10 seconds left to go here. Chisora, again, trying to find something that's going to give or make Washington uncomfortable. I feel like Chisora is just edging this personally. I think there's definitely some rounds in here for Washington. But I think it's just Chisora that's edging it for me. I am going to see you tomorrow, said Laserjet. Laserjet, shout out to you. Why can't I see the fight on DAZN, said Noah. Why can't you see the fight on DAZN? I don't know. I mean, I've got it on DAZN. They are showing it on DAZN, but I don't know if it's being shown internationally. I mean, I would have thought if it was on DAZN, it was just on DAZN. But seemingly, I think people in America are seemingly struggling to find it. Maybe a different provider is carrying it in America. Carter said Helenius has one victory of note, and it's against Konalki. Washington has one notable victory against Helenius. Right, we are underway. Round number 7. Round 7. Helenius will be starring in the next Thor movie if he beats Joshua, says Tahir. Right, here we go. Chisora edging forwards. Washington, again, it's rinse and repeat. They're clinching up. They're over by the ropes as Washington again. It's that moment when he's getting into the pocket. That's the key moment for Washington. That's where Washington is or has been doing his damage, but he's not doing his damage there now. He just doesn't seem to be quite on it like he was in that second and third round. Chisora continuing to move forward, going to the body. Washington backing away. Chisora is the one that's being the aggressor, shoving that right hand right in the face of Washington. And they're in a clinch again. Referee's going to come and separate both fighters. Chisora continuing to move forward. Washington backing away. Jab coming in there by Chisora. It's got Washington in the corner. Washington, 20 wins, 5 losses, 1 draw. He's on a 2-fight losing streak. He's not fought in about a year and a half. He is 41 years old. He's the underdog in this, not by loads, but he is the underdog in this, Washington. Chisora going to the body as Washington tries to throw a few shots back. Again, Chisora jabbing to the body. We're in round 7. We got just over a minute. Just over a minute left to go here. As Washington continues to unload. Chisora moving forward. Washington backing up a little bit as Chisora goes to the body. You can see McGregor watching on. In the background is enjoying it. On the edge of his seat as Chisora goes to the body. Looks for a little uppercut, trying to go upstairs. As the referee comes in, separates both fighters. Jab coming in there by Washington. Couple of shots coming back there by Chisora. Into clinch again. Connor having a word with Eddie Hearn. Chisora again continuing to move forward. Jab coming into the body. Washington back in the corner. Chisora swinging away, but Washington unload him. We got just over 10 seconds left to go, and Washington... Yeah, these are good shots by Washington. Washington actually unloading here. He's got Chisora back against the ropes. That was a good end to that round for Washington. That was a good end to that round. He did well there. How come I have got the DAZN channel and I can't see Joshua? I only see an old Canelo Bivol match, says Kenny. Well, I think, did someone say, like, there's a few places to go? Watching on IPTV, said AB Jobson. Watch wrestling. So I think there's a few places. I don't know officially where it's being shown in America. I thought it would be on DAZN. I mean, this whole thing has been advertised for DAZN. But it looks like that might just be for the UK market. Yeah, he definitely took a bit of punishment at the end of that round there, Chisora. We are underway then. Round number 8. Good finish by Washington at the end of that last round. Chisora trying to... They're saying that the fight is in the balance here, the commentators. I feel like Chisora's ahead. Chisora is... it's scrappy, though. It's really scrappy. Washington over by the ropes. Referee coming in. This can only go 10 rounds, by the way. So we're in round 8. This isn't a 12-round fight. It's a 10-round fight. These two clinching up. Referee again coming in, looking to separate both fighters. Chisora trying to go to the body. Jab into the body again as Washington is over by the ropes and Chisora clinches up. Referee coming in, separating both fighters again. 1 minute 50. After this, it will be Anthony Joshua. Probably looking at ring walks at 11, which is quite late, actually. I didn't even know that the O2 would go that late. Jab coming in there by Chisora. Again, continuing to drive Washington back. Washington in the corner. Shot to the body there by Chisora. 125. Crowd a bit quiet. There's a few Chisora chants, but there hasn't really been much to really get them going. There's not been like big shots or either guy being rocked. Chisora continuing to move forward. Jab coming in. Shots coming into the side of the body there by Chisora. Washington standing his ground in the center. A couple of body shots come in. He throws a couple of jabs back. Chisora continuing to move forwards. Washington is letting his hands go again, though. So as soon as Chisora gets close, then he's having to eat a couple of shots again. Bit of blood continuing to come down the side of Chisora's face. Doesn't seem like the ref is as concerned about that as he was earlier. Into clinch, middle of the ring, looking to separate both fighters. Conor McGregor watching on at ringside. Eddie Hearn watching on at ringside. We haven't seen if Deontay Wilder is there. There's been no sign of Deontay Wilder. I would feel like he should be. Obviously, we know the plan is that AJ's next fight after this, if he wins, should be a fight against Deontay Wilder. Coming forward is shot coming in, but no joy there. Round number 9 coming up next. Round number 9 coming up next. We've had 1,800, roughly, 1,800 votes. And Joshua is 74% for who people think will win, and Helenius 26. So it hasn't really moved, to be honest. It's about 75-25. 3/4 of people think that Joshua is going to do it tonight. 1/4 of people think that Helenius is going to win tonight. And as we said, it's a big fight for AJ. It's a big, big fight for AJ. He needs to get the win tonight. He really needs to get the win tonight, because if he does, it sets up a big fight later this year with Deontay Wilder. Right, here we go. Round number 9. Round number 9. And we've got jab coming in there by Chisora, continuing to put the pressure on Washington. Washington backing up a bit as Chisora continues to move forward. Chisora is all over Washington. Washington circling around. Chisora with a big shot to the body. Couple of shots going in upstairs there by Washington. Chisora continuing to unload. Potentially 2 rounds left to go, and it feels like this one could go to the judges, could go the distance. Shot coming in there by Chisora. And again, oh, it's a big right hand. Big right hand by Chisora. But he couldn't land it. Just fell short. Jab coming in there by Chisora. Washington backing up a little. Washington over by the ropes as Chisora jabs away. And again. And again, connecting into a clinch. Referee looking to come in and separate these two. Chisora moving forward. Jab coming into the body. We got just over a minute and a half to go. I think Tony Bellew is at ringside as well. Backing up a little bit there as into a clinch. Both fighters go. And referee separating them. Chisora continuing to move forward as Washington's on the outside. Little dig to the body there by Chisora. Again, referee separating both fighters. Just over a minute left to go here. It's going to be a hard one to score, but I really feel like Chisora is the one that has done a lot more. It'd be interesting to get some stats to see how many shots have been thrown and how many shots have landed. It could be that Chisora has thrown a lot, but really not landed with a great deal. Again, trying to jab away. Jab coming in there by Washington. Chisora back in. Washington over by the ropes. And into a clinch. Referee coming in, looking to separate both fighters. And Chisora, 20-odd seconds left to go in round number 9. Body shot coming in. But we are going all the way, said Kieran. Google will show you where to go. Okay, we've got Washington backing up. Couple of shots coming in by Washington into a clinch by Chisora. And there we go. End of the fight. Or end of the round. There's one more round, isn't there? Not quite the end of the fight. One more round left to go. Very little in the way of fireworks. This has been a war of attrition. It really has been. Two guys really standing and going at each other. Both landing shots to the body upstairs. Lots of clinching. If you're going to take this fight, you've got to take this round. That's what they're saying to Washington. I don't know that that would be enough. I mean, it's going to be very hard to know how they're scoring it. What I would say is we know that we're in London. We know what boxing is like. We know that the judges tend to favor the home fighters. So I would suggest or say that I think Washington is going to have to really do something impressive here if he is going to win this fight. Chisora continuing to put the pressure on Washington. And we are over by the ropes. AJ coming up next. Mitchell said, this has been a war of clinches. Yes, you're not wrong. Chisora going to the body. And again, referee coming in, separating them. Again, to the body there by Chisora. Referee coming in again, separating both fighters. Digging into the body there, and again, driving Chisora back. Chisora throwing out a straight left, and that's a lovely right hand upstairs. Goes to the body, and they clinch. They're saying this fight could be in the balance. Some of these rounds are really hard to score. Washington back against the ropes again. Chisora continuing to put that pressure on. Referee coming in and looking to separate these two. Again, left-hand jab coming in there by Chisora. These two throwing some big shots. Looked like Chisora went a little bit low there. Did look like he went low momentarily. Little uppercut coming in by Chisora. Chisora trying to use his head movement to get out the way of some of these shots that have just come in by Washington. Into a clinch. I think both guys are shattered, to be honest. I think both guys are cooked. Chisora, big overhand right. Couldn't connect it. And again, jab coming in by Chisora. Washington, they're clinching up again. I mean, Chisora has definitely tried to take the fight to Washington. He's definitely tried to make this a scrap. But there's been a lot of clinching. It's not been the most exciting fight in the world. It's certainly not invigorated the crowds. 28 seconds left to go as referee separates them again. Oh, that's a big overhand right. He seemed to really stick that one. Chisora. Jab coming in with the left hand. Body shots coming in. Washington driving Chisora back against the ropes. Couple of shots there by Washington. Again, Chisora trying to land something big right at the end of the fight. And there we go. They go the distance. So we are going to go to the judges. Let me know, how do you think that fight has gone after 10 rounds? How do you think they will score it? I would say 7-3 to Chisora. It might even be like an 8-2. I mean, I feel like Chisora was really taking it to Washington. So we are going to go to the judges for our co-main event, but it means that our next fight is the Joshua fight. They're saying the body couldn't quite do what the mind wanted to. Right, here we go. Let's change over our graphics because we know what's coming up next. It is our main event of the evening. It's going to be time for Anthony Joshua taking on a late replacement in Robert Helenius. We've seen Robert Helenius a few times before. Watched him a few times on the channel. Most recently, his fight against Deontay Wilder, which he did lose in round 1. But as we said, this is a very different situation. Robert Helenius only coming in here on 5 days' notice. So how much AJ has been able to prepare for Helenius, we don't know. He was preparing for Dillian Whyte, who is a different fighter to Helenius. So it is going to be a test here. They're saying that they might not be surprised if that's the last time we see Derek Chisora. Boxing is a young man's game, and they're saying that Chisora just might not have the required skills anymore. Right, we're about to find out which way this has gone. How many rounds are you saying? I'll go 7-3. $98, $93. $97, $94. $96, $94. All three. Unanimous. Derek Chisora wins. Derek Chisora wins. So there was a bit of a mixture of scorecards there. But Derek Chisora wins by unanimous decision. Right. We are approaching, getting up to 2,000 votes on our poll. It's 73-27. If you are watching and you've not left a like, leave a like. It is greatly appreciated. We are on our way to our next fight, and that next fight is the main event. It's the one that everyone's been waiting for. Anthony Joshua. Improvements need to be shown. Very difficult for him to show those improvements when he's taking on a short notice replacement. Very, very difficult. But, you know, he needs to show that he's still in the mix. Definitely cannot lose. Definitely cannot lose. I don't care that this is a late replacement. He definitely cannot lose this. He might be a bit cautious at the start. He might want to feel his way into the fight and then start to really put the pressure on. He can fatigue as you get into the later rounds, but it really depends what he's been doing in the earlier rounds. If he's going to be patient, then he should have enough cardio and whatever to see him through the fight. His reflexes are okay. His hand speed is okay. His footwork is okay, but none of them are exceptional. Even his power is not really exceptional. But he should have more than enough to get past Robert Helenius. Robert Helenius, as we said, has lost 4 times. First round loss against Deontay Wilder. But we know that Wilder has got that crazy KO power. If he touches you with that right hand, you are done. And that's how it went. Helenius got caught and he was done. He's not going to have that problem here against Joshua. Joshua's not really known for putting people away early. But he does go to the body and to the head, mixes up his shots very well. He's got a really good jab. And that jab really sets up what he wants to do afterwards. So, yeah, there's a lot of good stuff that Joshua can do. He's obviously got plenty of experience. But this is not going to be a first round finish. And I don't expect it to be a second round finish. I think third round onwards is what we're looking at. Third round onwards. I think there'll be disappointment if it goes to the judges. And honestly, if Joshua loses, there's not really any explaining that. Whoever watches the stream and doesn't fondle the like button is a dosser, says Peter. Peter, shout out to you. I appreciate the kind words. Right, there is just commercial break. Feel free to put in your thoughts as to who you think is going to win. Who do you think wins this? When do you think they win it? So if you think it's going to be Joshua, what round do you think is going to win it in? What round do you think he'll win it in? If you think it's going to be Helenius, what round do you think is going to win it in? There's 3 points in the body that only take 2 PSI2 shockwave. Thoughts on Dos Anjos Luque tonight? I haven't looked into it, to be honest, buds. I think it's close. I think it's really close. I think it can go either which way. I think Dos Anjos is got the experience. Luque, though, is a great fighter. I might be leaning Luque. Might be leaning Luque, but it's close. Really close. Sweden Viking, AJ, knockout, round 4 to 6, said Daz. Laserjet said AJ in the seconds. Cutthroat said AJ in the 7th. Lots of AJs here, which is good. Gregor said AJ in the 3rds. It's close, said Kieran. What time will they walk out? Should be walking out very soon. I mean, this thing has gone later than I was expecting, to be honest. I didn't expect it to have gone this long. So, yeah, it's definitely gone later than I was expecting, but certainly no complaints. And it's been a fun, action-packed night of action. They're just showing some of the events that are coming up for the rest of the year. We've got KSI, Tommy Fury, Cameron against Taylor 2. So here we go. 77% of people think Joshua by knockout. 12% think Helenius by knockout. 9% think Joshua on points. 2% think Helenius on points. So according to the DAZN app that people have been voting on, that's 89% of people think that Joshua is going to win. 89% on the DAZN app. I think we're quite comfortably below that. We're 73% here. Good sample size, though. We've had over 2,000 people respond. Over 2,000 people respond. 73% think that Joshua is going to do it. 27% think Helenius is going to do it. So music is playing away, obviously, as the excitement is building. The Seaman 17 says AJ in the 8th. Robert said AJ between the 3rd and the 6th. Jay says AJ in the 4th. Biplob, shout out to you. Who won? Out of Chisora, Washington. It was Chisora. Lee said AJ does have power. He's just been in with harder fights. Chisora Washington. It was Chisora by decision. Moa said, AJ, first round. I haven't seen anything from Helenius. Helenius in the 6th. There we go. Ken with our first Helenius vote. Helenius in the 6th. AJ, round 1. He is too fast for Helenius. Joshua to win, said Fly Creator. Who won the Chisora fight? It was Chisora. He won by decision. Mitchell said, do you enjoy boxing or UFC more? I enjoy them both. James said, I've seen better fights outside of Weatherspoons. Let's go. AJ in the 3rd said, Gavin. Ron said, this fight will go over 4.5 rounds. It'll be a draw. Fly Creator said, Helenius should shock me tonight, please. Chisora and White will both be fighting in 2050. Yeah, I don't know if that's the end of Chisora. I don't know. The fact he's just picked up a fairly convincing win or unanimous decision there might just mean that he's interested in. I don't know. I think there'll always be fights that present themselves for Chisora. He's made a name for himself, certainly with the British public. So I think fights, even if they're influencer fights, I think will always be there for him. So I very much doubt that's the last we'll see of him. Maybe the last we see of him from a professional point of view, but even professionally, I think fights will always present themselves. So yeah, I don't think that's the last we'll see of Chisora. Right, we are going back. I don't know if we're about to get the ring walks, but it really can't be long. It's already 11 o'clock in London. I thought there was a curfew at like 11:30. I didn't know that these things could go on this late. When does the fight start? Don't know. I honestly thought it would have started by now. Really thought it would have started, but we're still waiting. I've got AJ on this one, said Mitchell. I think AJ will lose, said Sabika. Biplob said, I'm hoping AJ will win inside the 6th. LA Dark Knight said, I reckon it could go 6 rounds. Oh, I could go 6 rounds with anyone, but then I would run out of money. Fly Creator said it's 11 in West Africa. Is that 11 midday? I'd imagine that's midday, isn't it? It's 11 at night here. I'm trying to think. I don't think you would be on the same time as us. Maybe you would be. I don't know. I'm trying to think. Are you like directly below us? Maybe you are. That would blow my mind if you are. What time will it start in British time? Literally any minute. I mean, well, we haven't had the ring walks yet, so we are 3 minutes past 11. I mean, I'm in Britain, so 3 minutes past 11, and we should be getting ring walks very soon. I mean, we haven't even had the ring walks. O2. I mean, I'm sure there's a curfew at the O2. Maybe they can't go past midnight or something on a Saturday. And to be honest, the public transport's not brilliant. Here's KSI. So KSI is in the room. Obviously, he is main eventing on Saturday, October 14th against Tommy Fury. Is this where people need to start taking you seriously? KSI said a YouTuber will knock out Tommy Fury and there is nothing that you can do about it. It's up to me when I knock out Tommy Fury. Mitchell said, I didn't recognize KSI without the Prime bottle on. Oh, some dude just yelled at KSI. Tommy Fury's going to knock you, Spark out. There's some dude in the background that's just yelled, Tommy Fury's going to knock you, Spark out. This is mine. I want AJ to lose because of the surprise factor, but I also want him to win so we get AJ Wilder, says Mr. Popo. KSI is cutting a sports entertainment promo, said JB. Okay, they're ready. I don't think Tony Bellew's that impressed. They've just gone back. David Hay was laughing away. Ade was like, he's a true showman about KSI. Tony Bellew was like, Jesus. Okay, so they're saying it can't go 12 rounds. It can't go to the judges. AJ has got to get a knockout, and Tony Bellew says, and he will get it. Tony Bellew believes that Joshua will knock out Helenius tonight. Marcel said, the fighters are sleeping. They're definitely making us wait, aren't they? They're definitely making us wait. David Hay, just saying a few final words. He's talking about Joshua putting together some consistent combinations. Don't let him get any confidence. That's true, actually. Don't let Helenius even get into this fight. You've got to jump on this guy from the outset. He is big. He is imposing. He's a two-time European champion. He's a good counterpuncher. He's got a decent jab, decent combos. He attacks the body well. There's a lot to like about Helenius. But yes, I mean, look, he is definitely skill set wise levels below Anthony Joshua. Definitely below Anthony Joshua. But Joshua should pick up the win here. And we've been very clear about that. There's no way of spinning this, even with the fact he's a late replacement. There's no way of spinning this. And saying that, oh, Joshua, he was unlucky, it was a late replacement. He's got to win this. I genuinely don't know where we go after here if Joshua ends up losing this fight. That's the peril that's involved with this. Like, Joshua has to get the win here. They're saying that they want to see Joshua come out the gates, be fast, don't allow Helenius to settle. Equally, I don't think Joshua can afford to chase after Helenius. Like, you don't want to get, like, sucked into any traps. As we said, Helenius can counterpunch. Here we go, then. Here we go. The time for talking. Would be a mistake to let Helenius into this fight, says Mary Dot. Okay, so I think Helenius, are you ready? The ring walk's about to take place. London, are you ready? We just got Anthony Joshua video package being shown on the screen. If AJ loses this fight, he is done. Joshua. On screen, Helenius should be coming out next. Here we go. Intro time. Joshua needs to win this one. Come on, Joshua, said AB Jobson. The man said, predicting a DQ, AJ headbutts Helenius. James said AJ is done if he loses. Come on, Joshua, please win. Diamante is the one with the long hair. Here's Helenius. Helenius stepping out then. I thought we were going to see him like walk out of his dressing room and all of that stuff, but Helenius steps out onto the entranceway. Flames shooting up into the air. I mean, fair play to Helenius. You've got to give him respect because he took this fight on super late notice. He said, when you get an opportunity like this, you can't afford to let it pass you by. Definitely got to give him respect for that. Helenius then making his way down to the ring. Anthony Joshua coming out next. We'll be underway with this fight very, very soon. Deontay Wilder, still no sign of him. So Helenius making his way down to the ring. There's been no sign of Joshua for a while. We did see him earlier in the show. We know that he's there. We know that he's already arrived. He's obviously ready to go. There's been no word of him not arriving or anything like that. He'll be ready to walk out. But we haven't seen him for quite a while, actually. He was looking very relaxed backstage. I think during the Hergovic match was the last time we saw Joshua. But we haven't really gone back and checked in with him very often. Here we go. AJ. Anthony Joshua then about to make his way down to the ring in the O2 Arena. We've got a lady that's coming out playing the violin. So we've got a violinist that's going to play AJ out into the O2. This place should go bananas when AJ comes out. People have got their phones out. Helenius has already made his way into the ring. AJ needs knocking down a few pegs. Oh, I think he's already been knocked down a few pegs, buds. He lost his titles against Usyk. He lost that rematch. He had that meltdown. I mean, really quite embarrassing, but, you know, I think he'd given so much. I think he really believed that he had put the required work in to win those belts back, that when it didn't happen, it was a really tough thing for him to accept. I think he really struggled with that. And now he picks up a win over Franklin, which you would expect. Now he steps in against Dillian White. And then, of course, you get the drama of that fight falling through, having to find a replacement with just 5 days' notice. But he wanted to make sure that people on the cards got paid. He wanted to make sure that this event still went ahead. And even though he's had bad experiences with late replacements in the past, he was still willing to go through that again. He cannot lose this. The stakes are high. But Anthony Joshua, so much can be lost. It would really knock him back in the pecking order. There is plenty of heavyweights in the conversation right now. Anthony Joshua has to remain in that conversation. A big fight with Deontay Wilder on the horizon if Anthony Joshua can get the job done. Should be able to. Definitely don't want to spin like anything that's not true. Like, he is a heavy favorite to win this. Minus 1,600 favorite. This should be relatively routine. It's just that question mark of it being a late replacement. Faithless playing. Anthony Joshua walks out in front of that O2 crowds. Pyro shoots up in the air. Anthony Joshua, AJ making his way down to the ring. He's been working hard. Mentally is in a good place. Physically is in a good place. Needs to get the win. Ideally, look good doing it. And then be very, very clear afterwards. Give me Wilder. That's what I'm looking for. Over the space of this next, however long it's going to take. I'm looking for a win, a finish, and then a very clear message. Get me Wilder. AJ steps into the ring. Obviously, the ring walk at the O2, not the longest. AJ in a red robe. Music stopped. Is AJ getting booed? No. Good, really good reaction. Obviously, we're in London. We're at the O2. Going to be, it's a sold-out O2 arena, and it's going to be a very pro-AJ crowd, of course. I think he'll end up with some nutwing after his fall from grace, said Steve. I wish this was Joshua Fury, says Neil. Yeah, well, definitely we all do, but we're all in that boat. I wish this was Joshua Fury as well. So Joshua, Anthony Joshua in the ring, Helenius in the ring. We're just waiting for the announcements and then we will be underway. A big shout out to everyone that's joining us. If you are watching and you've not left a like, leave a like. It is greatly appreciated. Both fighters getting their intros right now. If AJ loses, he'll be another Audley Harrison. Yeah, that's a good name. That is. It's a good name. It's a good blast from the past. That's someone that I'd already forgotten about, you know. Yeah, I mean, I would say, well, I don't think you can compare him to Audley Harrison because AJ has been a two-time world champion. He's had some big nights, certainly that night at Wembley. You know, he's main evented some big stadium shows. So I feel like he's already had a fantastic career. I suppose what we're trying to find out is it over? Is that career over? Is this the end of AJ, you know? AJ is one of those names that is known around the world. I think there was respect for AJ. I think that his brand has taken a hit. But the question is, what now? What next? Where do we go? Is it done? Is the party over? Do we put the bunting away? Or do we invite more people around and this party's going to keep going a little later? Like, is there a way back for AJ or is it done? You know, he's 33. There should still be a chance that we can extend this party going a little bit longer, but he is going to have to find some performances of a lifetime in order for him to get back to where he was. Not so much tonight, but if we do get the Wilder fight, that's a fight that I would have him second favorite in. I would think that Wilder should be able to win that. But Joshua's going to be a hell of a task for Wilder. That'll be a hell of a job for Wilder. That'll be a mega fight. But I would just be expecting Wilder to have his hand raised. I just think if you catch AJ, certainly if Wilder catches AJ, I think you rock him. I don't think you put him away straight away. I think he's got a bit too much about him for that. But I think that I could see him getting clipped, getting rocked, and then Wilder landing a few more of those shots and AJ going down. That's not really too hard to picture. So that fight with Wilder is going to be absolutely fascinating. If he comes through that, then he's got to be in the mix. He's got to be next for Fury or next for Usyk. Or maybe Dubois. We don't know if Dubois might beat Usyk. Right, AJ getting his intro. Helenius has already had his intro. We're about to get underway with this. AJ wearing red shorts by the looks of it. He looks good, actually. Black gloves, red shorts. I'm used to AJ wearing white. But here he is in red. There was a little bit of, I don't know, there was a little something between him and Helenius. At the weigh-in, he had a few words to say to Helenius. Here we go. Helenius looking up at the heavens. Respect to Helenius for taking this fight, taking this opportunity. Can Joshua, though, get it done? We are underway. Main event has begun. Helenius unloading a couple of shots on Joshua. Joshua defending. And Joshua just taking that ground in the center, but Helenius looking to move forwards. Joshua looking to, he's got that right hand ready if Helenius gets in close. Joshua, again, just keeping a little bit of distance at the moment. Tries to throw a right hand. Jab coming in, takes a couple of steps back. Again, Joshua trying to jab away. There's a right hand that comes in there. Helenius just edging forwards. Joshua backing up a little bit. Joshua just taking his time a little as Helenius continues to move forward. Jab coming in there by Helenius. Joshua being quite watchful. They said that they didn't want to see Joshua allowing Helenius to settle into this fight. Well, Joshua hasn't done a great deal to prevent Helenius from settling into the fight. Helenius taking the center ground. Can see Connor at ringside watching on as Helenius edges forwards. Joshua trying to throw in a hook shot. Left hook shot, but just falling short. Helenius trying to jab to the body as Joshua, again, being quite measured, not doing anything reckless. Hook shot coming in there by Helenius as Joshua throws out a left-hand jab, doubles it up. Think it just fell short. At the moment, both guys in the center. Joshua trying to throw a right hand straight down the middle. Nothing reckless here by Joshua. And Joshua just backing up. He's being watchful. He's trying to not make any sort of mistakes. Helenius has got quite interesting shorts. I think that, is that like a big sponsor on the front of it? Joshua's ring gear definitely looks the classier of the two. Joshua standing his ground in the center. Helenius on the outside. Jab coming in there by Joshua. Jab again coming in by Joshua. Helenius hands down. Trying to get back into the center ground. Lunges in with a left-hand jab to the body. Joshua watching. Trying to throw out a left-hand jab upstairs. Again, I think that fell short. Joshua, again, being very respectful. We thought that it might take him a round or two just to get settled into the fight. I must admit, though, I was expecting him to at least ask a few questions of Helenius. Not many questions asked there by Joshua. Not many questions asked there at all. Tricky little round to score because I don't think either fighter really stamped their authority on that round. I don't think either fighter really stole that round, but you'd have to think because we're in London, it would go to Joshua. So the bookies are just saying, we've got a little ad from the bookies here. They're saying that the odds-on favourites here is that it will be an early finish for Joshua. Looking at round 2, round 3, certainly nothing in round 1 there that suggests that he's looking to take risks. Just feeling his way into this fight. Obviously, Helenius is a much bigger opponent than what Dillian Whyte is. Here we go then, round number 2. Let's see if Joshua's just going to go up a gear here. Helenius in the center, Joshua. Again, head movement on display there by Joshua, taking a few steps back, trying to throw out a jab. Helenius with a couple of jabs of his own. Joshua hasn't imposed himself on Helenius yet. Jab coming in, left-hand jab straight down the middle, goes to the body there by Joshua. Joshua, again, being very watchful as Helenius edges forward. Joshua takes a few steps backwards. Helenius trying to go to the body. Joshua watching, being very patient. And again, just, I think, trying to invite some shots from Helenius. It feels to me like he's feinting a lot, trying to get a few reads. I think you'd quite welcome Helenius to throw a few shots and then have Joshua counter them. But Helenius isn't really committing too much. So there's a lot of feinting and watching. And at the moment, these two just sort of playing a little bit of a game of chess with each other. Joshua trying to come forward, double up on his jab. Jab coming in there by Joshua. And both guys standing in the middle of the ring. Not a hive of activity. This will be a fight so far that the critics I could see being very vocal about. But as we said, you know, I wasn't expecting it to be a round 1 finish. I wasn't expecting round 2. We thought that it would take Joshua a couple of rounds. That's a lovely right hand by Joshua, though. He does let the right hand go. Referee comes in, separates both fighters. And Helenius having a little look. Not really too much to worry Helenius. Couple of jabs coming back there by Helenius. Joshua trying to throw a left hand. Jabbing away to the body. Helenius on the outsides. Joshua again being quite watchful as Helenius edges forwards. Jab coming in upstairs there by Joshua. Helenius again edging forward, going to the body. Joshua covering up, having a little look at the moment. 20-odd seconds left to go. Round 2, very similar to round 1. Can't say that Joshua did go up in a gear. But I think he's going about his work quite tidy. There's nothing to worry Joshua, but equally not much to worry Helenius. And again, Joshua just edging forward, trying to jab Helenius back against the ropes. Swing and a miss there by Helenius, and that is the end of the round. Probably a second round to Joshua. Again, not much in it. Not much in it at all. Don't forget, we are in London. And I do think that the judges will favour the home fighter. I think these rounds are quite close. I think there was a nice right hand by Joshua as Helenius was over by the ropes. I don't know that I saw anything from Helenius that caught my eye quite like that. I think both guys are keeping it tight. And we're seeing Derek James just giving Joshua some advice. AJ is nothing but a tree. Hugger says, Bumio. This is boring, said Mitchell. It looks scripted, says Mary. I'm just calling it how I see it. AJ, Frank Bruno, Joshua. Right, here we go. Round number 3. We've got Joshua putting out a jab there. Helenius, again, jabbing forward. Joshua backing up a little bit. Helenius circling round on the outsides. Joshua jabbing away to the body. Helenius on the outside. It feels at least Joshua is standing his ground in the center. Jab going upstairs. Joshua, again, just putting the pressure on a little bit. Going to the body again. So Joshua just landing a few shots. We're not seeing anything coming back by Helenius. Joshua throwing out a jab. Helenius on the outside. Hook shot just misses by Joshua. Joshua continuing to put that pressure on. Edging forward. Helenius trying to go to the body. We've got 1 minute, 50 odds on the clock. Crowd quite quiet as Helenius is back against the ropes. There's a body shot there by Joshua. Again, Joshua having a little look. Being very patient. Good footwork by Joshua. Helenius just staying on the outsides. Circling round. His footwork not as good here, Helenius. Joshua, again, just jabbing to the body. Joshua just landing more for me here, and I think his movement is a bit better. He feels very comfortable in the fights, but nothing to catch the eye. Nothing that's going to dissuade distractors. Crowd are getting a bit more vocal here as Helenius throws a shot to the body. Joshua definitely needs to land something to give this crowd something to get behind. There hasn't been a big shot. You can see Connor shouting away, shouting some advice to Joshua, and Connor enjoying what he saw there from Joshua. There was a shot that came in. You can see that Connor is very invested in the action as Joshua starting to just open up a little bit more. Lunging forwards. Trying to throw out a jab. Eddie Hearn watching on. As Joshua again ducking underneath. Trying to slip that shot. 11 seconds left to go. There's left-hand jab coming in there by Joshua. Joshua backing up. As and a jab coming in there by Joshua. There we go. End of the round again. I can't say there's anything here that Helenius is giving me that is making me want to score this for Helenius. So I don't think Joshua's in danger of like losing the fight or losing rounds or anything along those lines. But the flip side of that coin is there is nothing here that's going to excite people. There's nothing here that makes Joshua look like a world champion or a world beater, or there's nothing here. It's just tidy. He's just going about his work. It looks to me like Joshua just wants to win this. That's it. Just get the win. Whatever I've got to do, just get the win. If an opportunity presents itself, then he'll look to try and exploit it. But really is just going about his work at the moment. But some nice right hands that got through by Joshua. Round number 4. Round number 4. They're just saying that AJ needs to just get that little bit closer and then let his hands go into a clinch. We haven't seen much clinching in this fight, in all fairness. Right, round number 4. This, of course, can go 12 rounds. Joshua trying to throw a right hand straight down the middle. Helenius edging forwards. Helenius, again, couple of jabs there by Joshua. Trying to go to the body as well. I think the longer this fight goes, the more it might actually work against Joshua, because I think the consensus from the crowds is that Joshua should be able to deal with Helenius, should be able to put him away. There was people that was predicting this would be done in 3. Oh, that's a lovely right hand by Joshua. That's a great right hand. That's connected with Helenius, and that might be the best looking shot of the fight so far. He's got his range. He's got his distance. It's a lovely shot by Joshua, but Helenius eats it. Helenius continuing to move forwards. Joshua again swinging away, but that hook shot just falls short. Joshua again, it feels like he's got Helenius measured. Jab coming in there by Joshua. And Helenius edging forward. Joshua repositioning. Again, being quite watchful. Just feels like he's waiting to counter Helenius. But Helenius just really not throwing a great deal here. You can't give these rounds. There's nothing to give these rounds to Helenius. Helenius just not doing a great deal. And it feels to me like Joshua wants to counter him. But you can't counter if your opponent's not throwing. People, though, they want violence. They're going to want Joshua to take the fight to Helenius. Couple of body shots landing there by Joshua. He goes upstairs. 40-odd seconds left to go here. Helenius again, jab into the body. Joshua jabs back. Joshua again having a little look. Backing away. It's an easy Joshua around this. Definitely got the rounds. I mean, I can't give any rounds to Helenius so far, but definitely don't want this going to the judges. It's not the message that we want to send. Again, trying to throw a left hook shot there by Joshua. Jab coming in. Helenius getting a couple of shots in there. Joshua trying to throw a left shot. Helenius with his hands down on the outsides. Backing over against the ropes. End of the rounds. End of the rounds. I've got every round for Joshua so far, but as we've said, we've got to be very clear. That's not good enough. That's not what people want to see. They're waiting for the finish. Who would you have in Joshua Fury? But Fury has got one hand tied behind his back, said Peter. Close. Close. He could retire after the Wilder fight, but when opportunity comes knocking, he took it. He was actually on vacation when he got the call for the AJ fight. Well, Helenius was he? He was on vacation in Lapland. That's crazy. Ron said fight will go over 4.5 rounds. Right, here we go. They're saying that if Joshua is getting ready, which is an interesting point, if he is getting ready to face Deontay Wilder, someone that's a similar stature to Helenius, this is just really good prep for that fight. I don't know if that's what he's doing, though. I don't know if mentally he's looking at Helenius thinking that that's Wilder. I mean, there's a few giveaways it isn't, but low blow there by Joshua. Yeah, it is true. The longer Helenius is in there, the more Helenius will believe and grow in belief that he's, you know, he's not been put away. Joshua has got Helenius backed up against the ropes. We are in round number 5. Joshua again. He is landing some shots though, Joshua. He's taking every round for me. Helenius on the outside, circling around. Joshua again, jabbing away, down the middle. And again, down the middle. Shot getting through. Helenius on the outside. Joshua just seems to have worked out how to land some of these big power shots now. We've seen a couple getting through in the past few rounds. Nice head movement there by Joshua. Jab coming in by Helenius. Jab coming back there by Joshua. Joshua backing away. Helenius throws in a jab as well. Joshua going to the body. Joshua being very watchful. Another jab coming in there by Joshua. We got 1 minute 10 on the clock. I'd like to see something big here by Joshua. Into a clinch. They're saying that Joshua just needs to let his hands go. I think he's just, I don't know. I don't know if he's just trying to be tight, trying to work on his defense, try to really cut down on the amount of shots he's getting hit by, and that's taken away from his offense. Or if he is still just really struggling to let his hands go. There's a bit of blood around the nose of Helenius. Jab coming in there. Hook shot coming in by Joshua. Joshua standing his ground in the middle of the ring. And, yeah, you can see these shots have landed because of the damage on the nose of Helenius. Joshua not finding that big shot in this round, though. These two exchanging blows, just jabs. Damage is being done, though. As we said, you can see the damage on the face of Helenius, but this is not the message. This is not the performance that Joshua wanted to send out to the world. William Hill, the local betting company, said that this has gone longer than the odds suggested, but is Joshua now starting to get on top? Can he find the knockout? Certainly there's blood on the face of Helenius. Come on, Helenius needs more power to make this fight harder for AJ, said Susan. Right, both fighters in the... Helenius has got his arms in the air. Helenius thinks he's winning this. Here we go, Joshua then. Trying to find a way forward as Helenius edges forwards. Helenius starting to let a few shots go now. This is going to be the problem here. The longer that Joshua is in this fight, the more you do worry a bit about his cardio, his conditioning. You know, he's never been known for incredible cardio. We've seen him fade in a few fights, certainly against Usyk. Helenius in the center. AJ throwing out a couple of jabs. AJ, again, just taking a few steps back as Helenius edges forwards. Jab straight down the middle. Really good head movement there by AJ. Couple of jabs again down the middle. He's really just doing his fundamentals. His basics are looking pretty good. Oof, he got caught there though, AJ. He did get clipped, and a jab coming in there by Helenius. AJ getting caught a few times here. Yeah, I think Helenius is going to be growing into this. AJ backing up a little bit as Helenius continues to move forwards. I don't think there's going to be much here that Deontay Wilder's going to be worried about. Even if AJ gets a finish from this point now in the second part of the fight, there'll be enough here for people to say that he's done, he's washed. You know, Wilder knocked Helenius out in the first round. Here we are in the sixth. And I can't say that AJ has really caused Helenius any big problems at all here. You can see Connor in the front row doing a bit of shadow boxing. Jab coming in there by Helenius. Jab coming back by Joshua. They're saying he looks a bit unsure of himself, and it's natural if you've got a new coach. He's got Helenius in the corner. Crowd are cheering on Joshua, but they clinch up. They clinch up. Joshua with a little mark underneath his eye. Helenius is in this fight. Make no mistake about it. He's in this fight. I don't think he'll win it on scorecard. I've given every round to Joshua so far. But whilst he's still in there, he can obviously still find a finish. And who knows, if he wins every round from now, he could even take the scorecards. But that's probably unlikely. End of the rounds. Tricky little round, that one. A lot closer. Starting to see a bit more output from Helenius. Helenius taking a few deep breaths, though. You can see the blood around his nose. Bitblob said that's all Connor can do right now is shadow box. Joshua looks really flat. There's nothing behind those punches. Yep. Yep. I mean, he's got a new trainer. I'm not looking to make excuses. If he doesn't beat Helenius, or even if he doesn't find a finish, there are no excuses, right? We're not trying to make excuses, but we're just trying to understand why what we're seeing from Joshua is not as dynamic as what we were hoping for. And you know, there'll be plenty of people saying because Joshua's rubbish, right? And that's fine. But I think he has got a new trainer. Apparently he's been training very well. Commentators are saying he's just looking a bit uncertain at key moments, whether to put the foot on the gas or to stick to the game plan. The game plan has been very conservative. It's been very holding back. We haven't seen him unleash really too much. There's been a couple of shots. Jab coming into the body. We are in the 7th round. Joshua again standing his ground in the center. I think as well that he has been waiting to counter. I think he's been waiting for Helenius to throw the shots, and then he was ready to throw the counters. And I think where Helenius has been very inactive, that's meant that Joshua has had to try and take the fight to Helenius. And I don't think that's the plan he wanted. Don't think he wanted to do that. And I think this is why we're seeing him be a little bit tentative, because he's trying to actually not be countered himself. We know that Helenius is a very good counter puncher. And so Joshua's trying to obviously win this fight, but he's trying to not get countered. Joshua standing in the center. Helenius in there as well. Not loads of movement here by Helenius. Oh, that's a lovely shot. Big shot by Joshua. Helenius goes down. Big right hand. Referees called it. There it was. He found the big right hand. Joshua gets out the ring. Jumps out the ring. Walks around the ringside area. It looked like he wanted to go back to the locker room, the dressing room there. But that's a big right hand. Helenius goes down. Helenius is knocked out. Anthony Joshua picks up the victory then. He looked tidy. He looked calculated. He never looked in danger. The problem was he also was not pulling the trigger. Connor just came over and had a word with Joshua. It's kind of cool seeing those two guys together. There we go. Look, have some of that. He's giving him some Irish style. Connor giving Joshua some Irish stout. I don't know, Connor, I don't know what that is. There's a few words being exchanged between KSI, Joshua, Connor, all at ringside. I tell you what, Connor just shoved this Irish stout right down the throat of Joshua there. I'm not sure if Joshua wanted that straight away. Connor was in celebration mode. Connor was like, have this, get it down, yeah. Bang, that's a lovely shot. It's a lovely shot. Down goes Helenius. It was a great knockout. Bang, look at that. AJ finding that big right hand. Helenius going to sleep. It's a win for AJ in the 7th. So AJ wins by knockout. It's going to be really interesting to see what he's got to say. So AJ wins by knockout in the 7th. It's a lovely shot. I don't know that it's message sent. I don't know that Deontay looks at that and worries, to be honest. I think the AJ haters, and there is a lot, won't really be impressed with that performance. I think there'll be a lot of respect for the finish. We did say that he needed that finish. Helenius and AJ embrace. Nothing but respect for Helenius. Obviously, he came in and he saved the show. Didn't need to take this fight at such short notice, but he did. It means that AJ picks up a victory, and surely now, next stop, AJ Wilder. But I do agree with the commentators. AJ looked a little lost at times in there. He looked a little lost. He looked a little uncertain as to what it is that he should be doing. Should be putting his foot on the gas? Should he be hanging back? I think he also got clipped with a few shots, and that is also a concern. That is also a concern. Kind of fun seeing Connor and AJ together, though. That was kind of fun. AJ versus KSI, UK versus UK after Deontay said no cap. So AJ and Helenius, lots of respect being shown between those two. Yeah, there's plenty of people in there, but we're just waiting to hear from AJ. That's the final part of this show, really. I want to know what he's going to say. How did he feel? What's next? How close are we to the Deontay Wilder fight? Where will that fight take place? I don't think Wilder's there, to be honest. It's a real shame that Wilder's not there. I'd love to see these two face to face. That'll be a big fight, man. That'll be a big fight. Winner by knockout, round 7. Anthony Joshua, 26 wins, 3 losses, 23 knockouts. That's a good record, isn't it? It's a good record. 26 wins, 23 knockouts. AJ will be undisputed. Mark my words, said Uni. The ultimate goal in a fight is to be victorious, and AJ won, said Crestop. Yeah, that's a good way of looking at it. That's a good way of looking at it. AB said there was 6 first-round finishes on the prelims. That's wild. That is wild. When did the prelims start? Okay, so here we go. Interview with Joshua. Big smile on his face. Yep, he said, I just want to give a big round of applause to Helenius for saving the show. Yep. When you landed that shot, was it relief? Joshua said, no, people need to leave me alone. I'll do what I want in this ring. The guy's got talent. He would cause people problems, in my opinion. So Joshua, just with some real positive words. We've just got Connor in the background taking selfies and everything. Connor's having a great time. Connor's having the time of his life. Thanks, Eddie. Thanks, DAZN. What next? Deontay Wilder gets mentioned. AJ said his back is hurting him because he's carrying this heavyweight division. Here's Eddie. Yeah, are we going to get Deontay Wilder? Eddie said, yep, that's the fight we want. It was meant to be White, Wilder, and then Fury. That's the plan they're working to. It is a great knockout. Joshua has given everything to this sport, and he is ready for that fight with Wilder. Eddie Hearn said, no more chances, no more losing. You saw that tonight. A guy that was taking his time, calculated, and then landed the shot when it presented itself. So Eddie Hearn thanking Helenius as well. AJ is finished carrying the heavyweight division. You ducked Wilder for 3 years. Your fellow Brit stepped in to save your ass from a beating, said Tommy. I don't get the carrying the heavyweight division comment, if I'm being perfectly honest. What I was hoping for was a win, a finish. We got both of that. And then I was hoping for a very clear call out. And we didn't get that. Here's Connor. Greatness doesn't rush, says Connor. Connor says he did himself proud. Connor says that he'll do bare knuckle with KSI. Connor's calling KSI in. Connor with a few words for KSI there. Is that really where Connor is now? Is Connor really calling out like KSI? And I mean, are we done with like trying to go after UFC titles and whatever? Well, do you know what? I don't know what's going on with Connor. I really don't know what's going on. I genuinely don't know what's happening. Is the fight with Chandler just completely fallen off now? Like officially cancelled and whatever? Because I haven't heard anything about that fight with Chandler. That fight with Chandler just seems to be dead, doesn't it? Just seems to be dead. KSI, lol. Wilder knocked him out clean in one. Come on now, said Gaz. Hugh the Light Knight said, I bet this with so much awareness. Look back at all of Helenius's fights. He's useless. Wilder will make AJ pay, said Matt. Connor just trying to stay relevant and clout chasing, says Faint Repeater. AB said they're saying Wilder in Saudi in January is almost signed. January. I suppose it is going to have to be that, isn't it? That would surely mean that AJ doesn't fight before then. So that means that we won't get another AJ fight this year. I don't even know if we'd get another Wilder fight. I mean, I feel like we might do. Don't know. Connor is all over the place. Such a legend, but he has fallen, says Callum. Cashmore said Joshua is going to struggle with Wilder. Soon as Wilder hits one big shot, AJ will flap. Wilder will put AJ to sleep, said Benjamin. Samuel said, all of you talking about Wilder, please respect Joshua. Most of all can't even box. You, the Light Knight, said you did read all my message. Let's go. Is he going after Tyson now? No. Eddie Hearn just said that, you know, there's a very clear plan. The plan is that they go after Wilder and then they go after Tyson after that. So, I mean, look, this was an absolute definite banana skin. It was one that he should win. It's one that he should win, and it's one that he has won, but it was still a definite banana skin. So, yeah, victory for Anthony Joshua. Wasn't a big fan of the comments that he made after, if I'm being honest. I like him thanking Helenius and showing respect and everything, but I don't know. What's next? And you don't like call out Wilder, you just like say you're carrying the heavyweight division. I mean, I don't know, man. I don't know. There's big question marks, big concerns around Joshua. Certainly his mentality and everything. We saw with his little breakdown after the Usyk fight, you know. There needed to be some sort of rebuilding job there. And by what we saw tonight, I think it was a tidy, tight performance. It was not a spectacular performance, but the knockout is very good. The knockout looks great. The knockout is good. But as people will rightfully say, that's the kind of thing you would expect Joshua to do against Helenius. It's what Deontay did, but Deontay did it in round 1, not round 7. Well, you know, they're different fighters with different skill sets. I do think Wilder would win against Joshua. I feel comfortable about that. I do think he would win. But it doesn't mean I don't want to see it. I definitely want to see it. Definitely want to be doing the watch along for that, because I think that'll be a real fun event. Big builds, lots of chatter, lots of engagement, lots of people talking, and, you know, it'll just grab the attention. It'll grab people's attention. You want those big fights. It's a big fight. So definitely want that. I'm pleased that we got past this, and it means that we can then move on to that fight, which apparently we're looking at, what, January for that? They're saying we have to say that there still seems to be a bit of an issue with Joshua. He's still not punching through the target. And when Helenius started to get tired, that's when we saw AJ kind of turning it on. Right, let's get a few more thoughts and then we'll wrap this up. Legend Killer said, Days, Connor needs some help. Tommy said Joshua needs to fly into Wilder and try and knock him out. If he tries boxing him, he'll end up sleeping. Joshua is a sham. Connor has won 1 fight since Obama was president. Get off my train, said Tyson will retire soon. Faint Repeater said, I think they're going to go for the rematch with White before Wilder and Fury if White is cleared by the boards. AJ is not Deontay Wilder, so we need to stop comparing. He won clean, said Ty. I think that's fair. I really think that's fair. I think, as we said, they've got different skill sets. We know that Wilder's got that knockout ability, that crazy power that Joshua doesn't have. I think Joshua's a better boxer, but it's irrelevant if you're going to win a few rounds and then just get knocked out. So it's an interesting fight. It's one that if I was to put some money down, I'd put it on Wilder. But I agree with that. I think trying to compare like Wilder knocking him Helenius out in the 1st and comparing that to Joshua just knocking him out in the 7th, they are different fighters with different skill sets, and it's a tough comparison. Gaz said AJ is gun shy since Ruiz and Usyk fights. Helenius can go back and finish his holiday. Well, there we go. Every cloud. He has got some extra millions. Joshua has got no chance against Wilder. He just doesn't have the boxing IQ of Fury. Wilder only needs that right hand. I don't agree with some of AJ's actions, but real AJ fans stick with him through the hard times. Since his first loss, they have hated on him all of a sudden. Joshua is a champion made of noun and steroids. He has got the temper of a male model, spoiled boy from a good family, a glossy sample as seen in the latest Rocky and Creed film, said Truth. Maybe AJ needs that danger in front of him. A whack from Wilder might awaken the inner beast, said AB Jobson. AJ is just hype, said Chance. AJ is a champ. Well, I'll tell you what AJ is. He draws opinion. He draws opinion. He's a good fighter that can beat the likes of a Helenius. You'd imagine he'd get past Chisora. He'd get past Dillian White. I think he'd get past Hergovic. You know, we're talking about someone that belongs at the top table in the heavyweight division. But for me, the top of that table is Tyson Fury. It's deniable as to where Usyk's sitting, whether it's top of the table or just slightly to the side. I think that Deontay Wilder might just be top of the table to the other sides. And so it's hard to know quite where Joshua sits at that table, but I believe he's at that table. But this is it now. You know, the pressure's on Joshua to have this final run. No more mistakes, no more losses. Any more losses would likely knock him too far back to be in the conversation. So it's you know, this is where Joshua's fights are extra captivating right now. He can't afford any more mistakes. He's got to pick up the victories, and that's exactly what he did tonight. You know, this fight will be a distant memory very soon as we turn our focus to whatever's next for him, which maybe they try the White fight again, although unlikely considering, you know, White's may be staring at quite a severe punishment if found guilty. So it might be Wilder in January. And honestly, if, and it's a big if he gets past that challenge, you know, all of a sudden, Fury AJ might be as big as it was a few years ago. I mean, if he can get past the challenge of Deontay Wilder, that will legitimize AJ once again. But of course, there's big doubts and questions as to whether he can do that, but that's what makes that fight so captivating. So we are just seeing him taking pictures and chatting away with the fans that have come to see him, taking a few selfies and whatever. He's got a big smile on his face. Very much job done for Anthony Joshua, and we'll see where we go next. Awesome, guys. Right, we are done for tonight. A big thank you for everyone that joined us. We got some big streams on the way, certainly on Saturdays. We know that we've got that KSI Tommy Fury fight coming up. We know we've got Usyk against Dubois coming up as well. We'll be doing Tyson Fury and Ngannou. Even though it's a bit of a sham, we'll still be watching it. So there's some, and obviously big UFC cards coming up as well. So we'll be doing those big UFC cards also. In fact, the next few weeks, the next few Saturdays are big, are stacked. We'll be all over those. So a big thank you to everyone that joined us. I hope you had fun. I hope you enjoyed the show.